All right. Looks like we are live. Hello, everybody. Oh. Fuck. Shit. Crap. You know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta still watch that. Let's see what's going on. Hello, sir. I'm simping for you since 27 months. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Brace yourself for Brett Copper's dumbest take yet.
Alright, let's take a look at this dodo.
Welcome back to the comment section. I'm Brett Cooper. So, YouTuber Logan Paul, he has recently established a reputation of ridiculing his friends and guests on his shows for their morals and their religious beliefs that he disagrees with, which is a terrible thing to get a reputation doing. Now, the internet has collectively started to hate him for it, which was honestly nice to see in today's society where Doja Cat and Sam Smith are considered normal. But what's even better to see is that instead of letting Logan embarrass them for their beliefs and shame them into silence, two of these creators who he's ridiculed have completely left their secure, successful positions, working around him to lean into their beliefs even further, which I, of course, think is awesome. Not falling into the mainstream trap of ditching your morals and what you believe in is something that is incredibly rare today and should be celebrated. But before we get into this story, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already, and ring that notification bell so
Kick dual stream today. I forgot to set up the dual stream again.
You're right. I shouldn't have texted my ex back, but I did. I ended up getting leeched on again and losing a lot of energy. Dealing with people, friends, family relationships is absolutely draining and depressing. May take some time off people for a long tea.
Yeah, don't bother with exes and shit. It's always going to just be a drain. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Appreciate it. Darth Putin donated $2.
Hey, sir, never commit suicide. Everything gonna see all right. Would you like a slice of pizza?
Oh, no, it ain't, sir.
What about 5 later? You gonna get hungry later? Maybe after a couple beers or something?
I don't drink. I'm a diabetic.
All right, well, what about a pizza later when you get hungry?
Oh,
It's not rocket science. He took it. Everything gonna see all right. Gonna see all right, cuz. Never commit suicide. Never commit suicide. Things get rough. Don't give up. Don't take your own life. Everything gonna see all right. Gonna see all right, cuz. Never commit suicide.
That is very inspiring. I'm definitely not going to commit suicide after watching that. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
that you never miss a comment section or off the clock episode. All right, so for a little background, here's a clip of Logan trying to embarrass and ridicule his best friend at the time, George Janko, on their podcast, Impulsive. Just listen to this.
We pick on each other and other things, it's totally fine. Like you suck at comedy, I get that. Everybody knows that. All that stuff. But when it comes to religion, you have to tiptoe.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Well, I do with anybody. And by the way, you brought up like Muslims and Jews. Dude, I sit at synagogues and talk to rabbis all the time and pick their brains. I sit with Muslim people. They're most peaceful people. We went to Saudi Arabia.
Right? I want you to say it right now.
Who's right?
Whose God is real?
My God is real in my eyes.
Not Allah.
I don't believe that Allah is real in my eyes.
A lot of Muslims would disagree with you.
But does that mean I have to disrespect their beliefs? No. And you're so like power driven that you will mow past your friends and family without knowing.
If I say something, I've said it intentionally. Can you give an example of
one that really hurt me is you told me I need a therapist because I believe in Jesus.
Which is literally something that Logan Paul said.
You genuinely are like suffering from some sort of cognitive disability if you believe in Jesus. Like you just are. We haven't gotten to a point yet where clinicians are willing to, go there, but yeah, you're retarded if you believe in Jesus.
What do I need a therapist for then?
Jesus isn't doing it for you. And I
what do I need a therapist for?
I don't believe you're as emotionally mature as you could be.
So his friend George is literally saying, I am interested in religion. I'm interested in other people's religious beliefs. I respect them. I believe that, my God is the true God, but that doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect people. And here's Logan being the complete polar opposite. And just saying, no, just because you believe in Jesus, like, what gives you the authority? Like, it's completely misrepresenting George's beliefs and what he's trying to say. But that's not all. Here's another clip.
I'll be honest with you, bro. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. You bashing me in front of a group of people for my beliefs is not right. Genuinely, like, I know people that hate me, that treat me better about my faith than you, and you're my best friend.
Definitely questioning why we have to perpetuate
This seems staged to some degree.
a belief that is
I
silly.
That thing that George said is incredibly powerful, that there are people that hate him, but are more respectful about his religious beliefs than his best friend. Like,
Who the fuck cares? Like, oh my god, this video is pointless.
that's not great. That's not a good look for Logan whatsoever. And he got torched online for this. One person said, what type of friend is this? He's mocking George's faith and tries to cancel him. Another person said,
What? I'm sorry, like, if your friend has a stupid fucking belief, like, what, just because they're your friend, you have to, like, pretend as though what they believe in is real? Like, if you had a friend who believed in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, like, are you supposed to respect that belief and act as though, like, the Tooth Fairy is or could be real? Like, what the fuck?
Logan Paul shows his true colors. Absolutely disgusting way to talk about somebody's religion, especially a friend who you love. Shameful. Another person said, Logan
Yes, because if it's their religion, you have to act as though their imaginary friend is real. But, if they believe in Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, then it's okay to make fun of them.
Paul lost my respect, man. Don't you ever disrespect another man's religion. I'm proud that George kept a level head during this conversation. Disgusting behavior from Logan, and he needs to learn from this. And I think one important note is that Logan was not
Like, the pearl clutching. That's disgusting behavior. This hurts my feelings. My imaginary friend is real. When I'm wiping my ass on the toilet, Jesus is watching me.
not trying to have some productive conversation about faith or learn about George's faith or push back on questions, things that he's been working through. He has no interest in understanding. His entire premise is, this is silly. Why do you believe in it? I'm going to shit on you for believing in Jesus.
Yes, it is a stupid, ridiculous, dumb fuck belief.
In God. He was combative and he just wanted to fight. And it wasn't even like George was saying anything provocative about Christianity. It wasn't like he started jumping on, the Christian belief surrounding abortion. If he did, though, he should have brought up preborn. According to a recent
You want to fucking guarantee that if you, mention that you're an atheist or something to Brett Cooper, she's going to, go on some, fucking rant about how you believe in nothing, or how do you have any moral values, and criticize you for being atheist. But then if you criticize somebody for believing in an imaginary friend, oh, that's horrible, that's awful, you can't do that. The hypocrisy.
report, Planned Parenthood continues to rake in billions despite dwindling clients. And the biggest takeaway here is
they don't have dwindling clients. Abortions only make up 3% of their fucking business, you moron?
that Planned Parenthood is generating vast profits, including millions in taxpayer funding. Preborn, on the other hand, operates on a very slim budget as they rescue over 200 babies' lives every single day. And they receive...
How the fuck do they rescue babies from abortions? What are they doing? Fucking stalking women who are about to have an abortion and they slash their fucking tires so they can't make their appointment? What?
receive no government funding. Preborn's network of clinics are situated on the darkest corners, competing head-to-head with the abortion giants, and they need our help more than ever. When you donate $28 to Preborn, you will offer a free ultrasound to an expectant mother caught in crisis. And
Planned Parenthood does that, you fucking idiot! Why the... Oh my god!
once she hears that heartbeat and sees that ultrasound, her
Holy
baby's
shit.
chance at life doubles. So
Planned Parenthood does that, you fucking idiot. They do prenatal screening. Holy shit, what a fucking dishonest moron.
Preborn truly is making an impact. And if you choose to donate, your tax-deductible gift will go directly to...
I'm sorry, so she's claiming this organization saves babies from abortions because they do prenatal screening? I guess Planned Parenthood saves babies from abortions because they have that exact same service. What the fuck? Like, by the way, ultrasound machines don't detect heartbeats. Oh my god, do you understand how an ultrasound works, you moron?
Towards saving babies' lives. So to help them with their mission, go to preborn.com/Brett to donate today. Again, that is preborn.com/Brett. Now, even though he did not bring it up, I would have loved to see what Logan would have done if George had brought up any of those hot button issues, because I think it would have caused a lot more chaos. If he was pressing George to go deeper for a good reason and, create some kind of productive dialogue, it would be a totally different story, and I would respect that. But he was backing his friend into a corner for no good reason. Another person commented and said George should really reconsider his friendship with Logan. Exactly. And spoiler alert, he did. Like, regardless of your own beliefs, you shouldn't ever ridicule your best friend for what he believes, especially not on a platform with millions and millions of people viewing.
Yes, you should. If they have stupid, dumb beliefs, then yes, you should ridicule your friends.
If he does this online, imagine what he says to George when the cameras are off. It actually reminds me a lot of folks that I knew while I was in college who I considered good friends. This was like the group of people that I hung out with.
There's people that have ideas and beliefs that she would, ridicule or make fun of or criticize if they were friends with hers. Okay, if you have a problem with something Logan is saying, then don't be friends with him.
And by help she means terrorism.
Yeah, probably. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Why the fuck is it Logan's responsibility to, entertain some idiot's fucking retarded beliefs? And not this guy's responsibility to act like an adult and not be a fucking baby when somebody makes fun of him? Then don't be friends with Logan. What, is the clout just too much for you? Is there just too much of a benefit to being friends with Logan or something? Then just fucking walk off the podcast and don't talk to him anymore.
With the most. And we all got along, we had fun together, I knew them for a while, but I was consistently and constantly ridiculed for my values and for things as stupid as being from the South, which is apparently looked down upon by people from big cities and...
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing awesome tonight after having 2 days in a row. I really wish I could be more outspoken at people who believe in imaginary beings, but my retarded Christian father pays my bills and I want to stay in the $1 mill will. Gotta manipulate.
Yeah, we all gotta play the game to some degree. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Appreciate it.
On the West Coast, I dealt with snide remarks in group chats to loud, drunken proclamations of my backwards nature at parties, like public proclamations.
Hasn't she, fucking, been in support of things like banning Muslims from immigrating? And I'm pretty sure Brett Cooper's also, she might not have been as explicit about it as Candace Owens, but I'm pretty sure she blamed black people for slavery. And then she's talking about being judged by people. Holy fuck. If we're gonna talk about being judgmental...
of things that were not true. And I just took it all because I thought that it was normal and I didn't want to rock the boat. My mother and brother literally had to tell me those are not your friends. Those are not things that friends do in order for me to go oh, I've been so conditioned to think that this is totally fine and that I just need to take it. But I literally had to be shocked out of it. It doesn't matter if these people still hang out with you and on the surface treat you fine. Friends do not treat you like that. Friends do not do what Logan did to George. You shouldn't have to take it. I'm glad that I decided not to take it, and George Janko decided he did not want to take it either. So instead of folding under the...
Yes, because a friend is supposed to support your delusions no matter what, even if they're potentially harmful to you.
The societal pressure to just cave and stay in his position of power and, financial security by being around Logan, he left. He felt disrespected and he separated from Logan and the show. This is what he tweeted earlier this year. He said, "To all the impulsive fans, I am so sorry that I can't speak about things. Not my choice." That's never a good look. I do love you.
What?
She did what a horrible person.
Yeah, she is terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dono. What do you mean can't speak about things? Even if the guy signed an NDA, NDAs don't mean shit. I do love you guys, and for those of you sending me the clip of them talking shit, it's all love. I've already moved on from that toxic environment. What the fuck does he mean I can't speak about things? NDAs don't do anything. Nobody can sue you for, like, violating an NDA. There's a thing called free speech. Like, NDAs are usually completely fucking worthless.
You guys, and for those of you sending me the clip of them talking shit, it's all love. I've already moved on from that toxic environment. And even after being embarrassed and ridiculed by his best friend, he still does not speak ill about him. It's not that he's just avoiding talking about it. He does not throw Logan under the bus.
The whole internet.
Yeah, the reason for that is probably because Logan has a bunch of dirt on him, and he knows if he talks shit about Logan, Logan's gonna, like, talk about how he fucking, like, did something with a girl who fell asleep or some shit. That's probably why.
Right now is asking me the same question. Is like, what's going on with you and Impulsive? And it's so hard being in it. This is my first time I ever mentioned it. This is very hard to, like, bring up drama, because, like, I'm not a drama channel, bro.
Yeah.
I also don't like, I have me and them have, like, a little tension between us right now, but I'm not gonna go out and dog them online or, like, talk ill about them. I have a disagreement with them. So I get what you're saying. It's very uncomfortable when people want to know so much that you're like, that's just not how I work, bro. I don't even
Yeah, so Logan Paul has dirt on him, and he's done fucked up shit with Logan, and he knows if he talks shit to Logan, Logan will just ruin his reputation.
Why aren't there any anti-Semitic incidents coming from Ukrainians recently? You would think they would be doing some crystal knocked shit right now. My trusted intelligentsia tells me they are a bunch of Nazis. The media must be covering it up.
Yeah, or all the Nazis are actually in Russia, particularly in the Wagner group. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin.
tell, like, friends that are passing what's going on in my life. Like, I deal with it like a man, the way my dad told me, deal with it, handle it between you and the people. And if that's not working out, then sell it to TMZ and make some money. I'm just kidding.
It's a good ending. Somebody commented and said, George never really fitted in there. He's too much of a real person, down to earth with morals and standards. And
He's too much of a weenie little crybaby to defend his beliefs. So rather than actually getting into a debate with a person who's criticizing his beliefs, he'll just whine and cry and say, you don't say that, and then try to make drama off of it and claim, oh, I just keep this between me and the other person, and then just keeps talking about it fucking constantly for clout, right?
And that certainly does not paint Impulsive in a good light, so it's no surprise that George left. And now he started his own podcast called The George Janko Show, where he talks openly about his beliefs. He's not censored, he's not ridiculed, he talks about it with passion.
What do you mean he's not censored? Logan gave him a platform to say whatever the fuck he wanted. It's just that after he says something stupid, Logan's gonna make fun of him.
Great time, but he is not the only one who has made this transition. Another huge example of somebody sticking with their morals online.
He didn't stick with, oh my god, he just tried to drum up drama because he was planning on making his own fucking podcast. And I wouldn't be fucking surprised if Logan did this with him as some sort of PR move.
Line is the creator Gideon, and his story actually also starts with Logan making fun of him on his podcast. Now, Gideon had not really been too outspoken about his faith or his beliefs in the past, but he got questioned about his faith while on Logan's podcast, and this is what happened.
So you believe in God because he got you subscribers?
No, I believe in God because of just what he's done in my life.
He got you subscribers?
Not even that. No, it's just I was in a very dark place. Like, I did not know where I was going to go. Like, I was stuck. I was like neck deep in mud, and I got pulled out, and I give all praises to him because I feel like,
Yeah, so God made you a successful YouTuber, right? An all-powerful, all-knowing being saw this little fucking black speck, literally black speck on Earth, and said, I'm gonna make sure he gets a lot of subs on his YouTube channel.
like, whenever I don't put him first, that's when the most shit in my life happens. And it's so easy when, like, everything's going good.
It's a blessing you could see that, bro. That's such a blessing you could see.
You don't think you had anything to do?
The fuck?
Why do all these people get so butthurt when someone badmouths Christianity?
Because they're fucking babies. They're overly sensitive fucking crybabies. And they're the same people who will say, oh, I'm a free speech absolutist. The left wing is too sensitive. Oh, why can't you take a joke, bro? And then when you, like, make fun of Christianity or Islam or anything, oh my god, you can't say that. Like, thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, it's total narcissism. The idea that there's some all-powerful being, like, doing good things in your life in particular, you have to have some narcissistic tendencies to believe that.
Do with pulling yourself out of the mud?
There's only so much you can do. There's some things, like, I'm pretty sure even in your career, you're just like, how did I do this? You know, the human body and mind.
This makes no sense.
God provides comfort and refuge and hope to millions of people. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, the belief in God just gives people a fucking delusion, and they often use that delusion to justify things like racism, homophobia, genocides. That's what God does for a lot of people. So, no. Thanks for the donation there, Richard. So, Gideon is claiming that God made Logan Paul a fucking mega millionaire? Of all people? But not me? Let's really just think about this. Who's more deserving of millions of dollars? Logan Paul or somebody like me? Or literally fucking anybody else on the fucking planet? God, an all-wise, all-knowing being, decided to make Logan Paul a mega millionaire, but me, you know, I have to settle with being a thousandaire, unfortunately. Yeah, sure, dude.
I can only do so much. There's some things where it's just like, there's some situations that just happen. It's just, it can't be by chance. It can't just be, you know, coincidental.
It never ceases to amaze me how disinterested Logan is about other people's experiences in their faith. Like, they're not asking him to convert or change. They're just sharing their stories and their experiences, and he is so set on making them look ridiculous.
You know, let me share my experience. You know, I went to bed one night before, you know, Christmas, and then I woke up, and there were presents in the living room under the Christmas tree when there weren't presents last night. And then I noticed the cookies that were on the counter were gone, and the present said from Santa Claus. And I was like, oh my god, I got presents from Santa. Like if I gave you that story, like, and I was being genuinely honest that I thought Santa Claus fucking left presents under my Christmas tree and ate my goddamn cookies, like, are you really gonna fucking sit there and take me serious and be like, wow, that's an amazing story. Like, I guess Santa Claus might exist. I don't know. Like, no, you're gonna call me a fucking idiot, and I'm gonna call you a fucking idiot for your stupid fucking beliefs. Like, as if you deserve any fucking respect just because you follow a fucking dumb fuck religion that millions of other people follow. Like, holy crap.
And cheapening them. Like, this man is talking about his experiences and all the good things that have happened in his life and this massive change, and Logan is boiling it down to subscribers. Oh, got you subscribers? That's not the only thing that matters in life. Yeah, Gideon has like 8 million subscribers on one of his YouTube channels, but I doubt that's the most important thing in his life. He's arguing that it's not the most. And you're sitting here.
Yeah, so somebody like Gideon would probably be packaging Amazon orders or selling pencils on the fucking sidewalk if it wasn't for his YouTube channel. So it's debatable whether or not you'd want to call, you know, YouTube the most important thing in his life. Guess what? The guy is like a fucking millionaire because of his YouTube channel. So, I don't know. Pretty, like, substantive thing in his life, like the biggest predictor of happiness is wealth. It literally is. The biggest predictor of happiness is money, how much wealth you have. So, like, it might not be the most important thing in his life, but acting as if it doesn't matter, like, give me a fucking break.
You're like, oh yeah, it's just subscribers, right? Oh yeah, no, that couldn't have happened. No, you probably did. It's just let people speak. Let them share their experiences before you jump down their throat trying to prove that everything they believe is wrong and incorrect and backwards. It's
Your whole fucking channel is dedicated to that. Her whole fucking channel is literally criticizing people for beliefs that she thinks are stupid.
basic decency and respect to your guests and to your friends. Somebody commented and said, the way Logan is trying to downplay is crazy, lol. Another person said, Gideon is very well spoken on this, utmost respect. Both of these men, even in the...
Gideon is not a smart man. I would destroy him in a fucking debate, and I would just prove there's no way he can justify his beliefs in a god. So I don't know how the hell you can say Gideon is well spoken on this. He's not. He's probably one of the worst advocates for Christianity there could possibly be.
Face of this guy that basically just wanted to troll them. They were so balanced. They were so level-headed. Yes, massive respect. And just like George, Gideon decided to fully dive into making content about what he believes in. In fact, 10 days ago, he posted a video on his main channel saying that that was going to be his last upload. He was starting a Christian channel and he was going to focus all of his efforts, all of his energy on that channel and sharing his experiences and talking about God.
Massive YouTuber by the name of Gideon.
Religious certainty is dangerous. Imagine if God or Jesus preached martyrdom and jihadist beliefs to achieve a Christian world. Gideon would have to preach terrorism or fail the teachings of Jesus. Latest Sam Harris podcast on Israel was based, by the way.
Yeah, I've still got to watch that. I haven't seen that one yet. Yeah. Like, I mean...
I watched this video a year ago and I immediately went vegan after. I started to cry and feel emotional while watching. I had no counter-arguments. Have you seen this video? What's your opinion?
Yeah, that's the... So, this is the video I saw that turned me vegan. So yeah. I think it was this video. It might have been a different one, but I saw it on Facebook. Thanks for the donation, though, Burgess Richard. Appreciate it. It was either that exact speech or another one he did, but yeah, it was good. Yeah, after watching it, I had no arguments against, you know, veganism, so I went vegan. Thanks, Burgess Richard again. Yeah, so there's already enough shit in Christianity that is dangerous. Like, it does allow for slavery. It is racist. The Israelites are God's chosen people. That is literally fucking racist. And if you consider the Old Testament to still be valid, I mean, there's so much shit about, homosexuality being horrible, women being second-class citizens, you have to kill a woman if she has premarital sex, crap like that. You can't have two different meats in a sandwich. Like, there's a lot of bizarre, crazy shit that you'd have to promote. If you are truly Christian anyway. I don't think most people really believe everything they see in the Bible. They just call themselves Christian.
Religion is dangerous. Imam supposed people still believe in it even to this day after all the shit it's accused.
Yes, I agree, Dodo. Appreciate the donation.
Announced 2 days ago that the video that he was putting out was going to be his last video on his main channel, and that he was going to be starting a new channel devoted completely to the promotion of Christianity and his faith.
Look at Logan Paul shaking his head as if he was not one of the ones who caused Gideon to do this. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, that's so sick. Yeah, you were just ridiculing him for his beliefs.
Breaking news.
You...
I think these guys are rocking with Vivek. I thought they would be smarter. 445 start.
Well, Edutainment is a retarded-ass channel. No shit they'd be promoting Vivek. Like, especially since the guy's a scammer and he runs that big scam pharmaceutical company. Obviously, they're going to be fans of his. I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
Is this how Rona started? Or waste?
Let me take a look. Infamous Chinese spit fighting. Oh yeah, I've seen that shit.
Hey!
Is beetroot powder / supplements the best way to increase your nitric oxide levels? Thanks as always.
The most efficient way would be to take drugs that boost nitric oxide levels. So, pretty sure tadalafil works through that mechanism. You have to eat a lot of fucking like beet juice in order to increase nitric oxide levels. A lot. So taking a drug that does that same thing would be much more efficient and probably cheaper. Thanks for that donation though, Sean. What the fuck? Chinese people are fucking gross. Like, they just... You don't see this anywhere else. Jeez, are they gonna, like, start making out or something? Puy! Puy!
Never done wax stems before, it's my first try.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice.
You like that?
Yeah.
Next time I'll do more wax here, so it's fuller.
Yeah.
But that's just done with a marker.
Yeah, cool.
It's nice, huh?
Yeah.
I can fit 13 magnets in this tiny box.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that is basically how Rona spread. Based or waste? Let me see.
What do you think about getting back together after infidelity?
It's different from men and women. When a man forgives a female, she can't respect you the same way. You got to remember, we like alpha men. Alpha men don't accept promiscuity. What happens when you accept a woman back? A part of her will always feel like you're weak and you don't have the willingness to walk away, because there's nothing that can push a man to walk away more than infidelity. And if that didn't do it, nothing will. So now she's lawless because your masculinity is depleted. And the other thing is, the man loses his masculinity. He starts to hate himself for not being
yeah, this is just weird. This sounds more like her talking about her own personal preferences than anything to do with women in general. So she's probably cheated on guys, and then they, like, forgave her, and then she lost respect for them. Like, what basis does she have to make the claim that, oh, if a woman cheats, you can't ever accept her back because women won't respect you? There's just no basis for her to make that claim. That's just her own personal experience.
able to walk away. She's going to beg and say, please forgive me, but the reality is, we don't want the man that forgives us. We really don't. We want the man that says, you had your chance, it's been a pleasure, I wish you the best.
What? That's, I don't understand. So, if a woman cheats and then you refuse to take her back, then you're the man that she wants to be with, but you can't be together. Like, what? Okay, that sounds stupid.
People keep asking me to do is condemn Hamas. I will condemn Hamas when Piers Morgan condemns Israel.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well, mask off. She's a terrorist supporter.
How about that? I will do it.
Condemn Israel for what? Israel isn't fucking, like, setting babies on fire.
When Jordan Peterson condemns bombing of hospitals and ambulance.
Oh my god, she's spreading the misinformation that that Israel is deliberately just bombing hospitals for no reason. They're bombing hospitals because Hamas has fucking military installations there. And they warn people to get the fuck out of those locations before they bomb. Like, and then Hamas just uses them as human shields, and then they say, oh no, don't worry, stay there, or they'll even hold civilians there at gunpoint sometimes.
And schools. I will condemn Hamas when Ben Shapiro condemns...
Mask off, she's a terrorist. Yeah, right. It's funny how she's the one talking about fucking cheating, and then she's a terrorist supporter.
I think a lot of people were looking at that like, this is so random.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like,
oh man,
like I've never seen any YouTuber at that size just go straight. You know, I want
Crazy
to
pivot.
put my whole life to the Lord.
It's just wild to me how shocked they are that this happened, that this man that they know is a Christian and takes this very...
Yeah, it's funny how after Gideon made all of his fucking money, he's turning to the Lord. Right. Funny how he didn't do that before he made all of his money. Sure. Gideon Live, Gideon Short. So what's his fucking Christian channel gonna be? The day I gave my life to Christ, Gideon's testimony. Maybe we can watch that later. Christians are mad at me for following Jesus. Alright, well, I don't know what fucking giving his life to Christ looks like. Like, he hasn't really done anything yet. Alright, let's watch this shit.
It's the one that reads the whole thing. Yeah, go to it right there. If you can show more. So not only was Vivek the unanimous winner, a star was born today. He shined. He was loose. He was comfortable yet intense. He even gave credit to DeSantis and Tim Scott multiple times. A good balance between a fighter, leader, and a synergist. He kept...
Vivek Ramaswamy is one of the biggest fucking morons who's ever walked planet Earth. The guy wants to become president, and he literally knows nothing about geopolitics. He is so remarkably ignorant on these topics. It's as if he has to deliberately be ignorant. It's like he's deliberately avoiding using the internet or even watching like TV or anything. And he's living like a yogi, just out of social media. It's just baffling watching him talk about something like the Russia-Ukraine war. And then just give, you know, contradictory fucking claims about the Ukraine war, not know any of the relevant facts. Like, the guy would be a terrible fucking president.
Going on to DeSantis on each break. You guys you may have not seen this, but while we're there, there was 3 breaks. Every break, Vivek went to DeSantis and spoke to him for 90 seconds. Out of the 3.5-minute break they had, he would speak to DeSantis until DeSantis would walk away. It was a sign of being a synergist. He kept giving different perspectives.
Skip to 1:11 and 15 seconds, says the one whose dog died from kidney disease. What a stupid fuck. This pissed me off.
Sure, this has something to do with vegan diets for animals.
Not
it
trying
does
to
look like it maybe is vegetarian dog food.
That
which
is so
pretty surprising.
soy.
Yeah.
You just told me I need to take the red pill and you're buying vegetarian food for dogs?
I mean, at least it just shows a bunch of vegetables on the packaging.
By the way,
maybe there is also meat
feeding
there.
dogs a vegetarian diet is super unhealthy.
I've never done anything weird with my dog.
It is not. There's no particular reason why a plant-based diet for dogs would be unhealthy, so long as it's nutritionally adequate. And apparently his dog died of kidney disease. Wasn't his dog only like 3 years old or something? Like, it wasn't even that old. And then he's saying this shit.
Sounds like they were getting into something toxic then.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Well, Ethan's dum-dum, but what can you expect? Thanks for the donation, Fohammer.
Changing definitions of overdose to terrorist poisoning when they talked about fentanyl and, you know, all these other things. Rob, if you can go a little lower with
Just wow that their dog is dead.
that. He was so captivating that if you watch the replay, you'd notice even his opponents were impressed with him. His opponents were watching him. Now, DeSantis. Last week when DeSantis was on our podcast, it was the highest score he got of searches on Google. If you can bring that up, I don't know if you saw this data or not.
That's
I'll
great.
show it to you right now.
Does the DeSantis camp know that?
I'm sure Brian is a sharp guy. He's a sharp guy. He knows data. Last week when he was on if you go to his Google score, Brandon sent it to you. Not this. Is that the one? What date is that? That is.
My favorite sexual position is called the wrinkly Richard. Basically you take a huge shit, and put a little purple hat on the end of it so it looks like Richard's cock. Then, you find an old lady and throw the turd cock at her ass until it plugs. So hot.
Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Microwave Poop.
No, that's not the one. Because that's all three. If you just go to the one where he was on the debate, it's not working if you just press retweet, refresh it. No, that's the debate. Go back to the other one. Then it's the other one, Rob. Yeah, look at this one. Highest score. Look where Ron goes.
Bingo.
At the highest. He hits the 100 mark. He was one of the most trending words on all of Google. So look at this. Blue being Haley. And then red is.
Ron DeSantis was the most. What do you mean? Vivek was the lowest.
Vivek, for that entire 2 weeks, Vivek was rarely being Google.
Yeah.
Can I be vulnerable? All of the GOP candidates at the debate were calling for war with Iran in a significant way. Gave me a euphoric tingling under my skin. Is this nationalism? Vivek wasn't down toe, he said Elon Musk should be moderating the debate lol.
Oh, yeah, I saw that part where he said Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and Jordan Peterson or some shit should be moderating the debate. Like, that was baffling. Yeah, I think he's trying to do whatever the fuck he can to, like, get noticed. I think he wants to be invited on to the Joe Rogan Experience or something. But that was cringe as fuck. I'm actually in support of the idea of a war with Iran. For one thing, it would prevent them from ever being a nuclear power. Secondly, they should, like, the regime there should be replaced. So they're responsible again for funding terror all across the Middle East. They're giving weapons to Russia. And they were responsible for the October 7th attack. Like, again, if we were willing to go to war in Afghanistan over 9/11, I don't know how the fuck you could say it would be unreasonable for Israel and the United States to go to war with, Iran. If a country's... And Iran has actually tried to kill American citizens on American soil. They've sent agents over to the United States to assassinate because they're talking shit about the Iranian regime. So I don't think it's the most unreasonable thing. I'm surprised a lot of the Republicans are actually supporting the idea of war with Iran. I wouldn't be against it. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. Appreciate it.
I'm high as fuck in a hotel trying to get some pussy. Trying to get some fucking pussy vegan gains. I may even come inside. When was the last time you cummed inside Jasmine? I need some pussy on my cock. Juicy wet pussy.
Alright, well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Courtney.
Did you know that Vivek Ramaswamy called President Zelensky a Nazi in last night's debate? He is insanely anti-Semitic for saying shit like that. Fuck that Indian scam artist.
Zelensky is fucking Jewish. And he called a Jew a Nazi?
Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. It is consolidated.
Yeah, guess why, dumbass? It's because they're fucking pro-Russia. If they allowed them, if they allowed them in, they would have just, like, again, made it easier for Russia to have taken over their territory.
All media into one.
Like again, if we literally had a political party that could legitimately, you know, like let China have access to the country and like have the country be run by China, you wouldn't allow that fucking political party in.
One state TV media arm. That's not democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It is
Yeah, so how the fuck are they gonna have elections when they're at war and they have no money?
Celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky.
Where did he get the idea that Zelensky's a Nazi? That is just super fucking baffling.
Doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic. More facts for you.
Why did he call, like I'm just really confused. Why did he call Zelensky a Nazi? Like, what?
You won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media. The regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now, in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, these are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of Ukraine since 2014, that other people...
Oh my god, this guy does not know history and know what the fuck he's talking about. So, the reason why there's so many Russian speakers there is because Russia committed a fucking genocide in those regions and replaced the Ukrainians there that they killed with native Russian speakers. So if China invaded the United States, committed a genocide, and replaced those regions with Chinese people, like, does China now own that land? Because, oh, well, a lot of people speak Chinese there. I guess, like, Chinatown in New York should be taken over by China, because there's a lot of Chinese speakers there. Like, maybe, like, the United States shouldn't be an independent fucking, you know, colony. Maybe it should just be, become controlled by the British again, because, well, they're speaking English. Like,
People probably couldn't name those provinces.
how the fuck does that determine, territory? Whether or not people speak a certain language? What a fucking clown.
For you. Those are the hard facts. And so to frame this as some kind of battle between good versus evil, don't buy it. Ukraine.
Yeah, Vivek's a fucking moron. Holy crap. QK student donated $2 and might enjoy this. Let me see. Oh my god. Wow.
Looks like he's got to catch his breath.
What the hell is that?
We'll go in a box. Right there. Now I'm gonna go free him up the hill. Let's go. I put a towel.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? A Kalugo. It's a gliding mammal. It's not a gliding squirrel. Weird.
Over the top so he doesn't panic.
Whoa.
Hey.
I've never seen anything like that.
会爬，但是不会跑。
Whoa. Yeah. That is a really weird animal. Oh my god.
Going up. Okay, I've lost sight of him, so I would call that a successful rescue.
Yeah, that's a really funny animal. Anonymous donated $2.94. Hi, Vegan Gains. Thanks for turning me vegan. I have epilepsy and want to take ecstasy and mushrooms. Also, I don't want to take, but What about steroids? Do these have effects on neurological disorders? Just curious. I'll ask a doctor before I do anything too. I wouldn't be surprised if you took ecstasy or mushrooms, it would trigger an epileptic seizure. I would not be surprised. So you probably don't want to take those drugs. Because they kind of bombard you with a lot of like visual stimuli. So yeah, especially mushrooms. So you'd probably just go into an epileptic seizure. I don't think that's a great idea. As far as steroids, I don't think that would have an effect on anything if you have epilepsy, but yeah, I'd probably stay away from psychedelic drugs. Thanks for the donation though, Anonymous. Hope that helps. Oh, whoa. Oh my god. That's amazing. Wow, that glide ratio is crazy. Yeah, Kalugos are neat. Oh my god! That's its baby. Wow. They are really weird animals. Wow. Yeah, they're neat. Oh, I really love lemurs. Wow. That's a handsome boy. Yeah, lemurs are really cool. Wow. Oh my god. Look at him hop. That is funny. Didn't know they hopped around like that. Lemurs. Kid Boo donated tellers, how dumb is this guy? Let me take a look. We will determine how stupid he is. Is that a jellyfish? So, I think there's only like 2 species of jellyfish that sting. Most don't. So he's faking it. Let me see if that was, yeah, if he put a real jellyfish on his head like that stung, he wouldn't have that fake ass reaction. Which jellyfish sting? Box jellyfish. Most common type of stinging jellyfish is bluebottle. These are found in non-tropical areas, especially around the southeastern coast of Australia. Yeah, he didn't get stung. He just found jellyfish that don't sting. I'm pretty sure most jellyfish don't sting, though. I know box jellyfish sting. Apparently blue bottles sting. Yeah, so he just faked it. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
You're severely mistaken about Vivek's company. It is true that he bought the rights for one drug, Interperdine, that failed clinical trials. But since then, they organically developed, not bought, but developed 5 FDA-approved drugs.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. The issue is with the drug that he bought, renamed basically fudged the data on to make it seem as though that drug was effective and then scammed a bunch of people. So who fucking cares if he actually has a legitimate, successful company now? He scammed people. Like, that's the fucking problem. And this is a guy who wants to be president. Thanks for that donation, though, Vivek Stan.
Fuck you, fuck Finn, fuck Lucy, fuck Jasmine.
Fuck you, Courtney. Thanks for that donation, though. Let's see.
But after our podcast, that's the day. He was here on October 30th. Boom, on fire.
That's awesome.
So go back to the tweet. So DeSantis, for me, believe it or not, was the most poised.
We'll watch the animal research vid next.
I've seen him. I thought he was the most comfortable he's been. He seemed presidential. He was even funny and loose at times. And I actually liked listening to his perspective, on DeSantis. I thought out of 3 debates, this was the best one. Haley was favored to win, in my opinion, but she seemed a little rattled and upset. She even called him scum. I mean, the guy didn't say anything to you, but the fact that your daughter's on TikTok. I thought the moderators did okay. So if you go to the media and see who was the winners and losers, guess what most websites will say the loser was? Vivek.
Yeah, weird. What? Isn't that weird?
Like, the guy called Zelensky a fucking Jew, a Nazi. So, yeah, I think when you call a Jew a Nazi, you probably lost.
If you go to
the loser of the debate.
Go to any one of them. Everybody.
The guy has the dumbest, like, fucking, what is it? I'm having a brain fart. He has some of the dumbest geopolitical takes. He was on the Young Turks, and I think he said that he would prevent Russia from invading or something, but he wouldn't, like, support military action against them. And then when asked, like, how would you prevent them from invading or attacking again or getting more territory, he said he'd negotiate. Like it was so bizarre. And then he, like, couldn't give an explanation of what that would entail.
What time did you start the stream?
I started the stream at 7:30, so 58 minutes ago exactly. Thanks for the donation, James.
Body has Vivek as the loser. Winners and losers from the debate.
Yeah, Vivek's a clown.
The city.
All right, whatever.
Gun!
Let's watch this. So this is Dr. Avi talking with Scientific Snitch on animal research utility. Apparently, Scientific Snitch does animal research. I'm not sure what type of educational background she has, but apparently, as part of her education, she's doing animal research. And Avi was explaining to her why it's useless.
As with just about every other case of studying these genes and making knockout models of mice with studying these genes, is to examine if it is a therapeutic target, or is it related to a therapeutic target. Right, but then you can just take
it's not only a therapeutic target, but also, like, in general, what exactly is it doing?
Well, okay, but that goes with therapeutic target. Like, you can answer those questions by targeting it.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the question then is not, well, why?
Did you get your meds adjusted? How are you feeling?
I did. I'm taking a higher dose of antipsychotic. And I'm taking another antipsychotic as needed to help with sleep. My sleep has been much better. But mental health has been terrible. That's why I took 2 days off. I'm eating cookies I made right now. Planning on going back on the diet and everything tomorrow. I'll see how I feel, but
Mental health's more important.
I'm gonna at least eat clean starting tomorrow. I've been,
No dieting if it's too much.
yeah. I've been trying to minimize stress as much as I can, not dieting, eating whatever I want and feel like, and see if that helps. And it's a weird issue that I have right now, James. It's not just depression. There's something else going on. The best way I can describe it is kind of like I'm going through ego death, but I'm not on psychedelic drugs, and I feel like I'm about to pass like some kind of threshold or something where I change as a person, and I don't know what exactly that would look like. And if you've ever done mushrooms, you'll understand. You can feel yourself going into ego death, and you can hold yourself back from it mentally. And that's basically what I'm doing constantly to prevent this, like, sort of ego death. And it's weird. I don't know what it would look like exactly. I feel like I'm about to go crazy. So yeah, I'm just dealing with that right now. But thanks for the donation, James.
Can I take different types of supplements in the same period, or should I spread it out throughout the day for absorption?
You should be able to take whatever supplements you're taking all at once. If you need to take very high doses of something, so say if you're taking an iron supplement and you need a pretty high dose, it's better to spread it out throughout the day. That seems to help with absorption. Vitamin D can also be the same way. If you need higher doses of vitamin D, it's probably better to spread it out throughout the day with meals. But otherwise, if you're just taking, say, like a basic multivitamin, and you're also just taking, you know, like 2,000 international units of vitamin D, and like creatine, protein powder, you can have all that at once. But like, again, if it's something more specific where you're taking very high doses of minerals like iron or zinc or something like that, you probably want to take multiple doses throughout the day. Thanks for the nation, Sean. Hope that answers your question.
As your marketing director, I think it's time we do a collab with Veganism Exposed. You stream, he edits troll donation clips together and gets a small cut. Everyone is so happy. I think it will help stop your hemorrhaging sub count. You're welcome, bitch.
No. How about that guy chokes on his next meal instead? Thanks for the donation, though. I'm Niagara.
Is not to just take the way to answer that I'm proposing is not to take a human and make a knockout model of a human. It's to just target it. Target it in a human.
Well,
right?
how would you target it if you don't understand?
Well, we do. What do you mean? We do that all the time. There's all sorts of therapeutic.
I understand. Well, the Minister of Wellness has vids on mental health. I say you should try a 20-day red fruit diet. That would be foods like berries and melons.
Oh, this guy is a little nuts. I don't know about that. You've sent me his vids before. Like, I like that he's promoting plant-based dieting and everything, but he's a little nuts. I don't think I even could follow a diet like that right now if I wanted to. Like, watermelons and grapes and everything are out of season. I don't think I could even find them in the store. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
therapeutic targets that we can make antibodies to, we can make antisense RNA to. We may not understand what the outcome is, but that's the purpose of the study. And then we observe the humans where they have this target, where they have the therapeutic target inhibited or amplified.
I see what he's talking about, but I feel like that could end really badly.
So yes, so it could end really badly. It also could end very well. And the thing here is, the ways I grant the risk that it could end really badly, of course, and that's why it's research. That's why we start with phase 1 clinical trials instead of jumping to phase 3.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I wouldn't feel comfortable with certain testing certain things on humans.
Well, here's the thing. Like here's the problem that you may not be realizing on the other end. When things don't work out in mice, they may very well work out in humans, and we may just deprive ourselves of something because of that. So,
and if they work well in mice, they may work terribly in humans. So there's no point in doing animal testing. It has basically zero efficacy, pretty much. It will not tell you whether or not a therapeutic target is going to work in humans. You have to test in humans to see if a therapeutic target will work in humans.
We may just say, okay, this was a problem in mice, we're just going to cut the project. Or this didn't work in mice, we'll cut the project without going to phase 1 trials. We don't feel comfortable with it.
Foot Fetish Warrior donated $2. Would you say it's impossible to not contribute to rights violations? No. For example, if I buy vegan products from a normal supermarket, I provide money to that company that then pays Carnus employees money to then buy meat. There's no way to escape it. No. For one thing, I don't know how that's supporting a rights violation. You'd actually have to... You'd have to demonstrate that the money that you're using to buy broccoli is somehow funding, the meat industry, which it's not. Your money is going towards, plant foods. I don't know how the hell you can make that sort of relationship or, bridge that gap. Yeah, you should look at the little thing Avi made in his research Discord about supermarket foods, whether or not like your money is going towards meat eating or something, because there's no relationship there. Thanks for that donation, Foot Fetish Warrior.
Hi VG, 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 hi VG.
Hello, my name is Bitchard. Thank you for the donation, sir.
He does make points about how we have problems in the black churches with obesity. You should be able to get mixed berries.
Well, I do eat blueberries every day. I could eat like mixed frozen berries, but it doesn't really matter. But I do eat frozen blueberries every day. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Why are you depressed, gay and vegan? 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 Why are you depressed and gay for?
I guess I was born that way. Thanks for the donation, Courtney.
H3 called into Hassan's stream today to tell him that a one-state solution is retarded and also explains that Jewish people see river to the sea as call to genocide. Hassan's community called this based take racist.
Yeah, I heard about that. Ethan goes mask off. Oh my god. Single state solution is retarded since Palestinians don't want a single state solution. Like they're literally at war right now because Hamas only wants a single state solution. And the river to the sea statement was created by Hamas in the context of ridding the world of Jews. It's absolutely anti-Semitic. Ugh. Let me see. Thanks for the nation, though, Darth Putin. We'll react to that later. Foot Fetish Warrior donated $2. My money goes to the company, which then uses my money to pay Carnus employees. So the Carnus employees use my money to buy meat, which funds the meat industry. It's not that complicated. Stop being retarded. You cannot choose, what other people do with their money. You're not paying for their rights violations. I mean, like, you could make this sort of argument if you don't kill Carnus. Like, do you have an obligation to kill Carnus? And like anybody you see eating meat, you have to shoot them, or else because you're abiding by like society's social contract, well, you're aiding and abetting carnism. Like it doesn't work that way. So you're not responsible for them violating the rights of other people just because you fucking pay for broccoli at a grocery store. Thanks for the donation.
Today
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Will Mage donated $2. Can you counter this claim? This is gonna be stupid, I know it.
In my frustration last night, after seeing the 100th child blown to bits in Palestine, I decided to check out the location tag of Tel Aviv on Instagram just to see what the people of Israel were dealing with. And the results were quite telling. As you can see, their
What does this have to do with anything? Okay, great. What is there to debunk? What does that have to do with anything? You can go to you could have gone to like northern Iraq during the American occupation, and people were fine. It's a wealthier part of Iraq that had nothing to do with the war. Okay, I guess Iraq isn't doing that badly because I can find a part of Iraq that's doing fine. Most of Israel is doing fine because it's a wealthy modern country. But they're at war with Hamas. Like, okay. I don't know what point she's trying to make, and I really don't fucking care. Kenny donated $2. Ask Boogie if he had his scalpel handy on one of his recent streams. Well, I've already seen that,
Better?
dude.
Do I have my scalpel handy? No! We do not do that to women. We don't make jokes like that anymore. I'm over making jokes like that. Is that better? Better?
Yeah, I've seen the clip. Thanks for the donation, Kenny.
Hi VG, hi VG, hi VG, hi VG, hi VG, hi VG, Hi VG. Hi VG. You're a bitch ass motherfucker. Hi VG. Hi VG. Hi VG. Hi VG. Dottle jury and writer.
And then we'd just sentence all the humans that are dying for something to death.
Well,
Because
I
we don't know
see
the
what.
translation rate is.
Out of curiosity, do you know any examples of that happening?
Yeah. Here is a systematic review of that happening. Here, I'll post it in general.
Because I could also imagine the opposite being true. Like we
No,
find
you
something
can
that's
imagine
bad
both
and
being true. Yeah. No, both.
and then
Both.
we
The
try it out.
problem is, yeah, both things happen. Both things happen. The problem is the rate at which it happens in each direction is so similar to each other that it's
Yeah.
almost not worth the resources.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean. I still think that animal models are important.
She's an idiot.
Any new Frank vids?
I don't know. Let me see. What I eat in a day, full dinner.
This clip sums up the reasons and motivations for why people in Congress, particularly Republicans, want to go to war with other countries. Would you agree?
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So he has some new vids and some new shorts. We'll take a look at the Frank vids after this. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Well, Mel Gibson, this is one piece of crap the world will never have to suffer through. I am so clever. That's why they picked me to convince Congress to go to war.
There is no just cause for an invasion of Iraq.
Well, that may be. But what we're all forgetting is, anyone who doesn't want to go to war is gay.
I want to go to war. Oh, yes, we should definitely go. Yes, we should totally go.
I was the first one who wanted to go to war.
Not exactly. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
I just don't see how. If they are approaching like a 50%.
Well, because I feel like if for all of those times that things go wrong in mice and they do go wrong in humans.
Richard Burgess and Bichard Burgess and 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 Richard Burgess and Bichard Burgess 77 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillions.
Just gonna skip that. Thanks for the nation poop on Richard's cock. Yeah, Scientific Snitch is a massive dummy. So Avi literally just spelled it out for her, showing that there's no utility to using an animal model because you pretty much have a 50-50 chance of either a treatment doing well in an animal model but doing terrible in a human model, or doing terrible in an animal model and well in a human model. So what utility does it have? And then she's like, well, I still think it's useful because like that's literally her fucking argument. Foot fetish warrior donators. We all know most people are carnists, so we know our money will go to fund the meat industry by paying a majority carnist company with our money we pay to the company. We know for a fact our money. I don't fucking care, dude. How about I come to your house and fuck your mom? Okay, great. I don't know what the fuck, like, you saying the same thing over and over again is gonna change. But yeah, if you want me to come over and fuck your mom, I'll do that for you.
I mean, if even there's a little bit of a buffer, despite the fact that sometimes it doesn't always work out that way. If there is a buffer for that, I would.
What do you mean buffer?
Well, like, let's say something is extremely, I don't know, fucking lethal in mice, and it ends up being lethal in humans. I would rather us know that in mice and not go forward with human trials.
Okay, but
But
we're
of
not
course,
gonna
I
wait, but
understand what you're
we're not gonna know that unless if we don't go forward in human trials. That's the whole point. Because like the fact that it's lethal in mice doesn't tell us. It doesn't inform us very well that it's going to be lethal in humans.
I get what you I understand what you're saying.
What we're doing is
She's literally ignoring the argument that's being made. If there's a 50-50 chance that either the treatment is good in animal model, bad in human model, or bad in animal model, good in human model, then there's no utility to using the animal model. Like, it just doesn't inform you whether or not it's going to be useful in a human model, so you have to use a human model, and she's just ignoring that. And then, you know, saying over and over again, oh, well, but if it's like bad in an animal model and then it's bad in a human model, I like that I knew that beforehand. Like, well, you have to fucking test it in humans anyway. Like, it's stupid.
like on the off chance that it is, I would feel more
that's a
comfortable with that.
precaution. Yeah, but that's a but that's a precautionary move. That's not the
Glad to see we have such mature people on end stream tonight. Animal testing is both useless and immoral.
Oh yeah. Very mature indeed. But yeah, animal testing is fucking horrific. Thanks for that donation, James.
same thing as epistemically being justified.
Don't you miss the days where there were manufacturing jobs that gave people pensions, livable wages, and time off? Nowadays you have to work 60+ hours a week just to live, and if you dare say that you want a work-life balance, you're gaslight that you're lazy.
Yeah, that's boomers for you. But thanks for the donation, Mike. Appreciate it.
In the view that it's going to be lethal in humans. That's just to say, well, it's lethal in mice so that we just don't feel comfortable doing it in humans. But in reality, if the probabilities are really just non-informative, if it's lethal in mice that it's going to be lethal in humans, then it's really just a waste of money. In fact, there are many examples that I can give you of things that cause cancer in mice that don't cause cancer in humans.
Well, yeah, I know that. I know that. I'm not saying that mice are the same as humans in any shape or form, because they aren't.
Yeah, but it's not the point there. The point is just that
But Fetish Warrior donated $2. Are you mad that your logic is flawed and you see my proposition is correct? There's no evidence to help your case that the employees of these companies will not use their paycheck to buy more meat. It's pretty much guaranteed. Keep coping. Your life is a lie. That's great. Thanks for the nation, dipshit.
The point is not that mice are different from humans. The point is that they're different to such a degree that the observations that are being generated, it may make you feel uncomfortable
Thanks for the membership, Grey Knight. Appreciate it.
to do something in humans, but it's really not that informative to answering questions in humans. And to whatever degree it is, it's counterbalanced heavily by the harms it causes by us taking these precautions. I shudder to think what the potential cures we would have for all sorts of diseases if we didn't have this model. Yes, there would be more human deaths, but the point is there would be human deaths in phase 1 trials. And we would also have a far more advancement of medical technology if we didn't have this. The requirement for passing animal trials is actually insane because of that. It has probably hampered medical technology to an insane degree. And whatever deaths would have happened, yes, whatever deaths would have happened would have been limited to phase 1 trials, and we could even redesign something and do a phase 0.5 trial, or something like that, where there's like more precautions taken for the safety of the humans and whatnot. But the point is here that is just imagine all the technologies that we could have had that never even got the chance to be investigated.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate
What's
it.
the moral difference between Hamas and or Hamas supporters on a big platform and anti-vegans and slaughterhouse workers or companies that own millions of livestock? P.S. Scott Lang couldn't hang. I chin-checked an insect with lyrical ability itchy.
Don't think there's much moral difference, but thanks for the donation, Fresh Hustler.
Because of this false belief that if something, because of how exaggerated the utility of animal testing is.
I'm going to read through the systematic review that you just showed me, and I'm also going to do a little bit more digging into this myself, because I am kind of curious, like, more on the other side as well. I will say I still do think that the precautionary is good to have, just because I've had people who've been in phase 1 trials, and I would hate to see them die. So it's like, I see why.
It doesn't have to be phase 1 to be clear. Like, there could be other types.
Like
There could be
phase 1, 0. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's what I'm like.
there are
on
other ways of taking precautions other than, hey, it didn't work in mice, so let's just abandon the entire project, right?
Yeah, I can see that. I will say, like, it just, I wouldn't,
You.
Thank you for that again, Cortez.
Is that a baby mouse in that pic? Better be quiet lest our favorite spammer appear.
Yes, I think that is a baby mouse. It's very cute. Thanks for the donation, James.
I still do think that a precautionary measure
Right,
is
there's a
good.
precautionary measure, but it doesn't have to involve animal testing is the point. Like, there are ways of making precautionary measures that don't involve
So
requiring...
how would you make the precautionary measures?
Yeah, so it's this very similar way to which we already make precautionary measures. There's a reason we test pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics in phase 1, and then efficacy in phase 2 before we go to phase 3. It's just, we could do a similar type of model, just amplifying it, just expanding.
Jadler donated $2. I was thinking it would be hypothetically be true to work at slaughterhouse and be vegan if the slaughter of the animals was guaranteed me. Working there would not change amount of rights violations. I don't fund it. I can use my money to fund vegan products. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to ask, but thanks for that donation, Jadler.
Expanding it, so we can do a phase 0.5 where we just take very...
Dear foot fetish soldier. If I take the bus, and the bus driver gets paid my bus fare, then he uses his paycheck to go to the strip club, and he uses it all on a stripper, does that mean that I'm directly financing your mum? How is my logic there?
That's a good point. Thanks for the donation, Quest. Appreciate it.
Where we take a very heavily safety-based approach with testing and medication on humans, where most of the resources, instead of testing it on animals, are just invested into the safety of the human subject, and then we're just measuring the same things that we would measure otherwise in animals in those human subjects. That would be an example of precautionary. You using, instead of wasting the money on the animals, we would use it on humans, and then we would take the...
Kid Boo, donate $2.
It's not even about the personal part. There are serious differences that I have with him. You know, he doesn't think that we need to be helping Israel. He sides with Putin and thinks that Ukraine doesn't matter. He's okay with giving Taiwan to China. There's so many issues. He doesn't think America
Oh yeah, he thinks giving Taiwan to China would be a good idea.
needs friends. That's dangerous. I think he has a dangerous foreign policy that we can't afford, and I think he would make America less safe.
He called you Dick Cheney and 3-inch heels. Do you think that was sexist?
Well, it's not sexist, but that's just retarded, comparing her to Dick Cheney.
I don't even give him the time of day. He has proven that he is just not worthy of being president of the United States.
Yeah, I don't know why he calls them neocons. Why does he think it's a good idea to not fund the Ukraine war? What?
You gotta check Prisma's nails again later. Maya's been
Okay.
excessively sniffing him.
Yeah, sure.
This resources and use that for safety measures on humans. And
Thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate the donation, sir.
at least the answers we're getting, we could be more confident on because we're actually studying the right fucking species. So that would be one example of a general approach that we can take, rather than just cutting the entire research.
And what happens if in, let's say, phase, you said 0.5, right?
Yeah.
So what happens if in that early phase 0.5 it kills all of the targets?
Yeah, if that happens, if something like that happens, that would be informative. Now, if something, obviously you would do a titration, and so it would have to be that would be a very rare thing to happen, like especially if you're titrating up. I'm not aware of it would have to be something that has like a very, very low LD50. It would have to be something that kills at extremely low concentrations. Look, it's possible. I think it would be extremely rare for that to happen. But if it would happen, it would be a terrible thing. I just don't think that the fact that something can happen, that it's a terrible thing, makes the overall model less preferable. Like, these things happen currently. Like, these things can also happen with animals. Like, you can have something that goes the other way, that it's falsely safe in mice, but is actually very harmful to humans. And it gives you a false sense of security because it passed the test in mice. And then it's even worse, because now it's harmful in phase 1 instead of phase 0.5. So the reverse concern is also an issue. Because now if you have something that gives you a false sense of security in mice, well, guess what? Now more humans are going to die in the phase 1 than the phase 0.5, with less precautions for safety. So that's just going to be a concern about people dying in research, people being harmed in research. That's a very age-old concern. I mean, yeah, that is a concern, and there are safeguards you can have. But the safeguard really, the point is that there's no real evidence that mice research is a good safeguard.
Hey, VG, it's that time, Twinkle.
Alright, Corn Man, I will twinkle for you. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. When the blazing sun is gone, when he nothing shines upon, then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle all the night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go if you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. In the dark blue sky you keep, and often through my curtains peep, for you never shut your eye till the sun is in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As your bright and tiny spark lights the traveler in the dark, though I know not what you are, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. All right, hope you enjoyed that, Corn Man. Appreciate the donation.
Flubbity glubbity Richard. That's right, flubbity glubbity. How's your bitch going back there? Here's a few bucks so you can treat her to a fancy feast meal. That's right, fancy feast the cat food. She deserves it. Nigga.
Thank you for that, Cortez. Very generous of you. I love Asian feet donators. Yes, you are funding the bus driver's habits, which comes back to my original proposition that you cannot escape the system no matter what you do. You always, if you like it or not, your money will fund big companies with bad practices and fund its harness workers. Great. Thanks for the donation.
One more for me and the chat. Twinkle, twinkle.
All right. We will do one more just for you. Can you bring me Prismo? Can you bring me Prismo? Yeah. Let me see him. Ugh.
According to Mai, there's something brewing.
Ugh. No.
Do you need any help?
Ugh. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah.
Whoa, his nails long all of a sudden. What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you should trim it.
Well,
I think it is a little infected.
I told you had to keep cleaning it.
Yeah, okay. Give me the stuff right now.
Good thing we have dogs.
Yeah.
They tell us.
We'll give him a bath, too.
Yeah, that seems to help. Kitty spray. I'll just get the new bottle. Oh.
Okay. No. Oh my god, why is he such a pain right now?
I think his foot's bothering him.
Yeah. Well, Prim. This is gonna help, okay? Yeah, I know. I know you hate this. No. Yeah, I know. Gotta do this, unfortunately. Alright. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. When the blazing sun is gone, when he nothing shines upon, then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle, all the night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He could not see which way to go if you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. In the dark blue sky you keep, and often through my curtains peep, for you never shut your eye till the sun is in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As your bright and tiny spark lights the traveler in the dark, though I know not what you are, twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. There you go. Thanks again, Corn Man. Appreciate the donation.
VG, tomorrow UFC 295 is going down. Pavlovich vs Aspinall for interim heavyweight belt. Pavlovich with a 6 first-round finish win streak. Aspinall with the shortest average fight time, and he's 14-3 or something. Who've you got? Please get hype right now.
I have no idea, dude. I don't know who those fighters are, so I really wouldn't be able to give an opinion on that. So, I didn't even know there was a UFC fight tomorrow. But, thanks for the donation, Prismo. Okay, thank you for that, Cortez. Appreciate it.
I think this video will make you better. Make sure to watch all of it.
Let me take a look.
Like pull out your mouth, I become you. Opening of the mouth, unlawful possession. Madam, what is you?
Okay. Thanks for the donation. I don't think that made me feel better, though.
Oh, we may have lost her.
Yeah.
Oh, are you there?
Yep. Yeah, my
Yeah.
connection's really bad. I'm sorry. I just got
I
it.
don't know if can you hear me now? Am I good?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, so the point I was just making is that the reverse consideration, you can have the reverse consideration. So there are cases where things are actually safe.
Check out Genki eating wrecked by a rabbi also. I just love these dumb fuck libtards calling this a genocide lol.
Oh yeah, it's fucking tarded. They keep using these words. Genocide, apartheid, blah blah blah.
Actually kills Palestinians, actually occupies Palestine, actually denies the Palestinians a state.
Pierce, may I
this
finally
propaganda, this
respond?
propaganda, hold on.
You know, Cenk, you and I are almost the same age, and I'm actually quite worried for how upset you get on TV. You got to protect your health. You're just kind of losing it. Now, calm down.
Because I'm upset
Let's be
that
clear.
you keep advocating for the murder of civilians.
Cenk, you have
like
to
a
stop
terrorist.
yelling. You have to stop screaming, and you need to know the facts. The Palestinians were offered a state 7 times, and they rejected it 7 times. Bill Clinton told Yasser Arafat in 2000, you have made me a failure as president because Israel was giving you 97% of Judea and Samaria and the old city of Jerusalem. And Ehud Barak even offered the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, and the Palestinians rejected it. You simply don't know the history. Read a book. In fact, read.
I'm pretty sure it was the Palestinian leadership that actually rejected it. Palestinian people, I believe, at the time were in favor of that 2-state solution.
Read a Wikipedia article before you get on TV. Number 2, you know, you made a very good point before, Pierce, that Winston Churchill is the greatest British statesman and hero of the 20th century. Let's remember, when Churchill was faced with a genocidal threat of the Nazis, you know what he did, which Israel would never consider doing? He laid waste to 70% of Dresden, Essen, Cologne, Berlin. He eviscerated Germany and turned it into a parking lot, murdering about 6 million German civilians. Israel has never even considered doing 1,000th of that. And FDR acquiesced to it, and he's considered our greatest president of the 20th century. And then Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on Nagasaki.
I'll tell you why nobody has a problem with it. It's because the people they were killing were white.
Hiroshima. So and Israel has nuclear weapons, has never considered doing that. Israel opened a humanitarian
okay, let me come at you,
begging
Rabbi.
I have one question.
I want to come back to you on 2 points.
Simple question, Cenk.
I want to ask you a question, Rabbi.
Call Winston Churchill a war criminal on this show today. Will you call Churchill a war criminal?
All right, Cenk, answer that question.
Okay, so Rabbi Shmuley, if you're actually a rabbi, but Israel...
Yeah, he dodged. That's great. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, total genocide. Thanks for the donation, Bendover. Jadler donated. So hypothetically, if you would have no repercussions if you went out on the street and saw cats hunting mice, you'd have the moral obligation to go kill all those cats. Right to lower rights violations. I mean, you can't take in all those cats. I wouldn't have an obligation to do so. But if I had an interest in doing so, yeah, it'd be good to kill those cats. Thanks for the donation, Jadler.
How did you spend your 2 nights off? What's the update with the doctor you saw to try a new strategy or set of meds with the depression? Hope her feeling better. I've been quite depressed recently. I wanna see Tate or Trump get jailed or something for fun.
I was basically just chilling, playing video games, watching movies. Streaming is stressful in its own unique way. It's a great job and everything, but it's kind of different. Like, you're constantly being scrutinized by, you know, a few hundred people watching, and there's like pressures to be entertaining and be on and shit like that. So yeah, I just wanted to take 2 days off because I've been super ridiculously stressed mentally, just feeling totally fucked, and I'm just trying everything to lower my stress. So eating whatever I want, trying to do whatever I want throughout the day, and taking those 2 days off to, again, just relieve as much stress as possible to see if it helps with my mental health. I am feeling a bit better today, but, you know, it's... issues still not resolved. I just increased the dose of the antipsychotic I'm on, and I'm going to see a psychiatrist at some point. But thanks for the donation, Prismo.
Nice, but very harmful to humans.
Rory donated. Tyler 1 loses an argument with a pre-recorded video.
So let's act for a second like this is Dr. Disrespect. Got his nice little fucking toy vest on. This is Dr. Disrespect. I tower him. Of course I do. I'm triple his fucking size. Of course I am. Now let's see what would happen if we met in person. So let's...
Yes. Thanks for that donation, Rory.
Humans. And if you have something that's safe in mice and harmful to humans, it gives you a false sense of security in research. And then you go to phase 1, and now more humans are going to die than if they were in phase 0.5. So the point is just, the point is just, if you can levy a theoretical concern in my model, but I could just levy the same theoretical concern to even a greater degree potentially in your model, in the current model. And then,
all right, that's fair. That's very fair.
And so the point is that this is really just going back to an age-old concern of research in general, which are harms of research. But that's the same concern we've always had. And there are safeguards.
And then it just like it goes in circles. Yeah.
Yeah, there are safeguards, but the point here is that there's really no good case that overall animal research is a good safeguard.
And there's really no good case that any preliminary research in humans is going to be like super safe.
Well, yeah, but I just think preliminary research in humans is a better indication than preliminary research in the wrong species. It may still have risks. I mean, I grant that. I grant it still has risks.
I love the fucking art that people are posting in the chat.
How informative those risks are at least going to be being generated from studying the correct species that you're trying to extrapolate to.
I'm just saying this based off of like, we had a
Google donated. Video claims to debunk vegan teachers' arguments instead of just personal attacks.
Hey guys, today I'm going to prove that vegan teachers are wrong with facts from trusted sources.
Okay, we'll watch that next, but thanks for the nation, Goggle.
The last semester, there was a medication that was given that quite literally killed every single one of the mice, and I could just imagine that happening in humans, and that would probably be really...
That's fucking stupid. Jadler Donny Tillers, you said you wouldn't have the moral obligation to save those mice and go out kill hunting cats. So can't Acarnis flip that on you and say I don't have a moral obligation to stop rights violations? Vegan would have to have the obligation, right? No. No one has an obligation to prevent rights violations unless you're the one causing the rights violations, but you don't have an obligation to go out and police other people. Thanks for that donation, Jadler.
Some pictures of the felines to make you smile.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. So orange and so round. That's amazing. Well, thank you for the donation the other now. I really appreciate that. It is a nice kitty.
Really bad.
There's going to be safe. Like I imagine they didn't just start titrating up from 0 with the dose. I imagine there was like a set dose.
No, it was a very small dose.
No. I didn't ask if it was a small dose or not. I asked if it was titrated up from 0.
Yes, it was.
Oh, and then all of a sudden, when one dose was hit, all the mice died. That would be very interesting. Like that would be a very narrow therapeutic index.
It was over time. It was fatal anorexia that killed the mice.
Okay, so those.
Let's see, Cute Gains donated $2. You may like this again. Let me see. Wow, cat inspecting hedgehog.
Here's the clip I meant to send to you about Jenk getting wrecked by a rabbi. Lol, my apologies.
Okay, I'll react to that in just a second. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Wow. Hedgehogs are really funny. That's really cute. Let me see.
Are you going to stop murder? When are you going to stop murdering Palestinians and cheerleading it?
Okay.
If you're talking about genocide, you're the one right now doing the genocide.
May I respond?
Yes.
Go ahead, more lies. Go ahead.
You know, I've spent my life debating people. Whenever someone starts using personal names and screaming like a lunatic, they're losing the debate. Let me remain factual.
You're the one who made up things.
The Palestinians were offered a state in 1936 in the Peel Commission. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1947, the UN Partition Plan. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1967 after Israel conquered Judea and Samaria and the West Bank. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 2000, Yasser Arafat, Ehud Barak. They rejected it. They were offered a state with Ehud Olmert, 2008. They rejected it. Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and they did not create a state. In fact, where were you, Cenk, when you say that you care about Palestinian children, when Hamas stole the highest rate of per capita international foreign aid, larger than the Marshall Plan, from Palestinian children, did not build schools for them, did not build hospitals, took all the money to buy bombs and to build a network of tunnels, which is larger than the New York subway system. Where were you then? Why did you only come up now? In fact, when Bashar al-Assad killed 600,000 children, Arab children, when he gassed them with mustard gas, my organization took out full-page New York Times ads to protect them from sarin gas. Where were you then? You don't care about Arab children. You are a Jew hater, defined as someone who only wants to lie and say that the Jews are genocidaires. And don't try
fucking based, dude. Get fucked, James.
to cancel me and say that I shouldn't be on. You're not a producer of this show. Because you are ignorant of the facts and ignorant of the history does not mean that you can cancel my voice.
Dude, Jank got fucking wrecked, bro. Yeah, get fucked. Yeah, that was an absolute slaughter. Thanks for that donation, Ben. Squidward donate tellers. If you don't watch the entire thing, you a bitch. Let me see.
The cute froggy.
I'm not watching that.
Those were things. Wait, but then those are things. Then there would be adverse events that could be detected. Even assuming if that translates to humans.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Yeah.
It's very rare to just like, okay, we titrate up from 0 and then all of a sudden everyone's dead. Like
Yeah, yeah.
like that's incredibly rare. I don't even know if you like I wouldn't even expect that with cyanide. So yeah, I mean the
You'd
point
be
is
able to see side effects at first. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. Anyway, so that's the point. The point is that just like there's really no good case that animal research is more of a safeguard than a harm guard. You know, it can give research a false sense of security that things are harmful, that things are safe when they're really harmful. It also often gives researchers a false sense of harm when it's actually not harmful and sentences people with certain conditions to death because the research is just cut and it doesn't go forward. When in reality it should have. And so what proportions those happen in are just something that's trying to be answered to some degree by that systematic review that I posted. And
Dutchy, donate $2. This cuck-ass idiot is it disgrace to Irish heritage.
Send a message to the Palestinian child of 2023. And that message is a crystal clear one, that the people of Ireland stand with you. So Ireland must lead the way with real, tangible measures that shows the world, and most importantly shows the children of Janine, that we want no hand, act nor part in the systematic destruction of the Palestinian people. We should, of course, seek to build consensuses and support from others, particularly within the EU. But we should also be very clear. If they won't move, we will. The government must immediately move to progress the illegal Israeli settlements divestment bill 2023. The bill simply prevents Irish taxpayers' money from being invested in companies that profit from Israel's illegal occupation and settlement expansion. Wait 9 months, says the government, just as every child...
I don't fucking care, dude. I don't know why you sent me that.
Bitch confirmed.
Okay, thanks for that donation, Squidward.
Base Jewish Gigakad confronts retard Hamas virgins and denies them the right to eat bagels in peace. Another virgin comes up and tries to parry his critical hits. It's ineffective.
Okay, we'll watch that next. We're just gonna finish this video first. Thanks for the donation, though. Darth Gains. Cute Gains and Nutellers. Wait, oh, Master Gains, you forgot the rest of my cute animal vids. You must see, please. Sorry about that. Forgot. Oh my god. A squirrel and a hedgehog being friends? Oh my god. That's amazing. I like how round hedgehogs are. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Who's hungry? Who's hungry? Oh my gosh. Finny?
Wow.
Serafina? Matthias? Oh, Vixie?
I don't like how she's giving them eggs. Wow. These foxes are really pretty. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're French. French. Alright, well, thank you for that, Cute Gains. Appreciate it.
Do you condemn hummus?
No, I do not condemn hummus. Hummus is delicious. Thanks for that donation, Metal Queer Salad.
Check out this clip of this carnist losing their shit over satirical dog meat stand.
Fucked up! You can't do this! You can't do this! This is dogs! Yeah. Dogs! The dog! Are you a vegan? I'm not a vegan. Stop! Get that camera out of my face! There's a difference between a dog and a cow! Say it! It's cultural! Have you ever brought a cow into your home?
Vegan animal rights group. We're not offering dog meat.
We're not. Why the fuck are you doing
satire.
It's satire.
Yes, because we're trying to get people to think about their choices of what they do to other
That's
animals.
fucked up!
So
That's fucked up!
So what's
No,
the
you're
difference?
fucked up! Because it's you don't
It is
eat
fucked.
dogs! Thank you. It is
Right.
fucked.
It is up. So why not logically extend that over to pigs, knowing that pigs
I
are
don't
smart?
care about pigs!
Yes,
Pigs
they
are smarter than dogs!
Yes, they are. They've been
Go
scientifically
marry a
proven
pig!
to go.
Marry a fat pig! We've been with dogs for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, that is not a smart man. Thanks for that donation, Bend Over. Yeah, it's funny how these idiots just exist and they're just all among us.
Yeah, I'll make sure to read through it.
Yeah, and
And I'll do a little more research into it myself.
And the point is that in almost every case, they're either 50 or close enough to 50 where the overlap, like the uncertainty that overlaps with 50, such that it's really just one questions if it's even worth the money. It's just like what, and not just money, but time. Like the resources that go into animal research are not just money that could have been used otherwise. It's time that could have been used otherwise.
Yeah, there is a lot of time that goes into it. I'll do a little bit more like digging into it. I see what points you're bringing up. I still do think that there is a argument that is to be had for animal research, but I will do more digging into that other side because I do think that it's worth the time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go walk the dogs, and I think Isaac wanted to chime in about some other stuff.
All right, go ahead, Isaac. If he's still here.
Oh, I don't know. You might have to ping him. Because what did he say? He said...
Honestly,
Scientific Snitch is not a genius. We have discovered that. Man confronts two people eating bagels after ripping down posters of Hamas hostages. Pieces of shit. Let's see this.
Because it doesn't need to be there. Please don't film me.
We're taking down the sign for a vigil.
Fuck off. Please don't film me, please.
So, this is in Montclair. This time, she just took it off.
Dude, I don't want to be on the internet. Please don't film me.
Why'd you take it off then?
I'm asking you to go away, please.
Why'd you take it off for?
Because it doesn't need to be there. Thank
Why?
you. You can go away now, please.
Why are you taking it off for? You took it off? You're proud about taking it off? Why'd you take it off for?
Please
I'm
go
not
away.
going anywhere until you answer my question.
Please go away.
So why'd you take the sign off?
Pussies.
It's right here. There's no reason to be taking it off. It doesn't bother you. So why are you taking the sign off for?
Please go away.
What was your issue with the sign?
I don't want to talk to you. I would like you to go away, please.
So do you have a problem with people who were abducted by Hamas?
Dude, fuck off. I need you to go away, please.
I'm just asking you why you took it off.
I don't want you to be several times to go away. Please
I'm
go
not
away.
going-
the fuck away.
I'm not going away.
We have asked you several times, very politely, to go away.
It's
So
not
leave.
It's not polite to take down the sign.
It's not polite to stand here and film us when we're asking you not to. So fuck off.
I'm not going to.
Please leave us alone.
So why'd you take it off for?
You're not gonna go away if we tell you. You're not gonna go away if we don't tell you. Fuck off.
Why'd you take off the sign?
You're acting like a child. We're asking you to leave. I don't want to talk to you. I especially
So
don't
why
want
did
you
you
to be
take the
filming
sign
me.
off?
They're fucking anti-Semites. That's why they took the sign off.
What was wrong with the sign?
Are you waiting here all day to bother people? I need
Why'd
you to
take,
go away.
Why'd you take the sign off for? So you're okay eating bagels, which is from the Jewish culture, but you're not okay with a vigil for people who are abducted by Hamas.
Dude, please leave us alone.
Please leave us alone.
I don't want to talk to you.
What?
Please, can you just?
Am I asking who you are?
What? Why are you?
Why? Who are you? And who are you?
I'm just someone who doesn't like the fact that you're bothering people for no
Well,
reason.
do you know what happened here?
What happened here? They're literally eating bagels. What are you
Okay, so
talking
go
about?
mind your business. Go mind your business.
You're not
Why are
minding
you
your
not
business.
minding your fucking business? Can you fuck off, please?
Is there a problem?
Why don't we just both walk away?
No, we're not walking away.
Why
There was a
not?
sign here about a vigil for those who are abducted by Hamas, and she just took that off for no reason. It's not bothering her.
People can take flyers down.
No,
sir.
for
It's not
what
that big
reason?
of a deal.
What is the issue with that?
What is the issue with that? That is not that big of a deal. You don't
Okay,
have to
then
harass
go
people
leave
for
if it's not a big deal. For me, it's a big deal.
that. Okay, well.
Dude, these fucking, like, bitch soy-ass people, and that's coming from a vegan. Like, holy shit, the soy is overwhelming.
I'm sorry that you're having a bad day, and I apologize to you.
You're apologizing to them for taking down the sign
apologizing
about a
to them
vigil
because
about
you're
those who are
being
abducted by
unkind to
Hamas.
them. You're
So
being
you're
unkind.
apologizing to them. Have a great day.
I think you should leave them alone.
That's nice. Thank you. So why'd you take the sign off for?
I don't want to talk to you. It's my
Why did this sign bother
Buddy,
you? I saw
fuck
you.
off.
We're telling
I'm
you
not
to go
leaving.
away. Can
I'm
you
not
fuck?
Fuck off! Fuck off!
Leaving.
Oh my god.
I'm not
Fuck
leaving.
off.
I'm not leaving.
Go away.
It's
I'm
like
not going
it's
to
not
leave.
your business.
It's not my business. I am Jewish, and I'm putting the signs up. You see these signs here? These are signs that I'm putting up. So you just took down the sign that I'm
So
putting
put up
up.
another one if you want to.
No, I'm asking you why you took it down. I'm
So
going to
then
put
what's
up
the
another
point?
one
You're
for
not even
sure.
gonna put up another one.
I'm just
You're just coming to
asking.
yell
I'm
at
just
us.
asking you why you took it down. You're very proud to take it down. I saw you from over there. You crumpled it up. You're very proud about it. And now that you're sitting down here, you don't have an explanation for your actions. So I'm just asking you a question why you took it down.
What you're trying to do is to say that I'm doing something disrespectful. I didn't like
I'm
the
asking
sign.
why you took the sign down. I'm
Look,
not
buddy,
saying
I'm
anything
Jewish
about
too, and
whether.
there ain't nothing more anti-Semitic than Zionism.
Like you're
Fuck off.
So why did you take the sign off?
I'm sorry, Zionism is anti-Semitic? And this was about a vigil for the people who are abducted. What the fuck does that have to do with Zionism?
I just told you why we took it off.
I'm asking you why you took it off.
Please stop recording me. You're gonna put it on the internet somewhere, and you're gonna fucking claim that you're the one in the right.
I'm just asking
And
why
you're
you took
being
the
an
sign off.
asshole right now to two people who are not fucking
So you
bothering.
can't respond.
I just did.
Okay.
Fucking pieces of crap. How cowardly do you have to be? Alright, somebody debunks that vegan teacher.
For the second time. Yeah. Because I'm out of ideas, and the last one got a lot of views. Do I want to watch Andrew Tate needs to be a real man? Someone not gonna try and pronounce their long-ass name. Failed gender studies. I know what the end of your life will be like. Or let babies keep their grade virginity virgin. Or gender studies fail. Let's go. When you were born, you were technically vegan, but you did want to hurt animals. Humans are omnivores, which means they eat both meat and plant.
Oh my god. What a fucking idiot, dude. There is no evidence of predatory behavior in humans that isn't like a product of socialization. If you give a baby or a very young child, like an infant, a stuffed animal, they're not going to instinctively rip apart the stuffed animal or bite it or get a sharp object and pretend to stab it. They'll cuddle with it.
Frank is so healthy and on the perfect diet, but he is still detoxing and can't sleep. Please listen to the Nutrition God. You
What's
can
up?
watch the whole video if you would like, or go to 1158.
We're gonna watch the whole video, but thanks for the donation, Gay Twink. We're just gonna watch it a bit later on. Thanks for the donation, dude. Probably after this video. Don't donate $2, low dude. Why are you using soy as an insult? Lol. You well know soy has nothing to do with masculinity or whatever. Also, can you challenge this idiot to a debate? You mean this moron? I guess. I don't know what the point would be. I don't think I'm gonna bother. He's not active enough on YouTube. Thanks for the donation, though. Don't.
Our canines are literally made to tear meat.
Literally shows a photo that does not, like, of teeth that do not look specialized to eat meat at all.
To swallow it. You can't say you were born.
You can't swallow meat without canines. That's a new one.
Vegan. When lions are technically born vegan too, it's like when
No, they're not.
you haven't eaten anything yet. Of course you haven't eaten meat, because you haven't eaten anything yet.
Hello students, welcome to class. I'm Miss Katie, that vegan teacher.
Yeah, so lions have predatory instincts, and their predatory instincts are instincts. They're not a product of socialization. So you will see predatory behavior in baby or infant lions. Again, they will bite each other. They'll, like, pretend to basically hunt. Or if they find a very small animal, they'll play around with it and actually attack it. If you give them a stuffed animal, they'll actually rip it apart. Humans don't do that. This guy's a fucking dummy. Mike donated $2. Did you ever see this? Let me see.
In Florida, if you don't agree with the Israel far right-wing...
I have not seen that. We'll probably watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
What's that say on her necklace? Andrew Tate is a wimp and too mentally weak to be a vegan. Now, I don't really have an opinion on Andrew Tate. I just know what my friends have said about him, like the breathe air and the sex trafficking accusations and stuff. But wasn't he a professional kickboxer? If he's too weak, then I, who's not a professional kickboxer, am not strong enough either. Damn it. I'm too weak. I was thinking about it, but turns out I'm too weak. I'm too weak, man.
Don't think she's talking about physical strength, dummy.
Today we have a new student. His name is Andrew Tate. So Andrew, I want to welcome you to class, and I want to teach you how to be a real man.
Be a real man by losing 50 pounds because you're not getting enough nutrients.
Yeah, losing 50 pounds because you're not getting enough nutrients. Yeah, do I look like I'm malnourished, pal? I don't think I look malnourished. I think I look pretty well-nourished here. Fucking loser.
I don't fucking know anymore, man.
I'll give you an example of one right now. Animals.
A bunny is not a real man. A bunny is actually a different species. Why does this kind of remind me of Pinocchio? The bunny's all like, I'm a real man.
I'm done with that. Let's watch the Frank vid.
What's up, guys? I'm going to show you my full dinner meal. Healthy eating, liver detox after being on the carnivore diet for 8 years. And this is...
So, I still do not understand this. I don't know how Frank can call himself a nutrition expert when he self-admittedly, like, caused liver damage. And secondly, as far as I know, he does not have liver damage. He got one blood test when, that showed his liver enzyme count was high. There's plenty of things that can cause a high liver enzyme count. Having low iron stores or low vitamin D can cause a high fucking liver enzyme count. Like, stress can cause a high liver enzyme count. Not getting enough sleep, which he often doesn't get enough sleep, that can cause a high liver enzyme count. Doesn't mean you have, like, liver damage and you have, like, fucking cirrhosis or something, or hepatitis. He's a hypochondriac. He just thinks he has some sort of disease or problem. And I don't know how, like, him eating, like, fucking, white rice and steak is healing his liver.
This is really what I consider to be pretty much the healthiest diet in general. The only difference is, like, a growing person, teenage kid, whatever, would probably want more animal protein, and the ratios would be a little different. I am completely exhausted. I probably look like the Crypt Keeper because I'm working like a dog and haven't been getting enough sleep, but that's why we're just doing like dinner, so I can show you guys the meal, and it's not going to take me all day filming to do a day of eating video. You guys probably hear that gas whistling in the background. I should turn the vent on, but it's pretty loud. So we have the udon noodles. We're gonna do roast beef and broth on it. This is the grass-fed roast beef from Frankie's Free Range Meat. The udon noodles, guys, we have these available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. I'd like to think I've made Haku Baku a decent amount of money, but hey, I'm selling them, so at least I'm not going completely broke. We just put a little bit of Frankie's Free Range Meat Pure Ocean Salt in some glass bottle mineral water. We're getting the water ready to cook the noodles in. I like doing it in the pan. You use less water, very efficient. Sometimes I put a little oil in the pan, but we're gonna put oil in the bowl anyway, just for our fat source. So that's that. Over here on the table, we gotta peel an organic Honeycrisp apple, and we gotta get some water kefir out of the fridge. We already have our water kefir grains sitting on the table. I don't take supplements.
I wouldn't be surprised if all the probiotic stuff he's eating is actually contributing to some of his like sleep issues or, you know, just a bunch of random things, because if you're not used to certain bacterial loads, it can cause what are basically allergic reactions. So if you haven't taken probiotics most of your life and you start taking some form of probiotics, even either in the form of a supplement or probiotic foods that have a high bacterial load, you can get an allergic reaction to it. Your body isn't used to that sort of thing. So you probably don't want to, you know, eat these foods. I don't know why he thinks they're so great for you.
It's with dinner besides mastic gum, because, you know, your liver has to process those, and that can kind of disrupt your sleep.
How is your favorite Blackie doing today?
Not amazing, but not absolutely terrible. Somewhere in the middle. Thanks for the donation, Lee Dooley. Appreciate it.
So we're gonna take our apple over here to peel.
Yeah, Frank avoids eating foods that have any color in it because, again, he has an eating disorder, so he thinks if something isn't colored white, it's impure and he doesn't want to eat it.
In the fridge. Running low on water kefir because I messed up a batch, so hopefully it's ready tomorrow. All right, I think it's okay. Carbonation isn't too crazy high, and I don't think it's that alcoholic, so it should be fine.
Yeah. So he doesn't even know how to make the stuff properly. There's a very high likelihood that he's making this and there's contamination in it. This is just stupid. Because
this batch right here is still on the heating pad. I added too much sugar for the second ferment, so I might be screwed. I might have to bring some home from the warehouse. So what's also going on in the noodles is we have our white bean puree, which is basically just white cannellini beans.
Oh yeah, this disgusting shit. He adds fucking gelatin and bone broth to it. It's so nasty.
Pureed with the organic artichokes. And then we're going to have some beef stock concentrate in there.
Gross.
On the noodles to add more flavor and more vitamins. I'm going to turn this on now. A little hard to do this one-handed, but...
That is so nasty. Ew.
I like usually doing a few tablespoons of that in there.
What the fuck, dude?
And then...
Who eats like this? Like, when you just look at this crap, he's wondering why he doesn't feel good, and he's eating this. This is something you should throw out in the fucking trash.
That's kind of ready. This stuff goes back in the fridge. Usually I make enough bean puree to last a week. Kind of goes bad pretty fast, so And this, one jar of this will last me a few days. We have this and the collagen broth on the meat website. So I gotta empty the dishwasher and clean the sink out so I can make this. I'm gonna do that while the noodles are in the water. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the noodles. So I'm gonna do all that, and then after we'll peel the apple. So I try to be efficient with everything just because like I've been working all day and it's already like 11:45 at night, so I don't want to get to bed too.
Whose cooking is worse, Jason Genova or Frank? I think Frank. Like the only real problem that Jason has with his cooking is he doesn't cook it enough. Like if he just didn't, you know, eat raw chicken or something, it would be more palatable than what Frank makes.
Late, and tomorrow morning it's like an unusual morning where I actually have to be there early at like 7 or 8 for delivery, so I don't want to be completely shot. So I'm trying to be a little efficient. Just one quick note, I haven't been doing the whole package of udon noodles. I can't eat it all, so I just take 2 out. There's 3 like wrappings of noodles in there, so 2 packages will be like 3 servings for me. Is that right? 2 packages? Yeah, 2 packages will be 3 servings of noodles for me. All right, so we got our noodles, about 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Now we're gonna pour most of them into the strainer and save a little bit of water for the starch to get everything together. Okay, so we'll put this in here. Shake the water off, reuse it tomorrow. Get our fork. So now I stir
This is just
together.
nasty.
So we basically have noodles with fiber from white beans and some B vitamins and protein and amino acids from that broth. So this is
Ew.
a little bit undersalted, so I'm just putting a little bit more salt on it. And then I'm going to put maybe a teaspoon of oil just for flavor and a little bit of fat. I've been very careful with the amount of salt I add to the...
I don't understand. He's adding coconut oil for flavor. Coconut oil doesn't have any fucking flavor.
the water and to the noodles because we put a lot of that water back in, like you just saw.
Okay, cool. Dude, this guy needs somebody like his mom to make him food or something.
So I've oversalted these probably 3 or 4 times where I had to just throw the whole meal out and remake dinner, which I wasn't too happy about. So finally learned my lesson and I'm a little careful. The roast beef, we're gonna trim the edges off, cut it up, and put it on top. Usually I let this rest for 5 or 10 minutes while I'll do other stuff. Whether it's like, I got some bread, we actually...
Gee, would you like this cultured thuggish brute to break the knee joints of donos who make unwanted statements about you and Jasmine?
You have my permission to do so, James. So yes. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Already made here. Maybe I have to refresh my sourdough starter. What I actually normally do is this is our container for our breakfast pancakes. So we got a little left over in there. We're gonna fill it up with oats, the birch. Oh wait, I forgot to bring home pancake mix. No. All right. Well, since we're going down early tomorrow, that works out because I can just bring home some pancake mix tomorrow. That'll be fine. So we'll do that tomorrow morning. Prep the roast beef, slice up the apple, and then I'll show you guys what we have. I'll just like trim the edge pieces off, slice it a few times, and then I'll put the strips in here just broken up, because if you just throw them in all chunks, then they kind of stick together and you don't have, you know, meat distributed evenly throughout the noodles. And then I want to stir it because, you know, the roast beef is kind of cold, so it's going to warm.
By the way, this guy tried to get on MasterChef. Like, oh, like he cooks like you'd imagine a fucking retarded kindergartner to cook.
And it's also going to kind of coat the roast beef in like...
It's just disgusting slop.
And the salt and season it more.
Oh, that looks nasty.
Yeah, I know.
I try not to do more than like 6 or 7
I think
ounces of dinner just for
the steak pieces were cooked before.
Does Frank know what he is doing? Does he even clean his dishes?
Hopefully he doesn't clean his dishes, so he gets like some sort of Campylobacteria infection and dies. But yeah, he clearly does not know what he's doing. Thanks for the donation though, James. Yeah, Frank literally tried to get on MasterChef. Let me see if I can find the clip.
I can't believe I haven't told you guys this story yet, but I know this whole experience, the event, was on a few MasterChef Season 9 back in February of 2018. I was on a few seconds of the commercials, but I never actually ended up in an episode of the show. I wish I kept notes of, this whole experience, the events, as I have a pretty poor memory, but I'm going to try my best here. To give some background, I've worked in restaurants as a waiter or bartender, always had a passion for food, and
Yeah, they kicked him off. So, he was one of the... I think he may have been the first person to get kicked off of MasterChef. And they didn't even want him on the fucking program. And I'm assuming it's because, he like ruined the legitimacy of the show. He was just such a bad cook that they figured like having him on would make it seem as though any idiot could get on. Something like that. But yeah, he tried to get on a MasterChef and he makes food like this.
I mean, with how he's a
The roast beef is very lean, and I usually don't have too many issues with it, which is why I have it so much. So this is pretty much ready. We'll peel our apple and then we'll sit down to eat. You guys want to watch me peel an apple?
Oh yeah, he may have said an anti-Semitic joke, or they might have looked into his background and they found he did porn or something. That's probably what happened. They found his Chatterbait account.
So I just go over the top and the bottom, and then I go down the sides with a... This is not a Y peeler. This is I think it's called a swivel peeler, which I like for the apples. And then I'll just go over this top and bottom again, like that, and then knife, and then okay, and that's it. How's that? I don't know. It's a little tilted. Alright guys, so we have our udon noodles. You guys saw how we made everything. It's a nice balance of protein, carbs, starch, and fiber. Basically perfect.
Like a person who eats the way he does.
Yeah, sort of.
Looks like that.
Are there any porn stars who sleep with fans? There have been some. And I know there's like some OnlyFans models that will do it for content, stuff like that.
You're a piece of shit and a piece of garbage and worthless piece of cum and an asshole and a retard and a scumbag and an asshole and piece of scum and an asshole and a piece of turd and an asshole and a piece of garbage and an asshole and a worthless bye.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for that donation, Vera.
For liver detox, you're getting the B vitamins and the protein, all the nutrients your body needs to maintain those detox pathways, some minerals, and then you're getting, more importantly, a large amount of fiber and starch that the bile from your liver is going to soak into, where it can then exit the body. And that's really how you detox your liver.
That is not how that works. There's no such thing as detoxing the liver. Yeah, your liver does release bile, but that doesn't detoxify your liver.
With that, to help, we have some masticum, which is probably, I'm guessing it's a type of fiber, but it also keeps things moving. It's like a light antimicrobial that doesn't get digested. And then we have our Honeycrisp apple, which is just a little bit of extra sugar, high volume water, kind of dessert and enjoyment. I'm debating on having kefir grains and kefir with dinner. Sometimes I don't. It depends on how I feel. I took a lot with lunch. So sometimes when you take too much probiotics, like the bacteria eat all the food pretty much in the stomach, and then it's kind of like, it wants to eat more. So if you have like a ton of probiotics.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. You should not be consuming a lot of probiotic foods. It's probably a bad idea, especially if they're of a particularly high bacterial load, and especially if you're not used to eating those foods. So if you've just eaten normal foods your entire life, and then out of nowhere you start eating like a ton of kombucha, tempeh, yogurt, water kefir grains, sauerkraut, shit like that, you are very likely are going to get some sort of allergic reaction to that food if you're consuming a really high bacterial load.
Products for lunch, you might not need them for dinner. In the case of today, for the sake of the video, I'm gonna have them. So for breakfast and lunch, I usually do half water kefir and half water. For dinner, I do like 1/3 water kefir and water, just a little less. And to start the meal, I'm gonna do just one like big tablespoon of water kefir grains.
What the fuck even is this shit?
Yeah, that water kefir, I think that batch has been sitting in my fridge for 2 weeks, so hopefully the fresh batch is ready tomorrow, because it's probably fine.
Hugo Donate Tillers, did you hear about the woman on the carnivore diet that can't get laid because their pussy smells so insanely bad and their body odor in general? It's hilarious. Imagine being a girl that guys won't fuck because their puss smells so bad, LMAO. I did not hear about that, but it wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of people who complain about having really bad body odor on the carnivore diet. Enough people are following the carnivore diet at this point too, where you're actually starting to see people say they have scurvy. And a lot of them don't even realize they have scurvy. They're talking about getting like really painful gums. Their nails are like really brittle, and their gums are bleeding as well. That's the early signs of scurvy. So yeah, now there are enough people following the diet who are actually following the carnivore diet. They're not eating like an apple or something here or there. They're actually eating a carnivore diet and they're giving themselves scurvy. It is fucking crazy how people are stupid enough to do that. Like, it's insane. Thanks for that donation though, Fugo.
Fine, it's probably fine. So yeah, now we have the water kefir and the water kefir grains in my stomach freshly for this meal. So when the food goes in, I'm gonna have, the bacteria to digest it. Now this meal is kind of tricky to make it taste good. I've experimented a lot and used like a lot of technique in making the simple ingredients balance together, but
ew.
If you cook the noodles for the right amount of time and add enough.
Lamau. Listening to Frank rambling on low volume is hilarious. He's a total madman, wacko, looks at his fucking hair and eyes. Lamau. Hi 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 ha 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 hi 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 ha 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 ha.
Oh yeah, like Frank has an eating disorder. I think just in general he's not mentally well, but yeah, Frank definitely has an eating disorder. Thanks for the donation though, Poop on Richard's cock.
Enough salt and fat. It should be very tasty. And the roast beef in here with the noodles is so good. It's so tasty.
Ugh.
And I've seen people follow like variations of this diet where they're just eating like beans and rice, and to me, like I don't see how that's sustainable. One, for me, it's not calorically dense enough. I'm very active, so. And the lack of variety.
Watching him eat this disgusting shit is just so difficult.
Through all my years of research and experimenting, I've been able to find and offer you guys food sources that add variety to this diet. Usually I'm so hungry for dinner that I'll like wolf everything down. without drinking enough water, Kiefer, but that's just been this week because, like,
I don't know how
I'm having
he
a
eats
hard
this.
time with the temperature now that it's getting colder making bread. So I've been having, like, rice and beans and some meat for lunch, and like I don't eat nearly as much of that as I do when I do bread, so it's been digesting quicker, so I'll be hungry for dinner. Guys, I've gotten this far, so I guess I could say the worst part of the detox has been over, but it's still bad. Like, I could tell, like, the amount of bile coming out and my bowel movements, like the amount of toxins that the liver can store is nothing short of amazing. You know, you eat.
He really needs to go see a therapist or something because that is just absolutely delusional.
3 meals a day full of toxins for 10 years. How many days worth of toxins do you think your liver can remove? You know, it might be equal. It might take you just as long to fix your liver as it did to mess it up.
I don't know why he's so focused on his liver as well. I don't know what. I don't know why it's his liver. Like, why isn't it his kidneys or gallbladder or fucking anything? Like, he just thinks his liver has a problem. It's really weird. Also, he has this delusion where he thinks his liver is filled with toxins. If you ask him what toxins, he won't be able to tell you. He really is mentally fucking ill. And this guy also believes in, like, Jewish space lasers and shit.
And the reason I keep pushing this diet on you guys is because, you know, you don't want to get to the point where you're not able to physically function and you're not sleeping. I noticed that when I have the kefir grains and the water kefir, like, at the start of the meal like that, it helps regulate my appetite a lot more so I don't overeat. The reason overeating is so bad isn't because of, like, weight gain or getting fat, which is what most people are worried about. It's that undigested food in your stomach, you know, causes a lot of inflammation. It releases a lot of histamine. It can cause...
Yeah, whatever you eat, you digest, so...
You just can't eat overgrowth. It's very, very bad. It's probably and possibly the number one reason why, you know, you might not be sleeping or you might not be feeling good is if you're eating too much food.
That is probably the opposite is true. Usually eating a lot of food aids with sleep, and eating very little food makes you more likely to have insomnia.
But, you know, it can be hard to, you know, sit down and take...
Don't donated $2, dude. Just look at these. There's hundreds more. Let me see. Okay, please don't kick me out for this. Has anyone else experienced a certain smell like meat from the vajayjay? Maybe I need to drink more water, I guess. For the Facebook, Big Brother clowns, I'm not being offensive or vulgar. I'm asking about a real issue. Jesus. It's fucking gross. So anyone else notice stronger odor down there? I ordered some Lume deodorant. Hope it helps. Holy fuck, bro. Like, you know, it's kind of an issue when you're following a diet and it makes your genitals just reek. You'd think somebody would, like, maybe take a hint, and this isn't a good idea. But thanks for the donation, don't.
Take your time eating when you're hungry.
This is Frank and many other anti-medicine charlatans in a nutshell.
You see, the reasons our bodies fail is because of toxins. Toxins? All the horrible food we eat, the sodas and meats are filled with toxins, and the only way for us to get better is to flush those toxins out of our system.
Excuse me, but what do these toxins look like?
What?
Have you ever actually seen a toxin?
Don't be a smartass, Stanley.
Ooh, free-range aspirin. All natural cell phones. Funny, man.
Oh, hi, Stanley. Look, I'm buying you some more all-natural toothpaste.
You mean the stuff that tastes like ass and doesn't fight cavities?
That's right.
Look, I know that you all think the Earth and its natural healing powers can cure Kyle, but the doctor at the hospital told me it can't.
Well, of course the doctor told you that because he wants to make money. Holistic medicine is about nature. $233.
Yeah.
What you're doing.
I'm more like a Mexican.
What?
Yeah, a Mexican.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh my God!
How dare you deceive us like that?
Hey, we never said we were Native Americans, man. Misinformation said that.
Yeah, she said nobody would buy anything from Mexicans.
That's pretty funny. Yep. That is literally what they are all like. That literally sounded like Frank. Thanks for the nation, Ben.
When I do a good job, like today, I did a pretty good job at this. It's very palatable. Very tasty, so I might overeat a little.
That looks disgusting.
Delicious. I didn't eat all the roast beef. Now, in regards to mastic gum, I've said this before, but there's a fine line between giving yourself diarrhea and improving gut motility. So,
oh my God. And then he eats something that gives him diarrhea.
that being said, when I take more,
dude,
even though my stomach can kind of get messed up, I do feel better because it moves the food through my stomach faster. So sometimes I will take more, so I sleep better knowing that.
He gives himself diarrhea because he thinks he feels better after it. What the fuck?
You know, I might be on the toilet the next day, but I'll give you guys a...
Dude, this is crazy.
I went vegan not too long ago and now my cum tastes incredible. I owe you one thanks, BG.
Well, no problem. I'm sure all the girls or guys or whatever you're into also appreciate that. Thanks for that donation, Silver Surfer. He gives himself diarrhea and he says he sleeps better after having diarrhea.
So, this is how much that might cause issues. So, I would say it's about a level teaspoon. Usually too much for me. Usually too much. So, I'll go about half of that. And for me, that's usually a safe enough amount where I'll sleep okay, but it also just, my bowel movements are still regular. And sometimes what I'll even do is I'll skip the water kefir for dinner and I'll have mastic at the beginning and the end, but usually I feel better with having the water kefir in the meal combined with the mastic. So I'm just not trying to like completely mix it all together. Like,
what is Frankie eating now?
That is mastic gum. It's a tree sap that's dried and hardened. Thanks for the donation, James.
Like I'll have the water kefir and the kefir grains first in the meal, and then like when I put this mastic in my stomach, it's like on top of the food, so it's kind of pushing it through and not interfering with the probiotics too much. I think that's it.
And those are just apples.
And these apples are really good. I had like a bad batch. Like these big ones, Honeycrisp Organic, that you might see in your supermarket. These are delicious. You want the yellow or the red ones. Not too much green on them. There are these smaller ones. I bought like 3 bags of them. I didn't even want to eat them. They're just like sour and not good. Yeah, so I didn't eat apples for like 2 weeks. But I think including them in the meal is more beneficial to detox than not. When they're high volume, they have a lot of water. They have fiber, so that's great for the liver. But when you give your body glucose and fructose in the context of a starch meal, you're utilizing all of your liver's digestive abilities. So it's better to give your body a...
Your liver isn't really responsible for digesting carbohydrate sources. It's more responsible for breaking down fat. That's primarily what your bile is for. Your pancreas is more responsible for digestion just in general. So, yeah, Frank is wrong again.
Balance of almost everything than to do more of another thing. You know, and then there's a set amount of each of those nutrients that your body can absorb. But point is, it's beneficial to have the apple at every meal. Most of the time I've been eating like
At least the apples are healthy.
Yeah, at least. At least he's doing something right. Broken clock is going to be right twice a day, right? Thanks for the donation, James.
half an apple. But like, sometimes I don't like saving it because like tomorrow morning this isn't going to be nearly as tasty. Probably save one piece for breakfast though. When you guys were saying in my comments that you didn't drink water kefir because it's high in histamine.
I eat semen, donate tellers, do more vlogs. What happened to Road 405? Being months, bro. Get back on it. Take Jasmine out. Buy her a gift. Do cooking videos. Do workout videos. Do some activities. As much as I despise you, genuinely wish you would do better for yourself, slacker. I tore my tricep, which is why there's no Road to 405. So, it's still healing. I still have trouble straightening my elbow. Still hurts to lift with the elbow the way it is. So, as far as vlogs, yeah, I'm probably gonna do some vlogs soon. Thanks for that donation, though. I eat semen.
Histamine, but the histamine load from dysbiosis is going to be higher than any histamine you would ever get from a probiotic. So even if this was high in histamine, which it's really not compared to even protein, if you drank this, it would reduce the amount of candida and yeast in your stomach. And that candida and yeast is producing far more histamine than any probiotic ever.
Probiotics do not reduce yeast in your fucking gut.
Ever will. You know, it reminds me of that girl that emailed me saying how like she couldn't sleep for years. And when she drank the water kefir, it was like the first night she ever slept a few hours straight. So it's very significant. We have the water kefir on frankiesstrangefoods.com, but what's also very effective, more effective,
No evidence that taking a probiotic aids with sleep.
if anything, is the water kefir grains. I like using both with every meal. Each of them have their benefits, and I think you need both. These are on sale. Amazing price, guys. This jar, this huge jar of water kefir grains that lasts me a few days is only like $12. I guarantee you that's probably 1/4 of the price of any other source online. You know, we just have a lot extra and you guys haven't been buying it. And the water kefir is a little more expensive now. This is $11. So, you know, I mean, I'll use 1 or 2 bottles a day of this, and then, you know, this jar lasts me a long time. So if you could just stock up on these kefir grains, make your own water kefir and eat the grains, and eventually, if you do it right, you shouldn't have to buy more. I mean, we sell sugar and molasses too, organic sugar and organic molasses to make it. So ideally, you have, you know, your own water kefir grains, and then if you just buy the sugar and the molasses from us, it should be a lot cheaper in general. But that's enough of the sales pitch for today. But that's the full dinner, guys.
Literally everything on his website is overpriced. Practically for every item, you can find somebody else selling it for at least 30% cheaper.
Roast beef is on the meat website. Everything else is on the foods website. Tons of new products available on both, guys. So be sure to, you know, go to frank-tufano.com.
Dude, Frank might actually sound more miserable than me. I don't know how the fuck that's even possible.
Look around, check some stuff. You know, we got a lot of new stuff, and we're getting new stuff in every week too. But that's going to be it, guys. It's getting late, and I got to edit this video for tomorrow. So thank you guys for joining me. Hopefully you enjoyed the full day of eating and my rambling. I think we'll do breakfast and lunch next week, probably.
He eats the same thing every day. Like, why the fuck does he even Why is he even making the same video over and over again? Like, we've seen... He literally eats the same thing every day. So why the fuck does he keep saying, oh, I'll do a breakfast, oh, I'll show you my lunch, oh, I'll show you a full day of eating. You eat the same fucking thing! Like...
I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Pointless.
Maybe we'll just do some more shorts tomorrow. But I'll show you guys the full breakfast, and then maybe I'll show you guys 2 lunches or just 1 lunch in the video. What?
And then he wonders why his views are like non-existent, and then he says, "Oh, the elites are lowering, you know, my videos and the algorithm and shit." It's like, no, again, like nobody wants to see you make the same video 80 times in a row.
I will see you guys soon. Oh, also, last chance to buy Thanksgiving turkeys, and you guys better...
I think I have a bump in my Achilles tendon. I just noticed. Yeah. The fuck? Yeah, I have a bump in my Achilles tendon. That's not good. Great. Alright, let's watch this.
What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's
why,
not, and
in this
the
circumstance,
fucking
why would you do
slogan
that?
itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
But it's
but
not-
that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan,
people see it.
No,
I'm not
you can't simply say that's how people see it and
It
stop
is, though.
there. But it doesn't matter how Zionists see it. What matters is...
You know, today I made a parallel with what many dumb fuck Democrats who blindly believe Hamas-controlled health ministry in Gaza about death counts. It made me think that these would be the same people who believe what Dr. Goebbels said during World War II SMH.
Yeah, they probably would be the same people. I mean, there were people in the US who were sympathetic to Nazis, and they would spread Nazi propaganda. So yeah, they probably would be the same people. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Yeah, so fucking yeah, so what's his name? Stupid dum-dum over here. Hassan is promoting a Hamas slogan that basically says they want to annihilate all Jews.
Aren't these little critters handsome?
I will take a look at that in a moment. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie. I jerk 2 feet, donate $2. Why do you do heavy bench? It's retarded high risk of injury. I don't know what you consider to be high risk of injury. Only hurt myself benching once, and it wasn't that bad. Why even bench at all? Because I like being strong. It's stupid. Focus on your health instead of benching, lol. Great. If you want to be weak, then don't bench. Also, hypothetically, if you had to eat meat or you would die, would you die or would you opt to eat meat? Assuming eating meat would mean I'm murdering animals, then I would just die. Thanks for the donation, I jerk to feet. Let me see these critters. Oh my god.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Lolo. Good what?
Wow. That's amazing. Oh. Wow. They have very long tongues. Oh my god. It's a good yawn. That's really cute. Oh my god. Rabbit yawns are the best. I really like rabbit yawns. Thanks for the donation, Dutchy. Those critters are quite handsome indeed. Yeah, so Hassan is literally promoting Hamas.
Is how anti-Zionists speak it. Anti-Zionists of all backgrounds, just like Zionists of all backgrounds.
This'll cheer you up, mate. BTW. I still haven't forgotten. Whatever happened with the John Venus emoji, ha pal, buddy, guy?
I forgot. Okay. I don't know if I'll do a John Venus emoji anymore because he's like not even on YouTube really. But yeah, I just forgot about it.
Puppy! Yay! Hi, what's on your nose? Puppy! Yay!
Yeah, those prairie dogs are so goddamn cute. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
Will sometimes cynically and other times because they're misguided think that this spells the genocide of Jews. It does not.
It does.
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you have
I just
to
opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
There's 32,000 people in here right now. The reason why people are saying that is because of the conflations that you made, Ethan. That's why, like, I can't stop people from viewing you a certain way if you're gonna make these.
Dude, this is crazy. Well, Hassan has completely burned the bridge with Ethan, it looks like. Jalen donated $2. I was debating a coworker on immigration and told him we will need immigrants to maintain population. Said no because they aren't real Americans and we will not need them for population because God will end the world due to lack of Jesus believing. Yeah, he is racist and retarded. But thanks for the donation, Jalen. Dodo might be autistic, donated $2. What is your favorite part of the best speech ever by Gary? Watched a video of 3 non-vegans reacting to a speech and they got offended because he humanized baby cows. Swear I hate meat eaters. I like how Gary pointed out that we are herbivores or herbivorous. Well, I actually really liked the part where he talked about how as kids, you know, we all loved animals. It was so cool seeing animals. We all have stuffed animals. Then, you know, when we grow up, we like support their deaths. And that did really get me thinking about like, yeah, I am being like hypocritical. I do love animals, so why am I paying for them to die? That part really opened my eyes a fair bit. So yeah, also when he talked about, you know, the elephant that he saw that was being abused by that circus. So yeah, I think that part was probably my favorite. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo might be autistic.
Comparisons that they've heard from actually racist people. You literally implied that Jewish Voice for Peace would be akin to a capo in this circumstance.
Oh, you are fucking so bad faith for saying that, and fuck you for even like putting that out in the world. That was not my point.
Made this comparison.
My point was that you can find anybody to defend any fucking thing. That was my point.
You also made...
Dude, Ethan's becoming fucking based. Yeah, dude, that's great. I love how Ethan's telling Hassan to just go fuck himself.
A comparison that this slogan is akin to the swastika changed over the course of its trajectory as a symbol for Nazi Germany. And then also on top of that, stated that the Confederate flag means something different to the Southern folk that want to promote heritage, not hate. Those people, when they say that, are cynically saying heritage, not hate. It doesn't mean slavery to me. Those people are in the wrong. These people that are saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, are not in the wrong. They're in the right. That's the major difference. They are morally righteous, and their slogan in and of itself is on the exact opposite side of what the Confederacy implies.
That is absolute fucking bullshit. Again, the slogan was made by fucking Hamas, and they want to annihilate all Jews.
That's why a better comparison would still be to make a comparison to Black Lives Matter in the way that some white people foresee or perceive Black Lives Matter. And if I'm not going to listen to what white people who are against Black Lives Matter have to say about the slogan itself, then why would I listen to people who are defending Israel on what this slogan means? Because the broadest majority of people who consider this to be an anti-Semitic slogan are, in my opinion, deploying it cynically. Not you.
By the way, I'm not even defending I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, "Who the fuck is this child? Cold, arrogant, as fuck."
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking?
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way. I can't constantly tell.
Hassan is so manipulative, dude. He wants his fucking community to say the shit about Ethan. And Ethan is like, I think Ethan's trying to give him the benefit of the doubt as much as he can, but Hassan is clearly deliberately trying to encourage his community to say the shit about Ethan.
H3 said the river to the sea slogan is like the Confederate flag, cause retards will say the flag is their heritage or whatever, when most people use it as a desire for a theocratic slave state. Some college kids are retarded and think it means peaceful one state.
I don't think they really believe that. I think they just like hate Jews, and they're just going to support whoever hates the Jews. It's like there's no way they could have any kind of again, look where the slogan came from. Where would they get that idea? So I think they don't believe that, and it's just a cope, and it's a veiled way of saying, I hate Jews, and I'm going to support whoever hates Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, Caleb. Appreciate it.
Tell my community to shut the fuck up, which I have,
listen,
and I think they should. But at the end of the day, it's because I know you personally, and I think your heart is in the right place. But they don't know, so it's hard. It's hard for people to view what you're saying beyond your words.
I'm just telling you the perspective. You disagree. That's it. I mean, what the fuck do you want from me?
Okay, but do you get where I'm coming from? Like that's why I'm trying to
understand your analysis, dude.
Okay.
I understand your analysis.
I don't want my community to hurt your feelings. I don't want your feelings to be hurt either.
They're not hurting my feelings. They're monsters. They're like psychotic.
I think you're a good
not
person.
All of them, but there are a lot of them, and you don't seem to care about moderating it at all.
That's not true.
Whereas when you're on my show, we really do care about what people say about you on Discord and chat. And we moderate it to keep like a good environment, but you don't seem to fucking care about
There's no way I can shut off my chat. I mean, I can put it in.
Yeah, he's lying. He could easily moderate. So he has moderators who can just delete all this shit. He can use the Twitch controls to just censor out certain phrases. He's full of shit.
Are these two still doing their show together? Looks like a fallout. Also, I see Red Pill on the title. Are we watching Red Pill Jeffrey Adonis Frank Castlemeyer on Red Pill later?
We're gonna watch, what's his fucking name? Donovan Sharp. That's what we're gonna watch. And yeah, they're not doing the show together anymore, and it looks like the bridge is like totally burnt at this point. Thanks for the donation, Gohan.
Emote mode, but that's it.
You not
just
have
like
moderators?
You shut off your chat. Just like you shut off your chat when these sorts of conversations happen in an effort to stop bad faith pieces of shit. We can put it in emote mode, which is what I'm doing now. But ultimately, But ultimately, you have to realize, like, when there's 33,000 people, and it's not even YouTube, it's literally fucking Twitch, so that it's even faster. It's almost impossible to moderate because people are going to perceive what you're saying in a certain way. This is not, like, there's only so much moderation I can do if you make that comparison.
Do you have moderators in your chat? I don't understand. I didn't make any fucking comparison, dude. I'm literally just explaining how people feel about it. That's all I'm fucking doing, man. And you continue to put words in my mouth, making it seem like I'm comparing them to fucking Jewish Nazis and shit.
Hold on.
It's so fucked up. It's not fair. And when you say that shit, then people in your chat are...
Oh my God.
To be fair, the slogan was created by a more moderate liberation org. They initially called for a one-state, but dropped slogan after switching positions to a two-state solution. That's when Hamas picked up the slogan and started gaining support. There's a wiki.
Okay, interesting. Still though. It clearly means something, and I think we know what it means. It means they want to eradicate Jews. That's what the meaning behind the slogan is. At least right now. Thanks for that donation, Darth Putin. Web donated $2. Are you fine with being friendly and socializing with Karnas? To some degree, it depends. Because I see you being friendly with Destiny and joining his Discord, voice chat, frequently talking to him, etc. How can we balance hating Karnas and being friendly with them? For example, Turkey Tom Destiny. Balance it however you want. I'm not your fucking mom. I'm not going to tell you who you can and can't be friends with. Thanks for that donation, Web.
Are obviously going to co-sign it, and they're going to fucking, you know, think that, as I quoted, a Zionist fucking freak pig. I mean, you know.
Hassan is a fucking asshole.
For the record.
Jeez, Hassan is such an asshole. It's crazy.
Government of Israel, they will actually take contracts away from you. They will hurt your livelihood. That is the government regulating speech. I assume you've spoken out against that and you've been vituperative about it, right?
To the extent that a person advocates BDS, which is the economic destruction of Israel, and should be allowed to advocate it, I think they should be allowed to advocate it. That's right.
So Florida and DeSantis is dead wrong, right? That is a violation of free speech and totally wrong.
Netanyahu is no longer in government. Why are you calling it far right?
Yeah, you think that Naftali Bennett got any better, or the current person that's in charge? They're all right wingers. None of them want Palestinians to be free. They think Palestinians aren't really fully human and can't be trusted to run their own government. They deny them a state. And so, but let's get back to America. January 6th.
No. You can't throw out bombshells and then move on.
All right.
You think that the Israeli government or the average Israeli who voted for this government thinks that Palestinians are not fully human?
Absolutely. Then why don't you let them go? Why can't they have their own state?
Because it'll be
like again, they were given a state 7 times and they rejected it.
Run by Hamas. Are you foolish?
Okay, so what? The right-wing, violent government of Israel kills Palestinians all the time. Okay. So you're saying, wait, no, but you're saying the Palestinians cannot govern themselves. Isn't that what you're saying as a fact?
Israel has tried to negotiate land for peace for decades, and Palestinians kept rejecting it. Like, what is he talking about?
That there is moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. That's all I needed to hear.
You're literally saying they're not equal. You're saying the Palestinians and the Israelis are not equal. We have to violently oppress them for the rest of their lives. How long is the occupation going to go? How long are you going to keep millions?
Dude, Cenk is just so tiring on this topic.
Millions of Palestinians as prisoners because you think they're less than human.
Okay, Israel doesn't want to commit suicide because you sitting in America have it good, okay?
Okay, so you're saying never, right? You're going to imprison Palestinians for the rest of time, is that correct?
No, they're going to occupy until they get rid of Hamas.
When the Palestinians disavow terror and stop trying to destroy Israel and don't announce that they want to destroy Israel, there will be peace.
Dennis, They have done that in the past. You said not good enough. But the current state of affairs is the absurdity of the Israelis saying, we will not allow you to have a state because you theoretically say that we cannot have a state when we already have one. But no, you're literally preventing them from having a state. So since you are preventing them, doesn't that make you a monster who doesn't believe in freedom? And that all of your empty talk about, how much you love freedom is total garbage because you don't think it applies to Palestinians.
They've negotiated land for peace for decades. Every time the negotiations fell through. So yeah, I mean, like at some point you have to throw your hands in the air, like, and be like, okay, well, I guess one state solution then.
You have a weird way of thinking.
Great answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Why
It
can't
is a
the
great
Palestinians
answer.
have the same
Why is
freedom
it
that
weird?
every other human being
Okay,
has?
if you allow me to speak, I'll tell you why it's weird. You believe there is a moral equivalence between Israel and Hamas. That is morally sick.
You are sick for not allowing Palestinians, millions of them, to be free.
Okay, well, neither of these people know what the fuck they're talking about, so I'm just, yeah, not interested anymore. Let's see. Donovan Sharp, Red Pill Wedding.
What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and I need to share the link. Copy the link. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I need to send it. Okay, guys, this is it. We are going to get married. I am now going to give the camera to our guy. Here we go. All right, we're live. No, you can turn it around. There you go. You ready? Let's go.
How is this guy filming and not realizing that it's upside down?
Hey.
Dude.
It says orientation is locked. Rotate.
Yeah, you can't do it inside. And here we are, guys.
How retarded do you have to be?
All right, guys. Welcome to our wedding. This is going to be a very sort of informal thing. There is no what do they call it? An officiant. Pastor does. Yeah, I'm the officiant. Okay. I'm the officiant, and I run this. So we're going to exchange vows. She's got a few words for me. I've got some words for her. And then I will, by the power vested in me, Donovan Sharp, she's the wife. Yeah, buddy. All right. Gas me up. Hey. Go.
All right, ready?
I'm ready.
Each day, when we
What is your take on the whole escaping the matrix thing that the Red Pill movement often talks about? Is there some validity to it, or is it all bullcrap in your view?
There is no Matrix. Usually when you hear about red pillars talking about the Matrix, what they're talking about is like some sort of weird conspiracy where the government's trying to like demasculate you so they can control you or some shit and make you earn less money. Like, that's bullshit. The government wants you making as much money as possible so that they can collect tax revenue. The government doesn't have an interest in keeping people poor. What is the case is I think a lot of people are sort of given this framework of how to, like, you know, make decisions in their life that like just don't work anymore or don't make sense. Everybody's told to go to school, get in debt in university so that you can get a better job, so you can make more money and have like a good 9 to 5, and then you retire when you're like, you know, in your 60s or something. So like, you know, most people in retirement age keeps increasing too. So a lot of people are just getting into situations where they're in jobs they hate. working most of their life, not enjoying their lives.
Thoughts on supplementing zinc? How much do you aim for daily?
If your zinc intake is low or marginal, then sure, supplement. Just look up the RDA for a male. Men need more zinc. I think the RDA is something like 15 milligrams or some shit. Or it might be 20. I'm not sure. But it's somewhere around there. Thanks for the donation though, Sean. Appreciate it. So yeah, there's like a framework of how people should live their life, and it just doesn't make sense, especially now. People aren't getting paid enough for the work they're doing. So if you're working a 9 to 5 and you're not having a great work-life balance, like what used to be the case is you would make good money. So, you know, you'd be able to buy a house, you'd be able to get a nice car. Now you're barely going to be able to pay rent with, you know, a 9 to 5 job. You're going to have to work longer hours or have much more specialized work. And people are getting fucking ripped off. They're not getting compensated fairly. So, it definitely is the case where you need to find, some other sort of strategy in life to be happy. The whole 9 to 5 thing just isn't really working for a lot of people anymore. And if you're very smart, you may want to get into like very specialized fields, like maybe being a doctor or a lawyer or a dentist or something, if that's what you're into. If not, you might want to consider like trade jobs. So like being a plumber or something that can make good money. And again, you can set your own hours a lot of the time. Or you might want to consider, you know, being an entrepreneur or something, making your own kind of business and, you know, again, setting your own hours, doing the work that you want to do, stuff like that. So the red pillars are right about that, but the shit they say about being in the Matrix is bullshit. There's not any kind of worldwide conspiracy, you know, perpetrated by the government to demasculate you or anything. Thanks for the donation, Yeast.
What is a red pill wedding?
Well, we're about to find out. Apparently, it involves big boobas. But thanks for the donation, James.
We wake up, we choose womanhood. You have taught me that the rent is due every day and not to take things for granted. A healthy garden takes watering, pruning, and attention in order to flourish. Thank you for demanding the best in me always. I promise to stand beside you, walk behind you, and be a reliable source of peace for you. I promise to show you my love through my actions, words, and thoughts. Together our lives are great, and the sky is the limit. I love you, and I'm happy to be your bride. Go Eagles.
Go Birds, baby! Cindy, it's been a hell of a ride. And the way we met was very unorthodox. Our relationship is very unorthodox. You're wearing a wedding ring now because, well, you know, there you go. You've been wearing it for 7.5 years. But, you know, like I said, I bring out the best in you, but you make me happy. You really do. I was happy before you, and if you and I decide to part ways for whatever reason, I'll be happy without you. But I'm very, very glad to have someone like you in my life. I've been.
What game is on the menu tonight?
I was thinking playing Spider-Man 2 might make sense. Either that or Alan Wake 2. Thanks for the donation, Small Lenny.
I've been successful at many ventures in my life, and I've never really had someone like you. I really haven't. I'm glad that I made you into the woman you are today, and I'm glad that you continue to hold that standard. Success is really, really cool to have, to be financially successful, but it's much, much sweeter when you have someone like you to share it with. And so, by the power vested in me, I pronounce us man and wife.
Can you wed yourself? You're actually able to do that? Is this like a fake wedding? What?
Okay, so now that we're officially married, I guess we'll take questions from the audience. We're gonna do 10 minutes of questions, then we're gonna be whisked off by ABC, and then they're gonna grill us.
What the fuck? Kind of wedding is this?
After we get cake. All right, any questions? Questions, comments, whatever, yeah.
Red Pill Meathead wants to know if your life is over now.
Say what?
Red Pill Meathead wants to know how you feel now that your life is over.
Your life is over, bro. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. A lot of people ask me this entire weekend, are you excited to get married? Are you excited about the wedding? No, our relationship isn't going to change. It's just not. What it really comes down to is our love for each other is 1000% conditional. That's the way it.
Why would he get married then? Like, this marriage has to be fake. Like, yeah, so marriage is only a liability for men. Do not get married. It's stupid and pointless. Unless there's some other reason, like, if you're from 2 different countries and it makes immigration easier, that's a different story. But yeah, marriage is stupid. Do not get married if you're a man.
It has to be. You don't deserve love just because you think you do. You gotta work for it. You know what I mean? The reason she loves me is because of what I bring to the table, and I love her because...
Is this for real?
I don't know. It's weird because he basically he did the marriage ceremony himself. I don't know if it's possible to do that. It's really weird, because usually you have to go in front of a judge or something. That's what Jasmine and I did. We went in front of a judge and we, did the ceremony. So I don't know how the fuck I don't know if this is real or not. It's weird. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Because of what she brings to the table. If I cease to bring to the table what I bring to the table, she's gotta go, and vice versa. What? You have to get married either in front of a judge or like somebody who has a license to wed. Yeah, but it's weird how. It's also funny how he basically said that if I can't tolerate her anymore, she has to go. Listen, I love Devin to the moon and back. I really do. And, we like to talk like, hey, maybe this will work, maybe this won't. I have a pretty good feeling about this. I think we've done the work necessary to cultivate a good relationship. But the reason why I decided to do this today, Pearl, you actually asked me this, is because she deserves it. You guys who have followed me for years and years, you guys know she's been there from the start. She built the website. She runs all of my back-end stuff. And as uncomfortable as she is on camera.
Some states permit self-uniting.
Okay, so that must be it then. Weird. Thanks for that donation, James. Dreamsation Donatillers, hello Richard, my friend. Let me take
when you're wearing rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah, I saw that TED Talk pop up on my recommended list. Maybe we'll watch that tonight. Maybe. It's pretty long. Dreamsation. Oh wait, was that
when you're wearing?
Yeah, that was you. Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
She does it anyway. Trust me, John, she does not want to be on camera today, but she's gonna do it anyway. So I'm very, very appreciative of you. You make me look.
This is probably the least romantic thing to say after getting married. Yeah, if I don't like her anymore, we're gonna break up, and I don't know if this will work out. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but I have a pretty good feeling about this. It's not what you want to hear after getting married.
Look good, even when I don't look good sometimes, and that's really, to me, that's what love is all about. And I want you guys to understand that
Love is all about still liking somebody even if they gain weight. Got it.
unconditional love is not for men and women. It's for children and pets, okay? There must be conditions to your love, and this is both men and women. You can't love a man who's not good for you, and guys, you can't.
Veggie Metal donated $2. If a marriage is pointless and a liability for men, which I agree with, why did you get married to Jasmine? Asking respectfully. Because it made immigration easier. Thanks for that donation, Veggie Metal.
Love a woman is not good for you. You don't deserve anything. You have to work for what you get. And just like Dev said, guys, success is never owned. You never own success, okay? It is leased, it is rented, and dude, the rent is due every day. And if you don't pay the rent, every day, you get evicted.
So I would agree with him on this. Like, yeah, in a relationship, love is conditional, certainly. Like, if you can't meet certain conditions, like, you know, you commit infidelity or something, yeah, like, the relationship probably should end.
And so that's why we're here. Sir. All right, is that it? Alfie, what you got?
I just want to say, I'm not even getting married, man, but I would do it like that. Yeah. That was alpha and boss as fuck, bro.
Oh, well. So I'm an alpha male wedding, bro. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
Do it like that.
Yo, Big Mo.
When you first said, you know what, she deserves this. How long into it was it?
About 15 minutes? 15 minutes ago? No,
like 15 minutes in, like when y'all said, when y'all was like, all right, Jonathan and Devin, we together.
Yeah.
And now you're like, you know what? This wedding, she deserves it. How long into it?
Yeah, I think it was about maybe 6 or 7 months ago. Because people ask a lot of questions about our relationship. Why don't you get married and this and that and the third? And it's obvious, right? We just didn't want to get the state involved. But believe it or not, the one great idea that came from he who must not be named was the notion of a private marriage. And so, as much as I want to kick the guy's teeth in, I gotta give him props for this because he is one of the main reasons why I'm here now, for better or worse. But it took a while. Yeah.
When I first was coming down to meet you a couple years ago to do your suits, to see you be the first one. I don't know, I'm like, if Donovan's sharp, I might be going down, he might have a couple women around him, you know?
Right.
Anything's a possibility. But when I went in and, I interacted with you, her, I was like, much more than a hello, and I was like...
This cameraman is fucking brilliant.
I know that
Thank you.
Much respect.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And by the way, Aaron Houch, Tailored Carnivore on Instagram. This guy designed all of my suits. He made my pants. I've got all these custom shirts.
Tailored Carnivore. What the fuck?
I've never had clothes with my name on it. But that's actually pretty cool. It's kind of sort of a flex. Tell me out. But I appreciate it. Anybody else? All right, let's see.
I got
wait a
it.
minute.
Sorry, I'm just holding the camera right now. All right, first off, congratulations to you both. I've known you since episode 2. It's crazy that I'm at your wedding now, but obviously my girlfriend Marilyn's here. Devin, what advice would you give her? One piece of advice that you would give this young lady right here.
Richard, you've got to watch this. She was the hurdler who would do those sexy dances before she would race.
Let me take a look. Oh yeah, her. Right. Yeah, she's pretty fine. She's got a nice butt. Yes, very good. I approve. So she did this for World Star Hip Hop. I approve. Thanks for the donation, niggas in Paris.
You know, be very familiar where your lines are, because when you start sweating the small stuff, the big stuff actually will blow up in your face. Where if you just learn to let the small stuff go and accept it and build on it.
Bar Sheikh IW Balhamano Kosht. Modan Po. Vali Hodeish Sharam Shobpare. Yahemaya Hangashu Vahodesh. Aki, Yadesh Bek Ear. Sharam Dosit Darium Tarukodar Sheikh Siyati Tu Karobnakon Meslibzi in Haram Hore Narmad Kola Bardar PL.W.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam.
Not try to change it and
like leaving the cabinets open?
Yeah, you just learn to live. There's some things you gotta learn to accept, learn to live with, and you know, focus on the good things that you are getting from it. And it's really important that, you know, one thing I learned is that you need to talk to yourself in the mirror like you're a friend. But a lot of times we don't talk to our loved ones or our spouses like they're our friends as well. And I know that it's cliche to say treat, you know, oh, I married my best friend and all this stuff, but the truth is that if you don't treat each other with respect, always, and that's why I said even in your thoughts, it will bleed through in your actions and your words, and it will start to deteriorate the relationship from the inside out. So if you have issues, meet them head on.
It is not bad advice.
Don't let shit fester. Excuse me. Don't let things don't let things fester, and just don't be afraid to say, hey, this bothers me, and you know, but do it in a way that's respectfully timed. Timing is of course key.
Of the essence, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you brought concerns to my attention, and you don't always have the best timing, but
you've got to do it in a loving way. You know, like, hey, this is a concern of mine, not, hey, you did this wrong. You know.
I don't do anything wrong. God damn it. Perfect. Thank you. Perfect. Appreciate that. Let's have a little bit of fun. Tell the people things that you don't like about me, like my idiosyncrasies.
You're impulsive. And so it's kind of like decide now, figure it out later, which a lot of the things that I have to figure out later, let's be honest, because there's a technical aspect to a lot of these decisions.
Yes, there is.
So while he's thinking on the front end benefits and things, I'm thinking in the background, like, okay,
how's this going to work?
How am I going to put these products together to sell the ticket with the product to make this happen and, you know, push the notifications to the admin. What service do we need for this? And, you know, how do we stop this bot attack from this and we lost this processor? So there's always things in the background that are going on related to the business.
Yep.
And I love that about, because I'm good handling things in the background. I don't want to be in front of the camera. I don't want to be, and that's just always been the way that I am. It's not that because, oh, well, I'm being a submissive girlfriend and all this stuff. No, it's the fact that even when I was working in the restaurant industry,
yep.
I was working in the kitchen because I don't want to deal with people. But yeah, so I think the things that annoy me about you are things that I can handle, whereas, you know, the things that I think, I don't know, like I would say impulsiveness and shoot first, ask questions later, because sometimes you're not always right, but, you know.
What? That's what I'm
sometimes. But, you know, it's funny to me because I'll be like, hey, babe, and he'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah, so, you know, but together as a team, we're not here to prove each other wrong. We're here to reinforce each other and bolster each other up. So,
right.
Yeah.
So I leave
cabinet doors open.
Cabinet doors open, refrigerator doors.
Never lock the car.
Nope. Nope, I never do. I leave doors open, the garage door. Yeah, I'm just
all night long.
Yep, all night long. Yeah.
In Philly?
Yeah. Well, we live in. Hey, look, I am not.
I leave the kitchen cabinets open all the time. That's one thing I always do. Fairly frequently. I also forget to take my keys out of my motorcycle.
I make too much money to be willing to hell with all of that. I would say
that, and he leaves a trail everywhere he goes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Socks and paper.
Yeah. To say that the hotel room was a mess is. understatement. But it's clean now. You know, it took 5 minutes, but it's all
Really?
good.
I thought you'd be in there for like an hour. It was ugly in there. I'm very cool-headed, right?
Web donators, you try and lecture people about veganism, but you're the biggest hypocrite. Why should anyone be logical when you are not? You say you hate carnists and they're Nazis, but you're friends with the Nazi carnist. I used to respect you, but not anymore, you prick. Okay, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, Web.
Yeah. Whatever you say, babe.
How do you handle my temper?
Just breathe. You know, like, honestly, I don't have a very reactionary personality, so
Just really good.
You know, a lot of times, hey, that's who he is. That's how he vents. I chose him. This is the person I chose. Now, if there are things I don't like about him, I blame me. You know, like so. I'm not out to change him, correct him, do anything like that. He's gonna do what he does, and in the meantime, you know, I'll be patient. I'll listen, and I can listen through the anger. I don't. See, I grew up with a yeller.
That's
My
a
dad was a
superpower.
yeller. So yeah, you know, being able to understand what they're trying to say without the emotion.
Jesus, dude. So if you are not being good to your partner, you should change and make an effort to change. She's literally saying this guy yells at her and like has freakouts for no reason, and she just like takes it and doesn't tell him like, you can't talk to me like that, or you're being unreasonable. She just is like, okay, well, I guess I'll let him yell at me for no reason. Like, what the fuck? That sounds a little abusive.
And responding to what the actual message is. What are they upset about? And I'm a fixer. I like to go and say, okay, that's an issue. Here's some solutions, rather than be like, why are you so upset? Well, you know, I don't respond to the reaction. I respond to the source that causes the reaction to say, hey, all right, let's fix this problem. And a lot of times, I know better just to keep my mouth shut, go in the other room, let him do what he needs to do. He'll figure it out. Because a lot of times, I have to remind myself that he doesn't need me.
Right.
And that is key, is knowing when to just stay the hell out of it, let him work through it. And, you know, we'll replace the desks, we'll replace the TVs, we'll replace all of the things that get broken, you know. It's only been, what, 5 desks at this point, but, you know, I mean...
Dude, bar stools, walls, all kinds of crazy nonsense.
Yeah, but, you know...
Other than that, I'm a nice guy, guys.
But, you know, like, he's never laid hands on me, I've never felt threatened, you know, like, so I understand that people can have emotions without me taking them personally. And I think that's really important. I think that also takes a level of maturity to understand that, you know, women are one way, men are another way.
That's right.
You either accept it or you go the other way.
All right, very good. Pearl, you in the front.
How many girlfriends did you have to cut off to make the relationship work? Were there any?
Oh, yes, there were.
Yeah, quite a few. And honestly, like, it really, I just don't even talk to it. I don't try to tell people about my personal life.
Not anymore.
You know, it's like the women that I have gotten, you know, my personal trainers and, you know friends of, you know, his wives are close friends and stuff. You know, they get it. They get it because they see it working. You know, but if you just try to tell somebody about it, it's gonna be like, you're crazy. What do you have, no backbone and all this stuff? But it's just kind of like, hey, you know what? When you go through life, you learn from your mistakes. I learned from my mistakes, and I ended up with a guy like this. So, you know, if you're going to find a partner who is more laid back and doesn't take charge and doesn't have a backbone, you're gonna have a whole new set of problems to deal with, and you're gonna end up unhappy and resentful as well. So I'd rather be unhappy and not resentful. Just kidding. But no, it's good because we both have the opposite temperament, so we balance each other out. And that polarity is really important, I think, and that's something that I got wrong early in life. I thought I needed something who matched me in all respects, and like, you know, the yin and my yang, but not realizing that you need that polarity in order to have balance in a relationship.
I don't think that's true at all. You don't need to have like opposite temperaments.
For you, Devin, so I'm in a relationship, so I want to know what's the clock before the marriage thing years.
Web donators, how can you justify trying to tell people to be logical and advocate for veganism when you yourself are a logical hypocrite? You're a fraud. You're friends with Nazis. Fucking coward. That's great. Thanks for the nation, Wub.
5 years before it starts getting heavy on the plot. You know what I mean? For her to feel like, oh, this ain't for real until like it's the plot.
You know, it depends on where you are in life. You know, if you're looking to start a family, the clock is going to be a lot faster. He and I started this relationship knowing that marriage was probably not going to be on the table for us, especially traditional marriage. We had both been through it before. Trust me, if divorce was as easy as getting married was, more people would not be getting married, you know? So the truth is that we both knew what we didn't want. I knew what I didn't want, but I didn't know what I needed. He provided me what I really needed at that time of my life. So we didn't go in with a clock. We were looking for commitment. Let's see how long we can make this work. And if there's a time clock on it, you say we can been together
7.5, yeah, almost 8 years, yeah.
8 years now. If I was 22, I would have waited maybe a year or two.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
for a woman, even though you could be, for her to think, oh, you're just stringing me along. You know what I mean? Like that.
Well, we were both especially me, so heavily invested in him that I wasn't about to put a stopwatch on that. So I think getting her super invested in the relationship,
there you go.
Time, money, resources, you know, getting her like so that she identifies with you. It doesn't matter if there's a ring on her finger or not. She's going to stay with you because she doesn't want to give up on everything, all the work that she's put in. So if it's the easier it is on the woman, I think the quicker the clock starts ticking because they want that reassurance because they haven't fully invested in the relationship.
Wow, that's profound. That's girl game for y'all. That's girl game for y'all. Yeah, one thing that a lot of people, and we'll probably talk about this later in the interview, John, a lot of people kind of scoff at the idea, oh, you trained your woman, and da-da-da. Yes, I trained her. I trained her, John, and I will say that on camera. And when people scoff at that, they say, well, she's not a pet. I'm sorry. What do companies do when they hire new employees? They train people, right? So you mean to tell me, as a woman, you don't want a man to train you, but you're willing to go to another location, you're going to let another man tell you how to dress, when to show up, when to leave, when to take a piss, when to go to lunch, when to come back from lunch, but you can't do that for your man? Right? Like, that's oppressive, that's toxic, and that's abusive, and that's controlling? No. If a woman is on your program, then she can stick around. If she's not, she's literally fucking gone. That's the mindset that you have to have. And I'll be honest with you guys, man. I know a lot of guys think that I talk tough and this and that and the other. Make no question about it. I love Devin to the moon and back. If we were ever to part ways for whatever reason, I would be devastated and I would be heartbroken. But I would be okay. And she knows I would be okay. It doesn't give me any pleasure to say that. It doesn't make me sad to say it. That's the way it is. That's the way it's always going to be. And I think because she knows that I'd be good with or without her, I think that builds attraction. Women don't want a man whose happiness depends on her. Devin makes me happy, but she's not the source of my happiness. And that is the most important thing. If you're a man watching this, do not rely on a woman to make you happy. She will let you down every time. Yeah. Every time. All right.
Really? That's, I mean, different things will make, you know, different people happy, but like, holy fuck. The idea that you can't get happiness from a relationship, or most of your happiness can't come from a relationship, that's fucking crazy. Like, if he doesn't need her to make him happy, good for him, but like, saying that never rely on a relationship to make you happy, I mean, anything can give you happiness. Like, if a relationship makes you happy, then it makes you fucking happy. Web donated $2. Someone in chat said, can the donator name one Nazi friend? And yes, I can. Vegan Gains claims Carnists are Nazi and murderous pieces of shit and blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking care, dude. Like, how many times are you gonna do this?
Last questions? Anybody? Yeah, Mo, what you got?
Deb, what was maybe you could be more than one. What are the most difficult things that you had to compromise and sacrifice for the bigger picture?
Oh man, I had a lifetime of bad habits, and I was like the the girl that was like, you know, the only girl in the band and the only girl in the kitchen. And I always put myself in situations that I felt more comfortable around guys. So like, I didn't realize a lot of the behavior that I had developed over the years. These guys aren't your friends. You know what I'm saying?
No, we're trying to smash.
Attention from them is not, it's not a reward. It's kind of like, you know, if anything, I didn't realize how inappropriate a lot of like my jokes and my behavior was. I just thought it was normal because that's how I related to my peers. However, even once, you know, in my first marriage, I maintained that behavior. I did not treat my relationship with respect. I treated it as a bonus, like, oh yeah, I behave like this and I'm married kind of thing. The biggest factor, I think, was, and today will be my 1,000 day alcohol free, was.
That's really weird for her to say because the amount of men who get frustrated being around, you know, their girlfriend or wife so often is like they'll complain about, oh, I can't talk to my wife like I can talk to my friends. Like if I say certain things, she'll get offended or she won't understand the joke or I have to tiptoe around conversations and say things. I can't like be my true self or like that's weird that she'd say one of the problems that propped up in her relationship was that she would kind of act like, you know, one of the dudes when that's like what a lot of men want.
Not drinking alcohol. And it just happens to be today. But that was the source of a lot of this, you know, acting out behavior. And I would act like I didn't do anything wrong all the time. What are you talking about? I didn't, you know.
Oh, I checked that shit
Oh,
quick.
yeah. And it wasn't until I could, like, really analyze my behavior, why I was doing it, what I was doing, why it was disrespectful, you know, how a feminine woman actually behaves. She's still well-liked. She's still, you know.
That's really weird. Thank you for that one. Appreciate the donation. Yeah, that's really weird how this guy has a problem with like a girl swearing around him.
You know, makes friends, makes her man look good. All of these things are still, you know, there that I finally like just looked at myself in the mirror and said, okay, I understand what I was doing wrong, why it was, you know, either disrespectful or just obnoxious.
This sounds like a domination fetish, honestly. This doesn't sound normal. This sounds like fetishism.
Let's be honest. And I've learned to just, you know, put his feelings a lot before my own and kind of see my own behavior.
Somebody in chat mentioned this. So Donovan Sharp is a red pillar. He's made a career out of saying like you should only ever marry a girl who's like 20 years old or something. Or ideally you'd go out with a teenager, even if you're like 40. He said specifically, never date a single mom or a woman who's previously divorced. She's a divorced single mom, and apparently she had a problem with alcohol. He's marrying somebody who he's told his fans to never, you know, be with. Like, it's hilarious.
Through his eyes. And even when he's not with me now, like where I was just with my family, you know, I'm saying if Alex was here, how would he respond to how I'm speaking with this person? How my close proximity to this person? Is this family? Is it okay to touch this? You know, give this person, you know, that kind of thing. But now I behave in a way that I'm representing him well, whether he's there or not. And I think that's really important. Now it's, you know, with you guys.
She has massive tits. It's fucking crazy how gigantic her boobs are.
You know, I've been with him him since before TSR
Yeah,
Live.
right, yeah.
So I've heard every episode. I've interacted with many of you in the chat, things like that. And there's a way that I've developed that I can relate and I can communicate and still be appropriate, still represent him well. And that's something that it was very hard to learn. And that's when he says train, that's what he's talking about. Is women are taught that they can do no wrong. And we can behave as much as we can do whatever we want. And the truth is that men are the victims of that behavior. The men who care about these women are victims of that behavior. And when these men try to correct that behavior, they're called misogynistic, they're called controlling, they're called insecure, all of these things.
I mean, you probably are. Past tense, Tony Tillers, do you remember these commercials growing up? Let me see.
Tick Tick Dudes.
Yeah, I remember that one. There's a lot of these weird toys.
To protect America, Battle Force 2000 creates the battle vehicles of the future.
Nobody beats G.I. Joe's Battle Force 2000.
Skysweeper eliminate.
Don't recall that commercial.
Is your dessert so boring it's left your family snoring? Not anymore. Introducing the Original Chocolate Factory, the fun, easy way to turn ordinary into extraordinary desserts. Just place.
No, do not remember that one.
What do big kids want?
Enhanced boons those are. Time to play games.
I think we're gonna have to wait till Jasmine goes to bed because I think she's busy with the PS5. But thanks for the donation, James.
More shots! More tricks! More height! More food! Big kids want to be treated like big kids.
So you can come to Burger King and get a Burger King Big Kids meal served your way with more great tasting food, fun, and of course, a cool toy.
Ready for 21st century action?
I think I can handle it.
Batman Beyond action toys are now at Burger King.
Show me everything.
You can collect.
Don't remember that one. Now this is a toy.
Now you can have the power to mold real metal. Metal Molder. Only Metal Molder lets you make it metal. Pour it in, heat it up, melt it down, fill the mold, and pop it out. Create dozens of amazingly detailed pieces out of real metal. Forge skulls, horses, wizards, beasts, and dragons. Perfect them, collect them, wear them, hang them, fly them, drive them. Metal Molder. Metal Molder comes with everything you see here.
This toy is so goddamn dangerous. I had one. I got it as a Christmas present. There's no way they'd be able to make a toy like this now. I burnt myself really fucking badly on this thing. What happened was, it's like a fucking toy, right? So, you know, it's not made well. So some of the fucking, like, mechanisms inside wouldn't work properly. So I had to, like, actually tilt the thing to get it to pour into the mold. And when it tilted, it spilt some of the metal and it fucking hit my hand. And I burnt my hand really fucking badly. I remember this fucking thing. It was super dangerous. There was, like, this plastic cover and shit, but it didn't really do much. The metal leaked through, and I burnt my fucking hand. Yeah, it's crazy how they're able to make toys like that.
But if you ask anyone older, hey, if they saw this on a TV show, they'd be like, ooh, that was disrespectful.
Right.
But, you know, in day-to-day life, these women don't see that. They think that it's okay to continue to behave that way. And it's my hope to show that, you know, showing respect and submission, so to speak, it's a superpower.
Yes, it is.
Because not only do you have what you want out of the situation working for you, you've got him, you know, leading the charge. So if you're both on the same page and you're going forward and you know how to treat one another, I think is most important. You know, younger women today, and even I've seen women, you know, my age, they just don't know how to act. And if you talk to them about that, you know, hey, you know, I was talking to this person, he made a joke, I touched his arm. My boyfriend got upset. We had to leave. Oh my God, why? Well, the reason why we had to leave was because if we didn't, I would have completely forgotten about it and would have done it again and again.
Booty Cam Donny Tellers watched from for 5 minutes. It's not gory, just says it. Also, they said they just pay the police for murder to and pay 5 rupees or something. Let me see, 5 minutes. All right, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
So what she is talking about is this was early on in the relationship where at bowling league, and we won that league by the way. We're at bowling league, and Devin had a feeler, right? And we were all just kind of joking around, and Devin hits him on the arm, right? I said, grab your shit, we're leaving now. It was a one-sided conversation, and how many times has she done that since? 0.
Yeah.
0. Those are the kinds of things those are the kinds of behaviors and mentalities that are being legislated out of men. And this is why asshole game works. Unfortunately, men, we have to be looked at as assholes, but asshole behavior is just a man standing his ground, man. Sure. Yeah. You know, standing 10 toes down on your boundary.
What? She, like, bumped a guy's arm, and then he, like, whoa, this dude is fucked. Like, holy shit, imagine being that sensitive?
Standards and expectations. And like I said, and it's interesting, we're getting more pushback now from men than we are from women. So to all those guys, I say, go fuck yourself, man. Like, seriously. Like, because what it really comes down to, man, is you're afraid, dude. And I know why you're afraid, but you can't be afraid to piss off your woman. If you're afraid to piss off your woman, you're in for a world of hurt. You really, really are. All right, one last question. You got it, Mo. You're the man, dude. Yeah.
What was the most difficult bad habit to get out of?
Oh, the most difficult bad habit to get out of her? Oh my God.
That was.
Wait, there were so many.
It could be more than one.
Yeah, the drinking, sleeping in, that definitely.
Like, man, this took a long time to get this bad habit out of her. What was it?
The drinking, that was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
Couple years.
Yeah, it did. But other, like, her behaviors, that was, you don't want to, guys, don't change a woman. You cannot change a woman. And you have to influence her habits, guys. Don't change a woman, change her habits. And you don't do that by controlling her, you do that by giving her choices. You can either do this, or you can be in a relationship with me, but you cannot do both.
And if she likes you enough, she'll make the change.
She'll absolutely do it.
She'll do what you want. She'll listen to you.
So, he's not wrong here. Women do a similar thing with sex. So, women will use sex as sort of a tool to get something out of men. Men can use relationships to get something out of women. And, he's not wrong. Like, you do have to be willing to break up with somebody if they're doing something that you really don't like. And a lot of dudes, if they're in a good relationship, they'll like, but there's something that's really, really bothering them, they'll let that like just bother them because they're so hungry for sex. Like, if you are with a girl who likes the relationship and you like give her that ultimatum and say like, look, I don't like what you're doing here. If you keep doing it, I can't be with you. In all likelihood, she'll stay with you and stop doing it. The same way, like, dudes will bend over backwards so that they can get, crumbs of pussy. Women will bend over backwards so that, they can stay in a relationship. It's totally true.
And she'll follow, and if she doesn't, she's going to be a headache, and, what's the point? So.
The key thing is, be persuasive, not manipulative.
I'll take that. That's my King Paradigm, by the way. Yeah, that's it. Hey, yeah, like, we know everybody by your screen names. Yeah. It's like you guys are like normal greeting people too. But yeah, thank you guys very, very much for coming. We've got some refreshments here in the back. I've got some health issues going on, so I'm not able to eat as much as I normally am. But we're gonna be here for another.
All right, that was kind of funny. Dodo Tellers, can you react?
2,045 days.
5+ years sober. What I learned, benefits, downsides. I'm not interested. Don't really care if that guy drinks or not. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I'm just gonna go brush my teeth. I'll be right back. Yeah.
Pretty fucking depressed.
Are you talking about me or you? Thanks for the donation, though, Rando.
So Nahida, let me get this straight. In Pakistan, if you're a woman and you get raped and you come forward to the police, but you can't prove that you've been raped, you can go to jail for 10 years for adultery.
Yes, this is possible, and this has been happening, you know.
These so-called honor crimes are not condoned by Islam, although many believe they are.
Islam is used as an excuse here for everything. as long as you pray 5 times a day, you can do whatever you like, and that's just not the way it is.
In Pakistan, men often only have to claim their attacks are for honor, and the police will usually look the other way. As a result, these crimes appear to be on the rise.
In this day and age, I'm the man, and I can rape a woman and rape another one after that. I don't have to be scared of being punished.
29-year-old mother of 3, Zahida Praveen, survived an attempted honor killing. She's one of the only women in Pakistan to successfully prosecute the attacker, her husband, Mahmood Iqbal. So Mahmood, why are you in jail today?
Well, I am here because of the case involving my wife. On the way to a friend's house, I stopped in a small village. I saw Zahida in bed with another man.
It happened at night, right after he returned from doing his prayers. He took the children and locked them in the other room. He then started beating me with the handle of an axe.
She continued to tell me that she did not know who he was.
He hanged me upside down and beat me until my ribs broke. He screamed at me and picked up a knife.
I did this for honor. Everyone does things for their honor.
First, he cut off my ears. Then he carved off my nose.
Whoa.
With pliers in my mouth, he cut my tongue. And then he took out my eyes with the knife.
I cut her ears off because she never listened to anything I said. Yet, she would listen to others, even all the men she slept with. I took her eyes out because she would see things that I did not approve of.
Holy fuck. This is crazy. I didn't know Pakistan was so fucked.
The worst thing was,
Jesus.
I really cared for her and loved her.
He tried to cut my tongue so I could not testify. Thank God I could speak and testify. I was once a pretty woman. Now I can't even go for a walk outside. People stare.
Holy shit.
I can feel their eyes on me. I hear them whisper. I hear the rumors and lies.
This is crazy.
And I can hear them gasp when they see my face.
Do you deserve to be punished?
No, I don't think so, because I did it for my honor and pride.
It got really quiet and then I fainted. He threw me on the bed and opened all of the ropes that he had tied on me. He thought I was dead. When I heard my son crying, I began screaming. I was screaming, "Someone help, please take him out." And then the neighbors came. When they saw my face, they screamed.
Zahida was 3 months pregnant with her husband's child when he did this to her.
Whoa.
The baby survived. Sadly, Zahida Praveen's success in getting her husband jailed hasn't yet made it any easier for other women to claim their rights. A report commissioned by a previous Pakistani government states that the average Pakistani woman is born into near slavery, leads a life of drudgery, and dies invariably in oblivion. Not surprisingly, the same government suppressed its own report. Pakistan's new leader has publicly condemned honor killing and has promised reform, but so far little has changed. General, I've spent the last 3 weeks with women who've had their eyes cut out, their noses cut off, who've been doused in kerosene and set on fire by their husbands. It seems to be a big problem in this country.
Okay.
Are you tackling this problem?
Well, again, I'm really amazed. Where all have you been going? I'm sure, obviously, if you are looking for such incidents, you are being taken to such incidents. But wherever you are being taken, if you think that this is what is happening to a majority of the women in Pakistan, I'm afraid that is not the case.
Honor-related or not, crimes against women are all too common here. More than 70% of Pakistani women suffer domestic violence, according to a recent report by Human Rights Watch. Most women here don't even know they have rights. Not surprising in a country where most of the women are illiterate.
Wow.
I'm in southern Pakistan, heading north to an area where I've heard that women...
Ah yes, nice to see the peaceful Eastern world with their beautiful traditions and culture showing kindness and love. Nothing to see here. Islam truly is the religion of love. We Westerners really are such rotten sinful people.
Yeah, really. So fucked. Dude, that's one of the most fucked things I've ever seen. Thanks for the donation though, Adam. Let's watch some Donut Operator.
Gun, gun, gun! Gun, gun! Don't move! Put your hands up, now! I'm gonna shoot you if you reach for that gun!
Hi everyone, Donut here. Today we're going to be talking about another shooting by the Los Angeles Police Department. They've been on a roll lately. This one is probably one of the gnarliest shotgun shootings I've ever seen. Yes, even gnarlier than the one we did, what was that, like 2 weeks ago, where the guy jumped off a 6-story building and then they shot him with a shotgun.
Hey, he's jumping!
Gnarlier than that. And if you stick around till the end of this video, we're going to talk about assault 2-liter soda bottles. That's right, deadly coke. And no, I'm not talking about the fun nose beers. Drugs are bad, kids, unless you like to fucking party. The shooting that we're going to break down today involves a shotgun blast from about 3 feet away from a man's head. It's brutal. You know what else is brutal? Sleeping on a shitty mattress. That's why our sponsor for today's video is Helix Sleep. Do you want a premium mattress coverage? You got some with sex, less than not. It has any operator. Link in the description. Shoot Poo Poo, California, Topanga Division, approximately 1:05 a.m. Los Angeles police officers responded to a call of a man with a gun. A person had called 911 and told them that they had seen a man outside of a car in a parking lot with a fire alarm.
I think there's the one in the parking lot with the firearm.
There's a fire alarm ringing?
Firearm. The plate is...
Sir, I'm having a really hard time understanding you. Confirm there's a fire alarm ringing?
No, firearm.
There's a firearm? A gun?
Yeah.
Who has a gun?
Yeah. I was passing by and I saw someone with a firearm outside the truck. Is the
And what cross?
Valerian?
You guys notice they didn't redact the address that time? Los Angeles police, that went up. We finally figured out the location of yet another hole in Los Angeles without even having to use my top secret high-tech NSA software given to me by Jeff Bezos. We didn't have to send the little man in for reconnaissance. Come here, little guy. We're gonna go into enemy territory. Extract the little man. Oh, how the f*** do you extract him? No, no, no! Officers roll up to the scene and they see the exact truck that the man had described. Could someone be inside that truck holding the fire alarm? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Can't see what he's holding.
Hey, policía! Maestro del carro.
Come on, senor.
Maestro del carro. Camera. Hello. Okay. These guys are out. I think he's better. Hey, pistola?
Hands.
Is he the only one?
Don't.
There's a driver. Gun, gun, gun!
Uh-oh, looks like the driver did have that fire alarm in there. Fire alarm. And yes, now there is a shotgun pointed at him from about 3 to 4 feet away. This is a bad day to have a fire alarm in your waistband. If you couldn't...
Dude, shotguns are so insanely, devastatingly powerful. Really, really bad. Dumb fucking idea to risk getting shot with a shotgun. Like, holy fuck, if you get shot with one of those.
Need to watch the video, just wanted to share a channel, not sure if you know him, pretty good ASMR.
Let me take a look. Lionheart. Well, yeah, I know Gaz Oakley. I watch him. Thanks for the donation, Lionheart.
Notice, or if you didn't hear the officers talking, those dudes are shithoused inside that truck. They're passed out in there.
Gun, gun, gun! Gun, gun! Don't move! Put your hands up, now! Hands in the air! Grab him, grab...
Yeah, dude. I shot a shotgun a few weeks ago. They are crazy. Yeah, you do not want to mess with shotguns, dude.
Grab passenger out, rip him out. Driver's got a gun in his waistband.
Let me get a backup.
Grab him, rip him out. Don't move! Don't reach for the gun! Do not reach for the gun! I'm gonna shoot you if you reach for that gun! Don't do it! Don't do it! He's got a gun in his waistband. He's not listening to commands. Hands in the air! Put your hands on top of your head now! Give me a Spanish speaker. Don't do it!
So the guy's not listening, and it almost looks like he starts rolling a joint. I don't know, but he dips his hand down to his waistband. I don't want to spoil anything, but you could kind of guess what happens next.
Do not reach for the gun! I'm gonna shoot you if you reach for that gun! Don't do it! Don't do it!
He's asking for it.
He's got a gun in his waistband. He's not listening to commands. Hands in the air! Put your hands on top of your head now! Give me a Spanish speaker. Don't do it!
Holy
God damn it.
God damn it, indeed.
It's a shame he wasn't more headstrong.
I know the guy's 100% sloshed right there, possibly on other drugs, but that doesn't make...
Bro, holy fuck. Kidding? Dude, his head is gone. Bootycum donated $2. Watch from 7 till 9 what he says and does what would you do if this kid moved in next door to you? Let me see. Oh, 7 till 9. Wow.
او تشكر يا باباش دورك يا وصانا دورك مش عارف وقت دوامه
شون ده ولا اي ولد شون ده بيتر ابل بس ابنا ويها نابن بس ابل نحن دستم بيه ابد بجامع ناكل ابد نحن دستم بيه يعني نفس داعش اشبيرات قعري الزلامه بخفيف قعري شو يعني شو بابا ولا سناد بعد فيديو تاني صار فيديو مقاطع خوف السرين وان
I've seen some of those ISIS videos. They actually try to desensitize children to killing by literally just forcing kids to finish an execution. So they'll like grab a kid, put the knife in their hand, and then like have them slice open somebody's throat. It's really fucked.
سبب يعني ديدانا سبب شيء
ادوان جيب خد ديدانا اكو بوانت كريم بتاخ مرات كريم لانجي كي وانا بتاخ ايج قادي وبشاحين الموبايل في صندال بانت
Religion of Peace strikes again. Kid Boo donated $2 base. Let me see.
567.
Oops. Oops. Okay, that was a pleasant interaction.
انت تحب الالعاب تحب؟
لا
تحب شكليت؟
لا
تفاح؟
سكين
تحب تفاح؟ عماد لكن ايش تحب انت؟
بارودة
بارودة بس تحب البارودة؟
Yeah, I think those kids are ruined. So trash. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Make him any less dangerous, he could have put his hand down and pulled out the gun, but we're going to talk about this later. Other options the police had here. First, let's check out another angle real quick.
He's got a gun in his waistband. He's not listening to commands.
I got it. X98
hands in the air.
Going to be in the
Put your hands on top of your head now.
Going to be facing southbound in
Give
the
me a
parking
Spanish
lot.
speaker. Don't do it!
Shots fired, Officer Newtop.
Not a good time to lose one's head.
He doesn't have a head anymore, but now he needs to be arrested.
See if we can take this guy out in a couple months.
No way. What? This reminds me of the scene from RoboCop 2. Dude, the guy doesn't have a head anymore. He was shot like point blank with a fucking shotgun slug. He literally is missing a head and they're gonna handcuff him.
Welcome. I got gloves. Yeah.
What are they doing? This is literally the scene from RoboCop 2.
I think we should talk.
What's with you, Murph?
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
He's dead, Murphy.
You have the right to an attorney.
You're reading Miranda to a corpse.
I'm having trouble.
Like, it's literally RoboCop 2. Dude, you can see all the fucking blood and brains on the fucking ground.
You'll never be the head of a major corporation.
Okay, that'll do.
Okay.
Why are
Why are
they
they
doing
arresting
that?
a man with no head anymore? That comes down to mostly departmental policy, where no matter what happens, you usually put someone in cuffs if you were going to arrest them anyways. Most of that is for officer safety, just in case someone's playing possum. Like I said, he's deader than hell, but it's still LAPD policy. And I think every other police department ever in the United States. They could amend their policy to say when someone doesn't have a f***ing head, I don't know if they need to be arrested. But then again, people have done crazy stuff. Remember that, what was that Vietnam Master Sergeant, I think?
That is
He got shot like
baffling.
27 times and bayoneted, and he was still killing shit out of people. Ended up killing like 14 more people. He could have not had a head, you know? We never know. Oh, by the way, if you want to see the aftermath, he's got like a little bit of head left. It's on, what's that channel called? Donuts Raw Police Footage. They ended up recovering a loaded pistol and an extra big stick from the scene. There was a lot of arguments about this one online, people saying the LAPD could have handled this one differently. But first, quick shout out to my new sponsor, First Form. They make really good supplements, makes you strong.
Yeah, Jesus. Don't donate tillers, dude. Is this even real? It's hilarious. Let me see.
He made a grave mistake and got caught up in our sting operation. Alongside the Hendersonville Police Department,
This is way too long to watch for right now. Think we'll maybe react to that next stream or something. Let's see.
Red flags just look like flags. I watched Sue Klebold's talk, skimmed through her book, and after hundreds of hours of Columbine research, I'm going to tell you why Sue Klebold's TED Talk is the worst ever. If you didn't know, Sue Klebold is the mother of Dylan, who in 1999 tried to kill everyone at Columbine High School in Colorado. Sue claims that not only could she not have known, but no one could have identified her son as a deranged killer, and she even had the audacity to educate us about mental health, or brain health as she calls it.
And that's when I truly became a brain health advocate, is that I'm talking about mental health.
or brain health, as I prefer to call it, because it's more concrete.
She has reached the highest level of cope, and I find her statement.
Yeah, dude. Everybody knew those kids were trouble. If you look at their manifesto, they knew exactly what they were doing, and they're fucking nasty little shits. And their parents completely failed them. That woman is crazy.
It's both counterproductive and insulting to rational parents and society at large, because when you learn all the facts about the case, who Dylan was, the mountain of evidence showing Dylan and Eric's plan, it's hard to imagine why Ted would ever allow her anywhere near a stage and a microphone. Sue is the parent of one of the most deranged children that has ever walked Earth, and without an admission of error, she has nothing to teach us. The facts surrounding Columbine are disturbing. Fair warning, this is going to be quite the emotional journey.
Before the shootings, I thought of myself as a good mom, helping my children become caring, healthy.
Dude, that is bullshit. She's a terrible fucking parent. Those kids were deranged fucking psychopaths.
Responsible.
Everybody could see that from a mile away.
Was the most important role in my life.
I wanted to first check the pulse of the situation. How were people responding to the talk? I went to the comment section, and of course, the comments were disabled.
Yeah.
And Ted opted to remove the option to downvote the video. Okay. A New York Times article reviewed Sue's book. The top comment reads, "Watching her rationalize her son's murderous actions is nauseating. She blames ignorance and Eric Harris, but never herself. A vile person." Thought experiment. You are a complete narcissist. Your evil child and his best friend just tried to kill everyone at school. What do you do next? Pin most of the blame on the other killer. Blame society, gun control, bullying, mental health awareness. Secure victim status for yourself. Or all of the above. Columbine was a singular event, unlike any school shooting before or since. While some school shootings may have been premeditated, none have had as much insight into the motives and the thoughts of the perpetrators as the Columbine shooting. Out of respect, I hesitate to use the word lore, but that's sort of what I would describe all of the content surrounding Columbine. There are books, movies, and an active subreddit dedicated to Columbine. People are able to know so much more about Dylan and Eric because of all the information they left behind. Because Columbine wasn't committed by a lone wolf who kept to himself. And it's worth noting, there hasn't been another school shooting involving multiple people.
Columbine versus Palestine. The shooters versus Gaza, who would win?
Probably Hamas, because they have a bit more training and more weaponry. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous.
Since Columbine. Classmates Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold left journals, a website, numerous videos explaining what they were going to do, why and how they were doing it, documenting their journey right up until the very end. In addition to all of that, there's a collection of evidence known as the 11K, which contains 11,000 documents, mostly witness testimony, reports, interviews, and of course the infamous journals found in Eric and Dylan's homes. And a big part of the lore around Columbine is this book, a handful of interviews, and the TED Talk from Sue Klebold, Dylan's mother.
Ready? Camera, slate.
And before we get into Sue's mess of a TED Talk, I want to cover all of her media.
Yeah, it's no wonder her son was a psychopathic killer. She's a narcissist.
The appearances up until this point. In 1999, Columbine happens. All four parents, the Klebolds and the Harrises, go into hiding. The Harrises make it known that they will not speak unless they are granted immunity. We've never heard from them, and it's now been 24 years, so we'll probably never hear from them. In 2001, a lawsuit with the parents of the shooters settled out of court. The details have remained private, but I imagine this gave Sue Klebold some protection from further litigation. In 2004, Sue did an interview where she went into defense mode, saying that Dylan did not do this because of the way he was raised. He did it in contradiction to the way he was raised. Shocker. Parents of mass murderer take no responsibility. The real bombshell in this interview is when Sue Klebold went out of her way to take issue with people who offered her forgiveness. When someone told her, "I forgive you for what you've done," she told the interviewer she was infuriated and said, "I haven't done anything for which I need forgiveness." I think everyone's issue with this statement is it assumes she made no mistake related to her parenting. The worst part of the interview is when Tom Klebold, Dylan's dad, says, people need to understand this could have happened to...
Gerald donated $2. Let me see.
Just about everything about Walmart is an absolute lie.
There's no happiness there.
My job is a cashier and self-checkout host. My hourly wage is $11.55. I can't live off $11.55. Last year, I got an apartment. I was only able to keep the apartment for about 3 months because I couldn't afford the rent, I couldn't afford the utilities. The only thing I could do was move back in with my mother and father. Walmart has this culture of fear that keeps people in fear of doing anything that might upset managers. They're even afraid to ask for a raise. If you're more than 9 minutes late, you get a point for that. You're really not allowed to have casual conversations with your coworkers. That's time theft, you get points for that. They want the public to think they're doing more than they are when they're doing absolutely nothing. More people at Walmart get food stamps, rental assistance, Medicaid, and Medicare than work at any other corporation in America.
I'm fighting to get all workers at $15 because it's not fair that some of the workers I work with.
It should be $22. Minimum wage should be $22. If you account for inflation adjustment and productivity, minimum wage should be $22. But, like, yeah, it's a joke that you can't even get a $15 minimum wage.
With aren't even at $15.
Just about every...
Yeah, it's fucked, dude. Fuck Walmart. Thanks for the donation, Gerald.
To them, which is another way of saying school shooters are completely random. Overall, the Klebold's take the position that they did no wrong. The victims' parents had a lot to say.
Even the father of Isaiah Scholes, one of the victims, has had little sympathy for the Harrises.
I can't really say much for the other parents. Evidently, they didn't watch theirs because there's no way bombs would be made in this garage, and I didn't know about it.
I think that she feels...
Yeah, true. Like, they were making explosives. Their parents knew about it.
Feels like the most tragic thing that happened throughout this was her son's death.
I think they need to be out there talking about those signs that they saw in Dylan and giving other people a heads up what to be looking for.
One parent said, I wanted an apology. I wanted a contribution to help us understand why it happened so it would never happen again. I didn't hear it. Brian Rorbo, father of victim Daniel Rorbo, said he was outraged that the Klebolds likened the day of the shooting to a natural disaster. In 2009, Sue wrote an essay, I Will Never Know Why, for Oprah magazine. Mike Litwin of the Denver Post wrote an article criticizing the essay. He said, Klebold wrote too much and at the same time revealed so little. It's not just that she tells only her side of the story, it's that you know already.
Kid Boo donated $2.
Most of my friends, right, were generally like more attractive than me. Like if you look at my closest friends, especially when we were younger, I was never the hot friend. The average guys you guys talk about so dearly, if they were interested in me, they would ask me.
Don't donate $2. Saturated fat is solid at room temperature, so what the fuck is in Frank's liquid coconut oil? Well, it's coconut oil that's being processed to remove out a lot of the saturated fat, and it becomes a liquid. So I think it's just mostly medium chain triglycerides. I think that's how they make it. Let me see. Liquid coconut oil. Pretty sure that's what it is. Let me see the... Oh. Fuck. No, it still has a lot of saturated fat. How the fuck do they... I'm pretty sure. Liquid part of the coconut oil is created by melting coconut oil and then letting it cool very slowly. This is called fractionated. Different kinds of fat in the oil will separate based on the different melting points. This is physical separation process, no chemical reactions occur. Okay. Yeah, so they remove some of the saturated fat, and then there's a higher proportion of medium chain triglycerides. Thanks for the donation, though. Don't.
Me about my friend.
I think we all know the real reason Frank likes coconut oil.
Is it for anal sex lube? Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu.
First. And if that didn't work out, then they would come crawling to me.
Second place, Pearl, the most desperate woman on YouTube. She's basically been spiraling out of control since I made my first video on her, and her reputation has taken a hit because of it. She's still up to no good, spouting any nonsense that she possibly can so that bottom-of-the-barrel men will give her attention. Saying things like, was he really abusive, or did you bring the abuse out of him? For her to say something that's so on the nose for an abuser to say, it is beyond desperate. Look what you made me do. You made me hit you, woman.
Women are not getting abused left, right, and center. Most abusive situations, the parties are abusing each other. Sorry guys, but you attract what you are.
You have to wonder why she would go so far to be so desperate for a crumb of male attention.
I have one answer.
Well, I guess if you want anal, pretty easy to get some with Pearl. But even then, apparently most dudes aren't willing to take the trade-off. Jadler donated $2. Do you think there can ever be a case that the parenting is pretty good and someone might end up doing something bad despite pretty standard normal parenting? Not this case, but in general, I might feel bad blaming a parent immediately. Yes. And I know of a case personally. Jasmine has a half-sister who is a manipulative psychopath. She almost murdered her parents when she was like single digits. I think when she was like 6 or 7 or something. She grabbed a knife from the kitchen and she was about to kill them in their sleep. Luckily she woke them up and she was going to attack them with a knife. Then she fucking went to a therapist, for these problems. She's so smart and so manipulative. She actually convinced the therapist that her parents were abusing her. And I think now she's a prostitute. So, yeah. There certainly are people who are just born bad. There are people who are just genetically fucked and they have psychopathy and these like violent tendencies like from the moment they're born. But when you're talking about a case like Columbine, in all likelihood, yeah, these were just bad kids. But chances are the environment they were in allowed them to act out that way. So, again, these kids were planning a fucking shooting. They were, making bombs in their fucking, shed in their backyard. Any reasonable parent who's actually doing parenting would know about this and stop that immediately, right? But they didn't. So there was something fucked with the Columbine parents' parenting. And the way this woman's acting after the fact as well is just fucked. Like, not taking any blame, acting as if she didn't do anything wrong, blaming other people. So she's probably a narcissist, possibly even a psychopath. And she probably passed that down to her children, genetics, and that kind of set off that whole chain of events. But thanks for the donation, Jadler. Appreciate it.
For you. Low self-esteem. From a young age, I haven't thought highly of myself. I never thought that I deserved a lot, to be honest. I never thought of myself as a queen. And I never thought of myself super highly.
Oof, that was rough to watch, wasn't it? Possibly the most pathetic clip that I've ever seen on YouTube. That clip explains a lot about the psychology of second place Pearl, and despite it being 2 years old, not much has changed.
It seems there's a lot of pretty privilege in what you're saying.
Is 2 milligrams of nicotine for depression too much to start?
Probably not. Most people do just fine with 2 milligrams. I would, if you want to try using nicotine for depression, especially if you weigh like over 150 pounds, I would say, yeah, you probably want like 2 milligrams. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Sad Boy. Appreciate it.
And that you're white and you present.
Do you think I'm pretty? Thank you. They call me ugly on the internet all the time.
I don't mean to say I think you're gorge. I just mean that there a certain value that we give to certain bodies.
She's like, so you think I'm pretty? And the woman's just like, no.
I don't mean to say I think you're gorge.
I love how Pearl is scraping the bowl for just remnants of a compliment. Like, imagine fishing for a compliment and then getting shut down like this. It's so embarrassing. Her insecurities are still very much alive and well, and they have caused her to act completely unhinged, especially on Twitter, where she regularly deletes golden nuggets like this. 16-year-old chicks are... Wait, I should say in the Pearl voice. 16-year-old chicks are hotter than 26-year-old chicks. Like, I don't know, she sounds fat. She can literally change the way...
That is a really gross thing to say. 16-year-old girls are not more attractive than 26-year-old girls unless you're like a fucking pedophile. Like, look at Sasha Grey when she was 18, and look at Sasha Grey when she was like 25. She was way hotter when she was in her mid-20s. Like, my god, that is just so weird and gross.
Way that she...
Like, I know Pearl doesn't even believe that. She's just saying that, you know, for, like, baiting attention, but, like, that is gross.
Presents her voice. She is choosing to have these inflections that make her sound like she's 300 pounds. She's so desperate for male attention that she's resorted to speaking this way about underage girls to her audience of grown men on her Twitter. She also resorts to insulting random women's looks for committing the cardinal sin of letting time pass. She says 35-year-old women are uglier than 25-year-old women. And I think we know why she randomly lashes out at women who are over 30. It's because Pearl lost her boyfriend, who took her virginity, to a woman that was older.
He was older than me.
Oh, okay.
So he had girlfriends before me. 2 weeks after, like, we ended it, he starts dating a new girl. Like, I think he's gonna marry that girl, or did. I don't really know. Yeah, I was like obsessed. I was so sad because I felt like I waited because I was a sophomore in college when I lost my virginity. So I was like halfway through college. It's late. Yeah.
You know, it's not about you. I'm gonna drop something. It's the timing.
Well, no. It was because he literally like went on to marry the next girl. So something, but it's funny because the girl was older than me. So by the manosphere's perspective, like I would have won.
Pearl says that being 30 is too old to be sexy, but clearly it's young enough to take her man. Maybe she could have kept her man by smelling good, by using Reed Street soap. Reed Street is a company that I helped design candles and soaps with. Of ad rev. Obviously, everyone has videos that underperform at some point, but her videos are getting nowhere near what they're supposed to be. Most channels that post a lot of videos have to hit at least 10% of their audience. And Pearl's lucky if she gets anywhere near that. The vast majority of her videos have less than 5%. On her 24-hour live stream that was running for 2 to 3 weeks, when I went to click it, it only had 1 viewer, which was me. The only reason that she's been able to sustain her channel as long as she has.
Okay, go on. Thanks for the donation though, non-wib.
is because of her multi-million-dollar daddy that's willing to pay for her every time she fails a project. So I wouldn't really consider her successful at anything except for putting a hole in her dad's wallet. How could such a large YouTuber fail while being backed by a multi-million-dollar family? That's really pathetic. Instead of making valuable content that people actually want to watch, second place Pearl is just too busy screaming into the void on Twitter about 30-year-old women because one took her man once. And that's why Pearl is clearly upset that she does not get the male validation that she needs in order to not act up. She made some comments about Simpcast, which is a podcast that I've been on for some time, and she says, "These are the women we're simping over that are the epitome of hotness? You showed me an epidemic. These mid at best post-wall women think that they are the hottest thing since sliced break." I'm crying. This is too funny. I'm pretty sure everyone on that panel is taken. At least they can get a man. She can throw these insults, but then as soon as her audience responds, letting her know that she looks older.
Isn't Brittany dating that dude who's running that, like, fucking black pill channel who complained that he couldn't get a girlfriend for a billion years?
Than the 30-year-olds that she loves bashing, despite being only 26. Then she gets defensive and backtracks. Saying I look old for my age won't make you look any younger. There's things other than looks. If that were true, then she wouldn't be attacking 30-year-olds for their youth and attractiveness. Now would she?
Alright, well, I think I've seen enough of this. Pearl's pretty pathetic.
Image searched her picture of her in a bikini, Google thought she was a pregnant woman, as well as a power lifter. Literally Google a robot's best guess of what Pearl's body type is. And I think it's not only fair to critique those things,
Killer body if I could stop with my sugar addiction.
I think it's not only fair to... This is a lack of feminine self-care. Why is her skin so heavily damaged at 26, now 27 because I didn't realize her birthday was so soon. Happy birthday, Pearl. But why did she let her skin get like this? Why can't she use daddy's money to go buy some sunscreen? A lot of this is very much preventable and it shows a lack of self-care. Even if you have really bad genetics, these are premature wrinkles due to a lack of using sun protection, and her could have easily looked up on...
I think I'm older than her, right? Yeah. She's only 27. She looks way older than me. Like, I haven't gotten any wrinkles yet, and I'm 32. Yeah, she does not look good for her age. Let me see, where was the thing we were watching?
Reading it, there's so much she either doesn't see or doesn't want us to see. In 2014, Sue and Tom Klebold got divorced, citing that the couple dealt with grief differently and that they did not have any common points of view on what happened. In 2016, Sue released her book and did her first TV interview. We'll talk more about the book later in the video, but she says things like this in her book. The ultimate message of this book is terrifying. You may not know your own children, and worse yet, your children may be unknowable to you. The stranger you fear may be your own son or daughter. At least she's consistent with her messaging. In 2017, we have the TED Talk, and she ends the talk with this statement.
In the end, what I know comes down to this. The tragic fact is that even the most vigilant and responsible of us may not be able to help. But for love's sake, we must never stop trying to know the unknowable. Thank you.
She insinuates that any child could be secretly plotting a massacre and the parents can't know. However, we should keep trying anyway. And in 2020, Randy Brown released a book titled The Inside Story of Columbine: Lies, Cover-Ups, Ballistics. Randy had a son who was friends with Dylan at one point, and he knew the Klebold family personally. This is a home videotape of Dylan in Randy's home, and this is a picture of Randy's son Brooks with Dylan. For clarity, Randy's wife is Judy, and Randy specifically references Sue Klebold's book in this passage. I read it, and I was really upset. It was not the truth. There, plain and simple, it was not the truth. She makes light of the warnings that Judy gave her about Eric Harris. Judy told her that he was dangerous and to keep him away from Dylan.
Moving in with GF in February. Im gay. Gluck gluck slurp gulp gulp squip.
Well, I hope you and your girlfriend have some nice gay sex together. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Judy warned her very clearly as a friend. Sue ignored her. Sue was warned and chose to ignore it. Randy also is a bit biased because his son Brooks was friends with Dylan. Brooks and Dylan had a falling out, and for quite some time, many people associated Brooks with Dylan and Eric. As we'll talk later, Randy reported Eric Harris to the police more than a year before Columbine, and he was the only one who publicly addressed the issue in advance.
You went to them and said, here's a red flag.
More than a red flag, here were 3 felonies that we had turned into them, making and detonating pipe bombs and threatening my son's life, and they didn't pursue it. They didn't do their job.
I was utterly dumbfounded that they did nothing with the web pages. Eric was saying how he was going to blow people up. Hey, I'm making pipe bombs. I've got the designs for them on my website. I'm going to kill these people. Here's why. That's a level beyond making a joke.
And after multiple attempts, Ted has rejected Randy's request to do a talk, even though he is, from my research, the first person to correctly threat assess a modern shooter in human history. But they bring Sue Klebold on to tell us it's a fool's errand to try to figure out who is a psycho killer.
The kid was literally making pipe bombs and saying that he's going to kill certain people with these bombs. Who could have known? Like, every fucking one of these shootings, dude, it's very rare that it's ever, you know, just completely out of the blue, like, whoa, who could have seen this coming? I know of one shooting where that was the case, a school shooting, but most of them, these fucking kids are psycho and fucked up, and they've, like, been threatening to kill people for, like, years, and then they finally fucking do it.
I was terrified that I would run into a family member of someone Dylan had killed, or be accosted by the press.
Yeah, Sasha Grey is
or by
pretty
an
hot.
angry citizen. I was afraid to turn on the news, afraid to hear myself being called a terrible parent or a disgusting person.
So what's Sue's angle? If Dylan's motives were unknowable, Sue is absolved of all guilt and responsibility. She's just another victim. But in my opinion, the facts surrounding Columbine say otherwise. Dylan and Eric kept numerous journals, videos, weapons, and notes planning their attack that were waiting to be found. I would argue they were screaming to be found. I think most parents would claim they would know something was up if they were put in the same position.
Randy and Judy Brown say a year before the high school shootings, they were so concerned about Eric Harris's violent writings on the internet that they went to police. The Browns had had trouble with Eric Harris. They say Harris had threatened their son Brooks and vandalized his car. When Brooks found threats of mass murder on Harris's webpage, he brought it to his parents.
The entire website was dedicated to how he was going to kill the entire state of Colorado.
When the Browns met with investigators from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, they say they turned over several pages from Eric Harris's website, pages that read, "I will rig up explosives all over a town and detonate each one of them at will after I mow down a whole area of you snotty rich," and it continued with a string of expletives. The page continued, "All I want to do is kill and injure as many of you as I can." One of the pages that had a recipe for a pipe bomb concluded, "Now our only problem is to find the place that will be ground zero."
And you might say that Dylan could have hidden everything from his parents, and you'd be right. We don't have any evidence that Dylan revealed his plans to his mom, but nobody claims Sue knew.
He has a public fucking website. Like, oh my God.
Exactly what Dylan was going to do. It's just that we have a mountain of evidence showing that she ignored numerous red flags. Eric's parents found a pipe bomb in their house. And Eric's website, which contained a hit list, how to make pipe bombs, and enough violent threats to warrant a search of his house, was ignored by police and the school. Randy Brown, the father of Brooks Brown, an ex-friend and classmate of Dylan and Eric, alerted police years before the massacre. And he had found Eric's website after his son, Brooks, had a falling out with Eric.
This is 98-5504, the incident report that we filed in 1998. He and I had turned Eric into the police a year earlier and 2 years earlier for having pipe bombs and weapons and detonating pipe bombs.
Brooks was informed about Eric's website at school. He wrote the URL down on a sheet of paper and found his name on Eric's hit list. Yes, one of the Columbine shooters, hit lists on a website. In addition to the hit list and hateful ramblings, Eric had plans to make pipe bombs along with many other alarming violent threats. In one of his many hateful posts, he essentially says he's going to kill everyone and he'll be, quote, armed to the teeth. You do not have to be a psychologist to look at this website and conclude that Eric was a hateful...
New donate to lawyers. Hey VG, do I still have to wear sunscreen indoors, or can putting the blinds down on my window good enough to lower UV exposure? I only wear sunscreen when I go outside since bottle is pricey for how little the product is. Well, yeah, so if you have your shades down and you're not getting much sun on your face and it's doing a pretty good job of blocking the sun, then you wouldn't need to wear sunscreen indoors. But if the window's open, you're getting the same like amount of UV exposure you would if you were outside, if it's just coming through a glass window. But again, if the blinds are good enough at blocking the sun, then you shouldn't have to wear sunscreen. Thanks for the donation though, New. Appreciate it.
And dangerous person. The year was 1998, and it could be understandable why authorities in a small town in Colorado might drop the ball on what to do with this new internet thing. These were the glory days of AOL.
You've got mail.
And the 56K modem. Even still, Randy printed out the pages to bring to the authorities at the school. Nothing was done. Luckily, Randy had saved all of the emails and documents proving the reports were legitimate. Randy was so worried about the threats, he had written an article in the Columbine Courier in March of 1998, more than a year before the shooting, letting everyone in the community know about the situation. Randy reflects on this years later.
We're sorry. We're upset that we didn't do more to let people know what happened here, but the cover-up made it difficult. And we live with the guilt of knowing that maybe we could have done more, although we spent 7 years fighting it after Columbine. It didn't help.
Yes, thank you, police. And of course, the solution to all of this is just to ban guns, right? Damn, if only guns were banned, tragedies like this would never happen. Police are fucking useless. The same fucking thing happened in Nova Scotia. The Nova Scotia shooting that prompted cuck fucking Trudeau to ban assault weapons and handguns. The guy was reported to the police years ago, where a woman said he threatened to kill all the fucking cops in town, had a stash of illegal weapons, and had a plot to pose as a police officer so he could commit a mass shooting. She reported this to the police years before it happened. They did nothing, and then when it actually happened, they tried to cover it up and make it seem as though, oh, this happened all under our nose.
Earlier I linked the wrong thing. Here's the rest of the cat pics.
Okay, let me take a look at these now. Oh my god. They're friends. Oh my god, that's a good cat. Wow. So orange. And there's his non-orange friend. Oh my god. Those are good fucking cats. Well, thanks for the donation, Ethan, now. Appreciate it.
First, the Sheriff's Department denied its investigators had even met with the Browns in person. But we obtained this police paperwork showing those investigators not only met with Mrs. Judy Brown, but then worked on a warrant to search Eric Harris's home. Even more surprising, this document shows a sheriff's deputy found a pipe bomb consistent with the devices Harris described on his website. But the Sheriff's Department never searched or even visited the Harris home. It was April of '98, a full year before the Columbine massacre.
How can Randy feel like he could have done more, but the parents of Columbine won't say this publicly? So to play devil's advocate, it was Eric's website, not Dylan's. Sue can claim ignorance to Eric's behavior, right? Besides the fact that Judy Brown warned the Klebold's about Eric, there is a fair amount of evidence that Sue outwardly communicated that Eric was not a close friend to Dylan. And she never says that Eric was a close friend in any of her books or speeches. In fact, she goes out of her way in her book to distance Dylan from Eric. I believe this is because she wants to associate the shooting with the duo, Eric and Dylan, which minimizes Dylan's involvement. This narrative is consistent with the idea that Eric was the real monster manipulating Dylan, and she never wants you to believe that she had any control or knowledge of how close Dylan was with Eric. Because if she did, she would have to defend herself as to why she allowed her son to spend so much time with Eric. But we know that Eric and Dylan were together a bunch. They talk about their nightly missions, vandalizing property.
Failure on the part of law enforcement does not negate that gun laws cannot be effective in preventing mass shootings. Yeah, it does. Like what? You think because guns are illegal, there aren't going to be mass shootings? Are you fucking retarded?
They got in big trouble as a pair multiple times and have numerous videos documenting their friendship over a long period of time.
Like, guess what? Bombs are illegal. You know how many bombings there have been? Like, what are you... Like, that's just fucking dumb.
Either Sue had a brain injury or she's gaslighting us. Eric and Dylan were caught hacking into computers at Columbine High School, stealing a document that contained all of the combinations to every locker in the school. They were caught and received a school suspension. There's...
Let me tell you a story, fuck you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, black ass nigga.
Evidence to suggest that they used their access to leave violent threats in the lockers of other students. But it wasn't just Eric and Dylan. Zach Heckler also was suspended from school after the locker incident. However, Zach stopped hanging out with Eric and Dylan after the incident. From my understanding, it was only Dylan who continued to hang out with Eric as time passed. Even parents of other troubled kids didn't want their kids around Eric. Also, Eric and Dylan were arrested after stealing electronics from a van they broke into. This happened during one of their many vandalism missions that are well documented in their journals. Dylan's mom knew about these events. She could have and should have prevented Dylan from hanging out with Eric, which would be standard good parenting, both today and in the 90s. And before people make excuses for Sue, she did the best she could, Dylan's mother worked at a psychiatric hospital in the past and even had a master's degree in educational sciences. I don't think I'm holding her to this unrealistic high standard here. When your kid is a felon and in an adolescent diversion program, so he doesn't have to go to jail and drop out of high school, you don't let him hang out with the kid who's consistently getting caught doing terrible things with him. When the parents of your child's best friend warn you of his behavior, you do anything and everything to prevent them from hanging out. But she didn't. Byron also got caught breaking into a Denny's, American diner, and got a DUI driving drunk. Things were so bad that in Sue's own words, they kicked Byron out of the house by age 19. The reason I bring all this up is to point out that Sue's parenting consistently produces troubled teens. Dylan wasn't an anomaly. And it's worth noting that there is evidence that Dylan's drinking wasn't normal high school substance abuse. Dylan used the nickname Vodka with Eric. Dylan bragged about drinking an entire bottle of vodka in one night. He frequently talks about getting drunk in their journals, but we'll never really know how bad it was. And she can't pin this on Eric. All of the evidence suggests Eric didn't really like alcohol. And in some of the basement tapes, Eric takes a swig of alcohol and winces, and you can tell he doesn't do this very often. Same with cigarettes. Dylan was a smoker, and at one time, he makes fun of Eric for not knowing how to use the lighter.
It's time for a cigarette.
Oh.
Yep. Let's try not to laugh at these white meats. Let's try not to laugh at these white meats.
Regardless, when your kid is in with a bad crowd, it's your job to change their environment. And that's exactly what the parents of this child did.
Cassie was hanging out with the wrong crowd. They did everything in their power to save her, pulling her out of school and putting her in a new one they thought was safer, Columbine.
We were in such a terrible battle, we finally had to move. When we saw her grades dropping,
I found a stack of letters, and they talked about suicide, alcohol,
drugs. They had hand-drawn pictures talking about killing Brad and I. It was just horrific. And so we realized by going through her private room that we had a problem.
We took charge of the situation.
She was moved to Columbine by her parents to change the bad environment, and Dylan killed her. One time, Sue even admits that Dylan had shown her a bottle of schnapps when he was going to prom. That's pretty benign. I'm not faulting Sue for parenting a teenager in possession of like dirty magazines and some beer. Dylan and Eric amassed 95 bombs and 4 guns in preparation for Columbine.
Jesus.
People generally don't know this, but Columbine was a failed bombing turned into a shooting. Dylan and Eric wanted to kill hundreds of students indiscriminately and only planned to pick people off with their guns outside who survived the initial explosions. Anyone could have found evidence of their plan, or at the very least prioritize the separation of Dylan and Eric. And on top of the criminal behavior, Dylan's teachers reported him for writing disturbing essays and video projects.
A year before the attack, Joe Schalmoser and Howard Cornell were worried that Columbine was just the kind of place where a school shooting might happen. In August of '98, a full 8 months before the attack on Columbine, Cornell and Schalmoser wrote a security plan that required school officials to notify and meet with parents and law enforcement officers as soon as they learned of a threat by any student to commit any act of violence. They say Columbine didn't follow the plan.
In the event that the kid initiates some behavior that pops one of those red flags up, then we need to move.
About the time Cornell and Schalmoser presented their security plan to Columbine, 2 of the school's juniors, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, were coming to the attention of school and law enforcement authorities. At night, Harris and Klebold had been building an arsenal and making plans to use it, plans that Harris wrote about on the internet on his website. The school district official, Sally Blanchard, the school had no reason to look into the matter further.
Deans were told that there was an investigation underway, that they weren't to do anything, that it was informational on their part only. So they actually took no action because certainly they wouldn't have wanted to interfere with an ongoing investigation.
This is too important to say, oh, well, you're going to handle it. We'll get on to something else. It's much too important.
But isn't it fair to say that if the police come to the school and say, hey, we're investigating this kid because the kid's making pipe bombs. This is an FYI, so you know what's going on. That if I'm the school, I'm assuming that, okay, the cops are taking care of it.
No. You have to get the cop in there and say, what do you mean he's making pipe bombs? And where are they? And what is he doing with them?
If a sheriff's deputy told you that somebody at your school was messing around with pipe bombs, just common sense, wouldn't you want to know more about that?
I would have asked, first of all, if there is something that would lead me to believe that I needed to worry about our students in our school. There's not much else I could do other than have the information and be watching, being more vigilant about that student.
He was just a scary.
When was Columbine? Was that like 2000? 99. Okay. I think this is likely white privilege, basically. I am fairly certain from this era, only like black kids were suspected of committing crimes like this. If they were black, I think things would have happened a lot differently. Yeah, I think they just figured, oh, well, boys will be boys. I was a bit of a rebel rouser when I was, that sort of thing. If these were black kids, they're gang members, fucking lock them up. Like that, yeah. It has to be because they're white. Like, there's just way too many red flags going on for this, to make any sense. Totally, just because they're white, they just didn't suspect them of being criminals.
Scary kid.
Devin Adams was a sophomore at Columbine in 1998 when she found her name on Harris's website on his hit list. In December of 98, you went to an assistant principal at the school and told her that you had been threatened by Eric Harris.
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her that Eric was intimidating, that he was threatening, that other students were feeling threatened by him. They did not feel safe in school around him, that it was not a safe environment when he was around.
And what did you want her to do? What did you think she would do?
I wanted her to call Eric in, maybe call his parents in, just talk to him.
And
I don't think it ever happened.
But that assistant principal denies Devin Adams ever spoke to her about Eric Harris.
I made an appointment, sat down, and I talked to her. I was serious, and
So, yeah, no shit. The faculty's lying to cover their ass.
she should have known that.
I find it very inconsistent that we blame everyone surrounding Sue, but don't hold her accountable at all as a parent. Sure, there were people who have spoken out about Sue, and I'm happy to add my name to that list. However, if you look around, you'll find plenty of people rushing to her defense. I think what is going on here is that people think about their mother or their child, and they insert themselves into the narrative. They can't imagine their child doing something evil, or they think of Harry Potter's step-parents or something and conclude that Sue couldn't have been that bad. But the problem is, nobody is claiming that Sue beat Dylan in a basement dungeon. It's just that she was a bad mom. And I'd argue that she doesn't have anything to teach us because she's not willing to give us the full story. We would never let the police or the school administrators do a TED talk about how they couldn't have known about Eric and Dylan because we know that they failed. This is Robin, a naive girl who liked Dylan. She had just turned 18 and was convinced to buy a few guns for Eric and Dylan. Watches this major news network grills her because she had gifted a gun to Eric and Dylan.
Which brings us to the question why you went. Why were you needed there?
I was 18 and they were both 17 at the time.
What did they tell you they wanted the guns for?
They really didn't say anything in particular. I just kind of assumed they were either hunting or collection. I mean, it was just the type of thing that they were into, I guess.
But did you say, why? Why should we do this? Do you think, I don't want to do this?
It didn't really seem odd, I guess, for them to want guns.
Because?
Because it was just in their personality trait, I guess. It's just something that they enjoyed, I guess, found interesting. It didn't really seem odd to me at the time, no.
Did it worry you at all that they were so interested in guns and that you were going with them to purchase more? Was there anything that worried you?
I didn't really have any reason to believe that they would do anything with them, you know, that they would.
Well, they were illegally obtained. You can't give a gun to a minor.
Would commit such a crime. I didn't have any idea that anything was going to happen, and so, I mean, they were just guys that I knew and hung out with and had fun with, and I never could have seen it coming, so it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it.
Did you know a lot of kids who were interested in guns?
Not that many, I guess.
Because of something one of your friends said about the fact that you and she left the school just minutes before the incident and then returned, the question has arisen. Did you have some warning?
No, none. We were in a hurry to get out of school, only for the pure fact that it was lunchtime and we were only allotted 40 minutes for lunch to leave, get lunch, and come back and get back to class. So it wasn't unusual, really, that we were, you know, trying to hurry to get out.
What she did was legal at the time, and I don't believe she knew they were going to shoot up a school. Never mind, Eric turned 18 before the massacre, and they didn't even need Robin. We expect a high schooler who just turned 18 to be sensible and have insight into what Dylan was going to do, but we don't hold the parents to that same standard. And finally, Sue consistently gaslights the audience and cherry picks what she wants the audience to think about her to shape a narrative. There are numerous examples. One that sticks out in my mind is when she tells a story about how Dylan forgot Mother's Day one year. That spring, we had the worst argument we ever had during his lifetime. It happened on Mother's Day, the last Mother's Day we had together, and it still hurts me to remember it. I can't remember exactly what set me off. I was heartstruck about a disastrous year I'd had with both my kids, angry about Dylan's continuing negativity and bad attitude, and quietly hurt he had forgotten Mother's Day. When I confronted him about his attitude, I had this feeling he was responding not to me, but to some inner joke. It seemed disrespectful. Fed up, I got in his face, I shoved him against the fridge, pinning him there with my hand. Then I waved.
His mother's a psychopath. So he got it from his mom. His mom's a psychopath. There's no way that is normal for a mother to get into an argument like that over fucking Mother's Day and then to literally physically attack her son. No way. Yeah, she's a psychopath, just like her son.
My finger and gave him a real mom lecture. I didn't yell, but there was authority in my voice as I told him he had to stop being so crabby and selfish. The world doesn't revolve around you, Dylan. It's time for you to think about other people in this family. You need to start carrying your weight. Then I reminded him he had forgotten Mother's Day. Finally, in a soft voice that carried warning and power, he said, "Stop pushing me, Mom. I'm getting angry and I don't know how well I can control it." Even though she's trying to spin a narrative, she can't help but reveal who she is in these stories. It's very strange she doesn't pick up on the violence in this situation. You almost miss it if you don't pay attention carefully. Sue is seemingly unaware of how violent Dylan was. He threatened that he might not be able to control himself if she doesn't back off. And she admits to pushing him up against the fridge in the beginning of the confrontation. I have a hard time believing that this is how the dispute went down or that...
What a lot of psychopaths will do is, especially if they've gotten away with this sort of behavior for a long time, they will consider this either normal or playful. And they won't think that, oh, this is like, psychopathic, this is violent or anything. They'll just think, oh, well, this is what normal people do, so they'll share these things. So yeah, like a normal person wouldn't share something like that. She's a psychopath, and she got away with abusing her son for so long that she thought, something like that was normal.
This was the worst fight they ever had, but it's interesting that she chose this as the worst example because to a narcissist, forgetting birthdays or Mother's Day is a big deal. She also frequently defends her home life, saying that the Klebold's were the type to know the parents of your kids. Yet who was with Dylan all these nights, drinking, breaking into vehicles, vandalizing property, amassing hundreds of bombs and guns? And Sue had a history of downplaying her son's problems even before the shooting. Just look at this diversion paperwork. Look at how much Sue writes in relation to Dylan's criminal history. Dylan is blunt about his crime. Sue writes a book about the event and insinuates that the crime wasn't that bad.
She uses a bunch of wobbly language. The boys found a van. The van had a ticket on it, so the boys thought it was abandoned. And then they saw if they could get some electronic equipment by helping themselves to some of the contents. How does Dylan tell the story? We broke into a van, took stuff from it, drove away. She continues on a second page, stating that
That's crazy. Yeah, this woman's a psychopath.
Dylan and Eric drove down the road to look over their, quote, newly acquired stuff. Someone give this woman a writing award.
And this sort of wishy-washy language is all over the place. She writes, in fall of '98, Dylan and friends who had access to the school's computer figured out how to find old locker combinations. Look at how she crosses out gained access to who had access. It shifts the blame over to the friends, mainly Eric. And she doesn't stop there. She softens the crime by calling them old locker combinations. But we know that they were breaking into people's lockers with the info. How does Dylan tell the story? Hacking and possessing important documents. Even without parental involvement, it's still puzzling how it would be possible for two people at one school to be so evil and disturbed, to find and trust each other, and to come up with such a destructive plan. As evidence was released, a commonly held narrative was fabricated to explain the psychology of the situation. The explanation was this: Eric was the true mastermind behind the massacre, and Dylan was a depressive, suicidal follower, a victim to Eric's true psychopathy fueled by the toxic school environment that he grew up in. And to add fuel to the fire, Eric's parents have remained completely silent since the massacre, which in a weird way is a respectable option. They clearly failed as parents and members of the community. What do they have to offer us other than to feed our morbid curiosity? And because most of the guns and explosives were thought to have been kept and made in Eric's house, it's easy to construct this leader-follower narrative. We can make sense of that in our brains, but what makes sense in our brain doesn't necessarily have anything to do with reality. Sue loves the narrative that Dylan, the school shooter, was created by the environment he was in, the environment being Eric and the school. But she doesn't take accountability for the environment and control she had for the 17 years leading up to Columbine.
After a lot of reading and talking with experts, I've come to believe that his involvement in the shootings was rooted not in his desire to kill, but in his desire to die.
You have to ask, why would...
What? Oh my god. This lady is just a fucking piece of shit.
Sue go through this media campaign? Why not slip into obscurity and move on with life? I believe that Sue is a narcissist on steroids. She finds it unpleasant that she had this role of a parent to one of the most mentally destructive children in the history of humanity. And in light of what her son did, she found a way to get attention and admiration when most would never dare. Sue's hairdresser was interviewed shortly after the shooting.
But Dee Grant, Susan Klebold's hairdresser, saw her just days after the shooting. She had no idea her son
She had no idea. I asked her if she had any idea. And she did say, no, I did not want to pry.
I just find this odd. Even if Dylan had just committed suicide, harming no one but himself, I can't imagine getting my hair done in such a short proximity to the tragedy. She talks about how she didn't like the yearbook photo of...
Yeah, dude, that's... literally days after your son commits one of the worst mass killings ever in the country, you go get your hair done. That's a little weird. Well, I had the appointment and I would have had to have paid for it. Yeah, sure.
Of Dylan and had it reshot. And when the media used the older original yearbook photo, she went out of her way to have the new photo sent over to the media. I just can't understand that. Narcissist parents often see their children as a direct reflection of themselves. And so their children's public image is very much a part of their own ego. Dylan was dead. In Sue's mind, the photo of Dylan now reflected on herself. So she created an alternate reality and gaslit anyone who would listen into thinking that she is a victim in all of this. Narcissists are only worried about their child's reputation in relation to themselves. Dylan was only a difficult problem to her once he became national news. Her entire book and speaking tours are cleverly designed to protect herself from what her son did, rather than take accountability and prevent future school shootings. And where was all this motivation, brain health, and knowledge before the massacre? She was busy analyzing, obsessing over yearbook photos. One of the reasons I was so frustrated with TED is they repeatedly denied Randy Brown's request to do a talk on how to prevent school shootings. Randy was one of the first people in the world to spot and accurately threat assess a modern school shooter in advance. It was a different world in 1999, sure. There were school shootings prior to Columbine. For example, Charles Whitman murdered 16 people at my alma mater, the University of Texas in Austin. But Charles was found to have had a brain tumor pressing on his amygdala, which regulates aggression. Up until that point, nothing like what Eric and Dylan were doing was on anyone's radar. I find it insulting that the killer's family gets to speak their mind uninterrupted, yet the public isn't allowed to give their opinion in YouTube comments. Who are we protecting here? Even if we grant Sue victimhood, in the absence of a transformative apology, I can't imagine why anyone would want to prioritize her story over others at Columbine, or why we would listen to her advice on mental health or parenting.
The third challenge I have when I talk about my son's murder-suicide is that I'm talking about mental health.
I don't care if...
It's been many years. I think it's allowed. Rare Columbine shooting was based. JK. Don't cry juice for Jock.
Thank you for that oinker, oinky oinker. Appreciate the donation.
An award-winning weatherman says it's not raining. If I walk outside and water is falling from the sky, he's wrong. And it doesn't really matter what Sue says because the evidence is undeniable at this point. Dylan was an evil murderer. Dylan spent an enormous amount of time with Eric. His best friend wasn't Nate, as she will try to get you to believe in her book. There's almost nothing Sue could say to change my mind. And to illustrate Sue's ineptitude, I would like to show you how Sue references Dylan versus who Dylan actually was. At this point, if you still think that Dylan was a depressed teen who was taken advantage of by Eric Harris, this is what changed my mind. With the help of this video from Infamous Crime Locations, where he put together all the locations where Dylan had shot anyone, and a bit of my own research, this is what Dylan did.
11:14 in the morning, both Eric and Dylan went and dropped off their homemade bombs, which were made of propane tanks. They dropped the bombs off, which were concealed in different duffel bags, and they dropped them off in the cafeteria, set them down, and then they left. Their goal was around 400 to 500 people, as the lunchroom was at its highest capacity just after 11 a.m. So the first people that they shot were Richard Castaldo and Rachel Scott. So they were shot right here near the west entrance, which is up the stairs from the cafeteria. They were both sitting on the grass eating lunch. Rachel Scott was killed by 4 shots to her arm, rib cage, temple, and her leg. Richard Castaldo was hit 8 times by bullets, ended up surviving just barely. However, he is now paralyzed. Richard said that he barely noticed both Eric and Dylan when the bullets hit him. He could hear Rachel crying and was sure that she had been shot too. Dylan both turned to see Lance Kirkland, Danny Rohrbaugh, and Sean Graves coming up the stairs from the cafeteria up towards them at the top of the west entrance stairs. Again, Eric and Dylan opened fire on all 3, injuring Lance and Sean, but ultimately killing Danny. Daniel Rohrbaugh's body is the one that is laying there at the bottom of the stairs. Daniel Rohrbaugh was killed by 1 shot to the leg by a 9mm high point by Eric Harris, and also was shot.
Yeah, the real tragedy is he was killed by a fucking high point.
1 time through the stomach and 1 time through the chest by a 9mm Tech 9 by Dylan Klebold. Lance Kirkland was again injured by another shot by a shotgun blast to his cheek, and it's a very gnarly injury. They shot him behind kind of his ear, and it blew off part of his jaw. And they injured Sean Graves by shooting him in the abdomen, his back, and foot. Eric and Dylan both shot Michael Johnson, who was injured by shots to the face, his arm, and his leg. They also shot Mark Taylor, who was injured by shots to his arms, his leg, and his chest. Anne-Marie Hochhalter was also outside. She was injured by shots to her chest, abdomen, and left leg. She tried crawling to the cafeteria door, which is by the stairs right there. She collapsed, but she also was able to survive by playing dead. Next, after Eric and Dylan went through the west entrance at the top of the stairs, they went inside into the hallway and they found Dave Sanders, and they ended up shooting and, of course, killing Dave there in the hallway. So after Eric and Dylan both entered the library, they headed over to the 2 rows of computers, which was by the windows that overlooked the parking lot. And at the computer desks is where Kyle Velasquez was the first one to be shot and killed. Kyle Velasquez was killed by 1 shot to the back left shoulder and 1 shot to the head by a double-barrel shotgun by Dylan Klebold. Also, Kyle Velasquez was mentally challenged. He had been since he was young. He apparently was too scared or not sure what was going on. So he ended up not even hiding under the tables. He just sat there when Eric and Dylan came in and killed him. Next, Daniel Steepleton was injured by shots to his left leg. Mackay Hall was injured by shots to his right leg. Stephen Kurnow was killed. He was hiding underneath the second row of computers, the row closest to the windows. Stephen Kurnow was killed by 1 shot through the right shoulder and his neck by a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. Casey Rugsager was injured by a shotgun blast to the shoulder. Patrick Ireland, probably a very famous picture you probably all saw, the guy climbing out the window trying to be rescued. He was injured by a shot to his head and his foot. Next, Cassie Bernal was killed by one shot through the finger and right side of the head with a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. Before Eric killed Cassie, he bent down and said peekaboo and killed her. But when he did that, the recoil from his shotgun ended up hitting him in the nose, which ended up breaking his nose. So he was bleeding pretty bad, actually, from his nose. After that happened, it kind of distracted Eric. When another girl, Bree Pascal, was crouched down in the open right next to Cassie, Eric asked Bree, "Do you want to die?" And she said, "No, please don't shoot me. I have a family and a fiance." He laughed and then noticed his nose was bleeding and said, "Dylan, it hit my nose." And so he ended up walking away and not killing her.
Whoa.
I guess he got distracted by his nose. Then Isaiah Scholes was killed.
Holy shit. Talk about being fucking lucky. Oh my god. Well, that's fortunate.
Killed by one shot to his left arm, through his armpit, his heart, and his right arm by a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. Now, they did target Isaiah Scholes because he was black. And again, I'm just reading what the witnesses stated and heard in the library. They called Isaiah many profanities and racial slurs. And so I believe that Eric and Dylan, did not like certain black people or all black people from what it sounded like. Then Matthew Kechter was killed by one shot to his left shoulder, which went through his neck, his lung, and his right arm by a double-barrel shotgun by Dylan Klebold. Next, Mark Kinchin was injured by shots to his head and his
That guy has the strongest jaw I think I've ever seen in my life.
shoulder. Lisa Kreutz was injured by shots to her shoulder, hand, and her arms. Next was Valine Schnorr. She was injured by shots to her chest and her arms. So after Val was shot, she screamed, "Oh my God, help me." And hearing her cries, both Eric and Dylan went over to where she was. And it just says that one of the shooters who was reloading his weapon at the time asked her if she believed in God. Says that she initially floundered by saying no at first, and then yes. He asked her why, and she said it was because it was what her family believed. Lauren Townsend was killed by 5 shots to the back by a 9mm Tech 9 by Dylan Klebold, and was also shot 3 more times to the front torso and another shot that grazed her head by a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. Then Nicole Nolan was injured by shots to her abdomen. Next, John Tomlin was killed by 1 shot to the chest by a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. He was also shot 3 more times to the head and 1 shot to the back by a 9mm Tech 9 by Dylan Klebold. Next, Kelly Fleming was killed by 1 shot to the lower back by a pump shotgun by Eric Harris. Next, Gianna Park was injured by shots to her legs and her shoulder. Next, Daniel Mauser was killed. Daniel Mauser was killed by 1 shot behind his ear, 1 shot to his nose, which went through his neck, by a 9mm high point by Eric Harris. Next, Jennifer Doyle was injured by shots to her hand, leg, and shoulder. Next, Austin Eubanks was injured by shots to the hand and knee.
Tomorrow, an autopsy will be performed on Columbine survivor Austin Eubanks. He died yesterday, just days after we talked to him in Pasco County. He was shot during the 1999 Columbine school shooting, and his best friend was killed. Yesterday, he was found dead in his home in Colorado.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
I was rejected from jury duty. There was a woman who was robbed. She said he robbed her, the groceries, took it, and then ran off. The cops found the guy. He was not in possession of anything she said he took. They looked in the area if anything stashed in dumpsters or anything. They didn't find anything. The judge reads the particulars and goes, does anyone think they would not be able to convict based on the kind of information and evidence that's been presented? I said, yes, I'd have a problem if the only evidence available is eyewitness testimony. Then everything I know tells me I should not trust it on the level where you end up putting someone in jail, if that's the only evidence you have. What the judge said next was, are there any other jurors who needs more than one witness before they would be able to convict? And I said, should I jump in now and say, that's not what I said? What should I do? The person in front of me said, Your Honor, that's not what he said. And I resisted with all my might to say, Your Honor, you were eyewitness to what I said 20 seconds ago and got it wrong.
Yes! Oh my god, dude. That is hilarious and like frightening. Oh my god. Dude, oh boy. That's why whatever you can do, stay out of the legal system. It is run by incompetent fucking morons who don't know what the fuck they're doing. I've gone through that already. Oh my god, do whatever you can to stay out of fucking trouble. That is crazy.
I'm the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, Mr. Chair, and my perspective is needed here now more than ever. I will not be silenced, and I will not let you distort my words. Folks forget I'm from the city of Detroit, the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, where I support collective punishment and the use of white...
Yeah, so, this isn't collective punishment. Hamas is the one responsible for the civilian casualties, not Israel.
Phosphorus bombs that melt flesh to the bone.
White phosphorus is fine to use. This thing about white phosphorus is misinformation, by the way. First of all, the reports that were coming out that had video footage, it probably wasn't white phosphorus. What it was an intercepted rocket. Secondly, white phosphorus is fine to use in combat situations. When it isn't fine to be used is when it's used against civilians. But using any weapon against civilians is considered a war crime. It's not a war crime if you use white phosphorus. Like, again, please tell me, what is the fucking difference between blowing somebody up and using white phosphorus? Like, is there a meaningful difference? No. So this whole white phosphorus thing is bullshit. It's not... White phosphorus is not a war crime. It's not a prohibited weapon under the Geneva Convention. This woman's just spreading bullshit misinformation.
They are done watching our government, Mr. Chair, supporting cutting off food, water, electricity, and medical care to millions of people with nowhere to go.
They do have somewhere to go. It's called the South fucking Gaza. You're full of shit. And again, blame Hamas for that, not Israel.
Like me, Mr. Chair, they don't believe the answer to war crimes is more war crimes.
Oh my god, here we go. What war crimes has Israel committed? Name one.
The refusal of Congress and the
So that's bullshit. She said Israel's committed war crimes, and then she can't name one.
administration to acknowledge Palestinian lives is chipping away at my soul. Over 10,000 Palestinians have been killed. Majority.
You don't know that. Those numbers are coming from Hamas. You do not know the total number of casualties.
Majority were children.
You don't know that. Again, that's a claim made by Hamas.
But let me be clear. My criticism has always been of the Israeli government and Netanyahu's actions. It is important to separate people and governments, Mr. Chair. No government...
Okay, this woman's a dumb bitch. Fuck her. She's just a liar.
We want justice, you say how?
Lift the siege on Gaza now!
Lift the siege on Gaza now!
We're here in Washington, D.C. at the National March for Palestine. Now this march comes after...
I didn't understand the high point comment you made. What did you mean?
High points are like low quality budget firearms, and they're kind of known for being unreliable. So the joke I made was that, like, imagine getting killed by a crappy weapon like that. Like, that's basically the joke. Thanks for the donation, Lenny. And Anon donated $2. Dodie donating $2. Well, thank you for that, Anon. Appreciate the donation.
After weeks of endless bombing on Gaza and attacks in the West
night,
Bank
Christy.
as well by the Israeli government with funding from the Biden administration.
After the initial Hamas attack on October 7th and weeks of retaliatory bombing by the Israeli military, as well as further action.
Aw, damn. Dude, look at all these nice fucking asses up in the air. Fuck yeah.
As forced evacuations and.
Dude, these Middle Eastern women are fucking sexy. Ah, fuck, damn it. Ah. Cat always fucking steps on my nuts. Let's see. I think I like that butt over there. I like that butt. I like that butt. She has a nice round butt. That butt over there. That looks like a nice butt. The girl in the yellow, that's a nice butt. There's some good butts here.
Military, as well as further actions as forced evacuations and cutting off Palestinian water supply and power, people are here to demand that the U.S. push.
Too bad it wasn't a nude protest. Ugh.
For a ceasefire.
Now, we're told this might be the largest march for Palestinian solidarity.
Yeah, here we go with the ceasefire bullshit. You can't fucking have a ceasefire with somebody with a group like Hamas.
North American history. There are thousands of people here in support of Palestine. I've actually never seen this many people in a North American protest in solidarity with the Middle East ever.
If you are a friend of this movement, you need to be a friend of this movement at the most dire moment.
Not here in.
Here we go. They pick out the fucking, most retarded Jews they can find to say, see, we're not racist. Even dumbass fucking retarded Jews agree with us. Yeah, you can find a dumbass who will support fucking anything. What the fuck does it matter if you can find some dumbass rabbis that are against the fucking war in Gaza?
In solidarity with Palestinians and also with many Jewish comrades calling for a ceasefire and an end to the siege on Gaza. There is not.
Dude, why are there so many fucking fine-ass women in this protest? It's too bad, dude. The Middle East has so many fucking sexy-ass women, and they're either mistreated horribly, like in Pakistan, the video we were watching earlier where they have no rights, or they're also fucking crazy. It's a shame. Let's see. Apostate Cantus, 16 months. She's is there another badge to collect soon? I want to keep the Finn one, to be honest. I think the Finn one's the highest badge. I'm pretty sure. Thanks for the donation, though, Apostate Cantus. Appreciate it.
Nothing inherently anti-Semitic about opposing the loss of human life, about supporting a ceasefire, a de-escalation, and an end to this siege.
Alright, well, they're all stupid. A lot of sexy-ass women in this protest, but they're all fucking stupid. It's too goddamn bad. Oh, no, wait, we already saw that. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Colorado. Noval, his family sent out a statement saying Eubanks lost the battle with the very disease he fought so hard to help others face.
Next, Corey DePuter was killed. Corey DePuter was killed by one shot through his left shoulder, which went through his lung and out his neck, by a 9mm Tech 9 by Dylan Klebold. He was also shot 3 more times in the neck, back, and arm with a 9mm High Point by Eric Harris. And again, Corey DePuter was the last one that Eric and Dylan killed.
Columbine happened for many reasons: poor mental health, the toxic school environment, easy access to weapons, a lack of police and school response, and most importantly, terrible parenting. There, I said it. Sue Klebold was a terrible mom, and I don't say this to demonize her. One of the reasons I make videos is to provide a perspective that I think is missing in the discourse, and this video serves that purpose. I think it's a huge misstep to let someone like Sue, a complete failure of a parent, coach us on mental health and suicide. She didn't see it then, she doesn't see it now, and she has nothing to offer us. Sue Klebold.
Yeah. Based fucking take, dude. We gotta watch the rest of this. That documentary is really good. Yeah, we'll react to some more Gideon some other time. How long have I been streaming? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to bed. I was planning on doing some gaming tonight, but I am way too fucking tired, dude. So we'll try playing games tomorrow. But yeah. I have to go nighty-night. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Oh!
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you can really see his eyes light up. I gotta see that again. Wow. Well, thank you for that, Kid Boo. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta get to bed. How about this? If somebody gives me $50 in the next like 5 minutes, I'll play games for a few hours, but yeah, I'm tired. I should probably get to bed at a reasonable time.
Sweet dreams you can't resist. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. A dream as sweet as this. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. Creamy white, dreamy white. Nestle makes the very best. N-E-S-T-L-E-S. Sweet dreams you can't resist.
Wow, that is a gay-ass commercial. Holy shit.
We're looking for Taurus. Now there's an American car with the shape and the feel we've never seen before.
For all of us who demand excellence in design and function, for all of us who will not compromise, Ford listened. Ford created Taurus for us.
Crowdfund.
Well, thank you, Lenny Bucks. Appreciate that. There is 10.
For us, now there's an American car that has exactly what we've been looking for. Taurus, now there's an American car with the shape and the feel we've never seen before. Ford has seen where we're going. Ford has heard us loud and clear. Ford has seen the future, and now the future is here. For us, Taurus, for us. Taurus for us. Have you driven a Ford? Listen to the scissors coming all around. Don't you love the sound of a pipe coming down? Broken scissors are on patrol, keeping prices under control. Don't you love the sound of a pipe coming?
That is such a bizarre commercial. What the fuck?
Yeah.
My headaches are full-grown, adult-sized bangaroos. So I bang them back with Bear. It's strong. It's not an aspirin substitute. It's made for adults. Just like you and me.
For adult-sized pain, Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders.
Have you heard the latest fresh idea? It's something new, something good. 7-Eleven's new Super Dog. A plump, fresh, 100% quality meat hot dog. Topped with our own special spicy chili, cheese, and fresh onions. Even the price is delicious. Try Super Dogs. They're fast, fresh, and fixed just the way you like them. At the place that's always got a fresh idea. 7-Eleven.
Become available.
Hot. Hair that's shiny hot. That's the look you get with Alberto VO5 hot oil treatment. Hair that's shimmering, soft, and sexy hot. Heat it up with VO5 hot oil treatment. It professionally restores healthy...
I'm broke and gay, sorry.
Well, that's fine. As long as you give me money. Thanks for the donation, Dat Nigga. Appreciate it. And... looks like we got more. Oh, damn. Alrighty.
More crowdfunding.
Well, it looks like we're playing video games. Thanks for the donation, James Wilder. Appreciate that. And, I'll let you guys choose.
This is for Christie's breath.
Alright, well, thank you, Shrimp Boy. Appreciate that big donation. Really, really generous of you, sir. There we go. We'll start that poll. Garbled donated $2. This cat ready to fuck some shit up crowdfund. Wow. Yeah, cat does look ready to fuck some shit up. Thanks for the nation, Garbled. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Whoa. Protesters shot dead by driver after blocking road. Yeah, you should probably move after a guy pulls out a gun.
Here's my big donation.
Thank you for that, Nat Figures. Appreciate it, man. Wow. That is, retarded. Let me see this other one, Dodo.
We noted in our top story tonight that some of the possible witnesses against the former president in his classified documents trial will be people whose names you may not know, but who are certainly
fake
in
electors.
his orbit. That is also the case in another investigation, this time in Arizona, involving the alleged fake elector scheme to overturn the 2020 election. The state's Democratic Attorney General just spoke to CNN about the investigation, about which little is known, only that it follows in the path of similar prosecutions in Michigan and Georgia. Our Kyung La also tried to speak to some of the people who claimed to actually be electors for Arizona back in 2020. I want to show you how that went. Here's Kyung La's report.
At a rally for the 2024 U.S. Senate race, Arizona candidate Carrie Lake.
I'm not going to let a guy who's trying to imprison his political opponent call me or you a threat to democracy.
One of the country's top spreader of lies about the 2020 election results.
God bless State 48.
We find in her crowd Arizona State Senator Anthony Kern.
Hello, Mr. Kern.
Hi, good to see you.
Young Law from CNN.
Hi.
You may not recognize Kern at first glance. But this is him here at the signing, a video tweeted by the Arizona Republican Party on December 14th, 2020, when 11 fake electors gathered weeks after the 2020 election to sign this document claiming to be duly elected and qualified to cast Arizona's 11 electoral votes for
Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida, number of votes 11.
But Trump lost Arizona in 2020.
We are taking it very seriously.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays wants to know more about these fake electors.
We are in the middle of our investigation. We have multiple investigators and attorneys assigned to it, and we're going to do a professional job.
Sounds fairly robust.
It's robust. It's a serious matter.
Back to Anthony Kern, who signed the fake elector document. Can you tell me a little bit about you signing that?
Yeah, we can probably talk.
Yeah?
Someday.
But what
Maybe
about
not.
now? At every major turn of Arizona's 2020 election lie, you can spot him. The guy back there, that's Kern. This is a so-called election integrity hearing held by state Republicans on November 30th, 2020. Fashioned to look like an official hearing, it's not.
Hell yeah, get on the ground!
Weeks later, on January 6th, Kern traveled to the U.S. Capitol. In D.C., supporting Trump, he tweeted, where he was pictured in a restricted area of the Capitol steps during the riot. There's no indication he was violent or entered the Capitol, and he has not been charged in connection with January 6th. Later in 2021,
This is weird.
as Arizona's most populous county, Maricopa, hand-counted all of his 2020 ballots in a partisan-led failed attempt to overturn the state election results, Anthony Kern was there again, counting ballots. We wanted to ask State Senator Kern
Jesus.
about how all this began. Can we talk about whether you knew that that was a lie, that document?
Why do you think it's a lie?
So do you believe that Trump still won in 2020 then?
Why would you think alternate electors are a lie?
Arizona was among 7 key swing states that saw fake electors sign documents to subvert the Electoral College process. Prosecutors have filed charges against some of their fake electors in 2 states, Michigan and Georgia. Prosecutors Arizona's AG says she's speaking with.
I have been in communication with both of those offices, and I'm not going to say any more than that.
With the Department of Justice.
I don't know what the fuck those people were thinking. That was insanely stupid. But yeah, I'm glad the hammer is coming down on those idiots. Alright, I'm just gonna go grab the PS5. It looks like Spider-Man has won.